Okay, I think we're live here. Sorry, this is like taking me forever. I know we're like 17 minutes late. I can't find the Q&A feature. There used to be like a Q&A like we did in the first one where questions would pop up nice and neatly and I could answer them and you could all see what question I'm talking about here on the Google Plus Hangout page, but I can't seem to find that this time. For some reason, I've been like Googling it for the past 15 minutes trying to figure out what happened to it, and I can't find it. So, yeah, we'll just kind of, I think, last time there was a bunch of comments on YouTube, and I missed all of those anyway, so I think I'm just going to try and follow along with the comments along on YouTube here, and if you can comment that way, I can hopefully follow along, and hopefully it'll let me see the comments that way. I have no idea. I still have to get better at doing these. Sorry, guys, for being a total noob. Um, okay, so let me see here. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, I think I got it here. Pretty sure I can see the comments now. All right. Yeah, I see the comments. Sweet. I think we're good to go now. All right. Let me just. I'm gonna post the link up real quick for everyone else on the Subaruwrxfan Facebook page, and I think it should be up on Twitter and stuff, but gotta post it up on the Subaruwrxfan page here so other people can join us, and then we'll be set. Sorry. Appreciate your patience, guys. All right. All right. And that is posted. Okay, so let's get started with these questions here. Let me see. All right. So, first viewer, hello. Okay, so some people already. Yeah, these are the comments. The ID man Murph 878. Those are the comments I'm viewing this time. I cannot do the Google Plus ones for some reason, even though those were kind of nice because I could show exactly what question I was answering at any point in time. Let me silence that. So yeah, last time I was answering questions through Google Hangout. This time I'm not. So all right, I'm just gonna get started with the questions here. I think these comments are gonna automatically update. People are asking about a Google Plus link. I don't think there is. I'm pretty sure it's just we're doing this just on YouTube. I have a Google Plus page here, but like I said, there's no like question or answer. For some reason, that feature's disappeared for me, and so we'll just do the questions through the comments. And if you guys can't see me or you can't see the comments or something, try and speak up in the YouTube comments. And so yeah, I'm just gonna start answering questions. Hopefully this works. So, do you think there's any new Evos coming out, Mr. 69 Jixer? I heard there's rumors that there's going to be a new Evo coming out. It's going to be a few years away. That there's not even any test mules or anything like that out yet. So if they do come out with one, it's going to be a while. So yeah, that's about the new Evos. Yeah, it's just scheduled to start at 7 o'clock. It's now 7:21. Sorry about that. Okay. So, I'm not seeing. Let me see. All right, here we go. Wow, this is dumb. I think I might have to constantly keep reloading comments. Anyone, like if David Patterson or any of you are out there that do these live streams that know how to do these comments better, this is my first time doing it with just the YouTube comments, so maybe someone can help me out. Okay, so Tom W. looking to buy another car, 2012 WRXS Ti, 2013 Evo. Totally personal preference. You can go watch my review on the STI, the new one that I did, and the review I did on the Evo 10. Both are spectacular cars. I think the Evo handles better, and the WRX I think is a little more comfortable. So it just comes down to personal preference. Do you want something that is a really sharp car, or do you want something that's a little more comfortable? And you get the Boxer Rumble with the Subaru, but I'm a little bit partial. So yeah, that's that. Where do you work? I mentioned this in the first live stream, and YouTube is one of the main things that I do. That's why I can spend so much time doing YouTube. Otherwise, there'd be no way that I'd be able to get up the car reviews and stuff. Car reviews are a 2-day task, and there's a lot of stuff that it takes a lot of time to film a lot of these videos and stuff. So that's one of the things that I do. It's one of the main things that I do. I also film pageants for the Miss USA pageant. So we'll go from state to state and film the different competitors for the Miss USA pageants, and they all do the thing. It's like a weekend thing. So that's why in the fall I was doing the weekly updates. I was filming them on Thursdays and posting them on Fridays, because in the fall every weekend I was doing these pageants, and from time to time I do another pageant here and there. I'll be doing another one this weekend actually. So yeah, I do pageants. I do other freelance video work. I do other things here and there. I'm also an extra. We talked about that in the past live stream, so I won't. If you're interested, you can go back and watch that one. But I do extra work in movies. I kind of like acting, so I'll do some stuff for movies, and that's pretty fun too, being in movies. And if you guys remember in the last one, you can spot me in Abduction. That's the one that's really easy to spot me in. I'm in the classroom scene there, and I'm in several other movies. I was working on some other secret projects and whatnot recently, and yeah, so love being an extra. So I do a bunch of little things. I don't like being limited to just one 9-to-5 job, even though there's nothing wrong with that. Anyway, and also I'm going to try and go faster with these questions, because I know last time I just was overloaded with questions and I never got to all of them, and I feel bad about that. So we'll try and get to all of these as much as we can. Thoughts on Camaro versus Mustang? You can watch my Camaro review and you can watch my Mustang review. I had a lot more fun on the Mustang. That was a V8, obviously. The Camaro I reviewed was a V6, but I do enjoy the Mustang more. I've always loved the Mustang. Camaro is a good car. It's a good performing car. It's just kind of, I don't know, what kind of pizza toppings do you like? It's just personal preference, honestly. So, I would just say, test drive both of them and see which one you like better. It looks like these comments are automatically updating, so that's good. I won't have to keep reloading. Love from Belgium. Keep up the good work. Thanks. That is awesome. I'm so glad that some of you guys, I know in Europe this is probably a crazy time right now. I really appreciate you being up at whatever crazy hour you're up at in order to watch this. That's awesome. When can we expect an Abarth review? Whenever I can find an Abarth to review, Aaron. I am totally at the mercy of whatever cars come into the car dealerships or whatever cars people offer for me to drive. So it's really hard. I can just walk into a dealership and tell Fiat, hey, I want to review on a Abarth, because they'll say, that's nice. They don't really care. They're not interested in having people put miles on their cars. The few dealerships that I am friends with the owners of, they're very friendly and allow me to put miles on their cars. But, I mean, any dealer will tell you obviously want to keep the miles down. You don't want someone, especially driving them hard and attaching cameras to them and putting 100 miles on them and spending all afternoon in them. That's something that most people won't let you do. So it's just a matter of finding an Abarth that I can review. David P. says, what do you think about the new Sentra Nismo Nissan it's coming out with? Yeah, I actually filmed it at Detroit. There's nothing confirmed, I don't think, about whether or not that's actually coming out soon, but they'd be stupid not to. I mean, honestly, I don't know why they've been out of the game for so long. I mean, they've had the Sentra SER, but it hasn't really been a real competitor. I think this one could be, and I'm hoping that they bring it, but I have no idea when it's coming. But I think it's a really cool car. It looked good in person. What kind of work do you have to afford a BRZ? Well, I kind of just answered that question already, and I'd like to add, a BRZ is not expensive. I mean, I realize that everyone's in a different place in life, but I mean, you can get a base BRZ for $25,500, and you can probably get it cheaper now too, because there's some that are sitting on the lots, so you can get them for less than sticker price. And honestly, I think it's a car that most people can afford if you work hard, and I mean, it's very easy to obtain. So it's not like this lofty car that no one can ever have. Thoughts on the Subaru Visiv 2 concept that debuted today in Geneva? I actually have been out all day. I've just been checking a few things here and there on Twitter. It looks good. I have no idea what the Visiv 2 is going to bring about, or if that's a teaser for some future car. But again, it's a Subaru concept, so we'll never see anything like it. It's just a nice, pretty thing to look at, and that's it. But yeah, so that's how I feel about the Visiv 2. Will you be interested in buying a Subaru if it ended up being priced around 60 grand? Yeah, if I could afford a $60,000 car, I mean that's double the price of the BRZ. But if I could, afford a $60,000 car, I love the way the FT1 looks. I mean, it's probably not going to look that good whenever the production version comes out, but if it's even close and it performs really well, I'd love it. I think Toyota, they're a big enough manufacturer that they could price it around the same price as a Corvette, have the same performance as a Corvette, and so I don't see any reason why they couldn't make a $60,000 Supra that could, do 0 to 60 in under 4 seconds and all that good stuff. But yeah, I would definitely be interested. Sukiyaki, sorry about the mispronunciation. 96. Any other mods you're gonna do on the BRZ, Matt? Already know about the front lip, but coilovers and maybe a different spoiler. The carbon fiber wrap on the roof sounds awesome, by the way. Yeah, I would really like to do a few things, but see, the thing is with me, I like the car the way it is, and there's a lot of other things I could be spending all this money on and stuff, and so I don't know. I definitely don't want to do coilovers because that would change the handling characteristics of the car. I like the way the car handles stock. I really, really do. I like that it's tail happy. I don't want it to be a time attack, crazy grip machine. I don't want to, take corners at 3 times the speeds that I am now. I like being able to kick the back end out, having it be pretty loose. Coilovers would make it handle way better, but I don't want it to handle way better, which is kind of crazy to some people maybe, but I don't want a really amazing handling car. I want it to be loose and fun, and to me it's not about full-on attack. So coilovers definitely not. Different spoiler, no, I love the limited spoiler. The front lip, like I said, I ordered that. That's here, and I'll be installing that hopefully this month sometime. Like I said, I definitely want to do tint for sure. I would like to wrap the roof black, preferably gloss black. I don't know about the whole carbon fiber thing because it looks cool, but it's not actually carbon fiber. It's just like looks like carbon fiber. Some people might think that's kind of ricer. I mean, I don't really care, if I'd like it on my car. If you like it on your car, then that's fine. Doesn't matter what people think. But I would just do gloss black. I think it would look really good, though. Aside from that, I also like to do lowering springs, but that's another thing that is a pain to install. And so for that reason alone, I'm a little hesitant to do that as well. What do you think about the new Honda Civic Type R? Risty asked that. I saw the pictures today. Like I said, I've been out all day. I mean, it looks good, I talked about it in the weekly update a couple weeks ago, and just that teaser shot was awesome. But I haven't been up on everything today, so I know there's a lot of questions about Geneva probably, and like I said, I've just kind of been gathering a few things here and there. But yeah, I mean, it looks pretty sweet. People seem to be pretty excited about it. I'd love to see them actually bring it, because the Type R normally doesn't come to America, so if they bring a full-on performance Type R version of the Civic to America, I would be super happy, but I'm not getting my hopes up because Honda generally doesn't bring all their really sweet stuff to America. Nodule Man, do you think the 2013 Civic Si is a bit more refined and smoother than your BRZ? Absolutely. That's one thing that kept smacking in my face whenever I was driving the 2013 Civic Si, is that it was a lot more comfortable. And if I wanted to chill out and not drive such an aggressive car, the Civic would be high on my list of cars that I would consider. I do really, really like the Civic Si, and it's definitely more refined. Would you buy a BRZ STI if it comes out? Rodrigo asked. And yes, I definitely would. As long as I could afford it. Man, I'm itching for a BRZ STI, though. I hope they come out with one soon. From what I hear, I just have a hunch. I feel like STI is working on something. Hopefully the slow sales recently won't discourage them, but I'm thinking 2016 model year, which means maybe even as soon as next year. If not, then it'd be the 2017 model year, which would be 2016. We'll probably get that. I have no idea. I don't think it's definitely not going to be forced induction, so it's going to just have probably a 2.5 liter version of the F820. It's bigger displacement. they're saying 250, 260 horsepower, which would be plenty. Honestly, the car only needs 20 to 30 more horsepower in my opinion, but 50 or 60 would really make it really sick. And see, I'm fine with adding more power if it's Subaru doing the adding, because when other people, like Crawford, make these 450 horsepower BRZs, it just, to me, I don't know. The car isn't about horsepower, and so whenever you just go and make these crazy horsepower BRZs, I think it's stupid, honestly. Just me personally, that's my personal taste. So the fact that if STI does it, I know that if they're going to add 50 or 60 horsepower, they're going to do it in a way that is true to the character of the car and what their original intentions were for the BRZ. And so I'd be able to, I'd be more open-minded about them adding power than I would with someone else. What is your thought on the new Huracan, SC Bucks? That's my buddy Simon. I love the Huracan. I know I'm probably mispronouncing it. I've heard some people say it's called the Huracan. Anyway, I love it. I think it's beautiful. I saw the pictures of it in Geneva today in yellow. It looks really good in the flesh in yellow in those pictures. I really, really like it. I think, see, to me, the only disappointment I have with the new Lamborghini is that there's no carbon fiber monocoque. There's no carbon fiber shell. It's still just all aluminum. And like I've mentioned in the past, I'm very focused on safety, and that's why I love the McLaren 12C, because it's priced the same as the Ferrari, and the Gallardo's not going to stuff, except it's safer because you have this whole carbon fiber shell around you, and it's just, I mean, it's so much safer. I mean, you've seen the Aventador that's split in two, and people are laughing at that, but that's how it's designed to, take a hit, that it's supposed to split away, and those people walked away from that accident, whereas with metal, you just twist it and you're done. I mean, and even, you look at the carbon fiber bodies that the Paganis have. I think they said when they crash tested the new Huayra, they crash tested it like 5 or 6 times, and all they did was replace the body panels. They used the same carbon fiber monocoque because it's just so strong and so safe. So I still think I would do a McLaren 12C before I would do a Huracan myself, but they are very, very sweet indeed. And I mean, maybe I still would, and I would just say whatever. I just be careful when I drive it, but yeah. Do like them for sure. Bugatti or Pagani Zonda? G Money Swag asks. I'm looking to buy a sports car. Well, those are supercars, and if you're considering between one or the other, then I would like to congratulate you on your success. I would definitely do the Pagani Zonda. I just love the Zondas. Should I get an 8th Gen Civic Si used or a new 9th Gen Civic Si? First car also. Well, that's a good first car choice, by the way. Again, personal preference. Which one has the better styling? Do you want the brand new head unit, and all the, features of the newer navigation systems, or, the more refinement, the more refinement of the car and stuff? I mean, that's personal preference. They're both great cars. I just like new cars, so I'd probably get the brand new one if you could afford it. But the only problem with new cars is you have to have the painful break-in period, like I did for the BRZ, where I had to keep it under 4,000 RPMs for the first 1,000 miles. That was painful. Whereas you get a used one, you just drive it immediately really hard. But yeah, I'd say I'd go for the 9th if I were you. Okay, seeing some repeat questions here. Okay, here's a good question actually. Richard Boudet. Why do they make a turbo version of the BRZ engine for the WRX but won't put it in the 86? That's dumb, right? That is a good point, except the reason why they've never been able to, or they've said they haven't been able to do WRX motor in a BRZ is because the turbo in that new, because you're right, the new WRX has the FA20 that's turbocharged, but the turbocharger is actually on the bottom of the engine. So you need a car that has a little bit of a higher center of gravity, and you need a car that has a little bit more ground clearance so that your turbo isn't scraping on the ground and it's safe. So that's why you can't just swap that turbo WRX motor into the BRZ. I'm sure someone's going to try and do it. Maybe they can if you raise the hood on the BRZ, but then the handling dynamics would be ruined. So, but that's why they don't put a turbo version of the BRZ engine in. That's why all the turbo engines that you see in the BRZ all have the turbo in the old-fashioned, front-mounted spots where there's more lag. And it's really hard to do a bottom-mounted turbo, but that's the best way to eliminate lag and things like that. So that's why Subaru does it, and if they're going to do a turbo in the BRZ, they want to do it right. So I respect them for that, maintaining their integrity in that. So, but that's why you can't put the 2015 WRX motor in a BRZ. Would you ever ride a sports bike? Matthew HST11 has asked. I don't, because again, it comes back to safety. You hit a pothole the wrong way on a sport bike and you're off in the bushes. I don't know. I would rather have airbags and metal around me if something bad happens. Sport bikes, just there's no safety at all, and for that reason alone, I wouldn't ever ride one. I would consider a dirt bike just because my biggest concern is, other people on the road. It's not, I think I would be able to handle a bike okay, and I probably would be able to avoid crashing it, but having other people, I've just seen so many close calls with people cutting off bikers and things like that. It's just bad. So if I was out in the middle of the desert, you hand me a dirt bike, I'd go out and have a blast. But as far as a street bike, I would definitely probably pass on that. Corey says, love your videos. Thanks, man. What do you think of the 2010 Mazda Speed 3? I got a ride in one once, and it was one of the craziest rides of my life because the guy just was a really good driver and was also pretty crazy and did not care about losing his license. But it really impressed me with the capabilities of the Mazda Speed 3. It is an amazing car. It's a very potent, capable car. I've never driven one. I just rode shotgun in it. I'd love to review one if I can ever find one to drive, but they're definitely amazing cars. You just bought one and you love it. Okay, so yeah, I'd like to do a review on one for sure. William Cahill says, saw you pass by with some girl at the Pittsburgh Auto Show. When is Cars and Coffee starting back up? Yeah, that girl was my sister, and Cars and Coffee is starting back up. I don't remember, actually. I think it's starting up beginning of April, I think. Yeah, I think beginning of April. You can check the official website for sure, but should be soon. I can't wait. What's your plan about your next car? Will you stick with the BRZ if it gets 30 to 40 more horsepower? Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, I definitely would. If there's a updated BRZ or BRZ STI, honestly, I just want like 20 or 30 more horsepower. 30 to 40 would be great. I would definitely upgrade to that. I really do love the BRZ, and as long as I can keep one, I'm always going to have one, I think, or at least I'd like to. So, yeah, I'd like to stick with it. I'd like them to just come out with a newer version or a convertible version. I'd like to just keep upgrading to the new BRZ as they release them. I think that'd be really cool. So I love the car, and so yeah. Otherwise, the only other thing that I would consider would be a new WRX probably, or if I had more money, then we could look at the Jaguar F-types and things like that that I constantly drool over. But yeah, pretty sure I'll be sticking with the BRZ for a while. Hello from Australia. Thanks, D-Shack. That's awesome. Once again, I don't know what time it is there, but I really appreciate you being up to watch this. It's awesome. What do you think about Top Gear UK versus Top Gear US? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't watched an episode of Top Gear US in a long time. Wasn't impressed by it. The hosts just don't have any chemistry, in my opinion. It's all about the hosts. I mean, yeah, cool car reviews are nice, but if I want a cool car review, I'll just go watch The Smoking Tire or Drive or Motor Trend. And so the Top Gear US just kind of bores me. Top Gear UK is amazing. I love it. So that's an obvious winner there for me. GT86 AeroKit spoiler, Rave Silly asks. I think you're talking about the really high one, and if that's the case, no. I mean, that's one thing. That's one of the reasons why I don't like the new STI. I mean, obviously they all have a huge spoiler. I just am not. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of huge spoilers anymore. I don't know if I'm just growing up or what, but yeah, not planning on swapping spoilers on the BRZ anytime soon. Mark Stanson asks, 5 Series versus Audi A6. Depends what generation of those cars you're talking about. I don't like the current generation of the 5 Series myself. I like the previous one better, just the way that it handled and stuff like that. I haven't driven a new A6. The previous generation ones that were too soft and not very precise. Did not like driving the A6 at all, actually. S6 was a little bit better, but yeah, like I said, depending on what model you're going with, I would generally say the 5 Series. I haven't driven a new A6. They might be better, but I'd go with the 5 Series. I missed the last live chat. What was the most significant question asked? I don't know. Maybe some people. I'm sure we'll get some repeats. Like we already have a few repeats, but I don't know if there's a most significant question. David P. asked, do you know anyone that drives a 200SX with an SR20 swap? No, I don't. I'm not really in the tuner community. There's a lot of meets that go on here in the Pittsburgh area in the tuner community. I don't normally go out to them because normally the cops just show up, and I just generally like hanging with a more conservative, kind of mature crowd. I don't know. I'm only 23, but I generally like hanging out with older people and stuff like that. And I don't really know a lot of people with a lot of import cars. Nothing against them, nothing against the owners or young people or anything like that. It's just normally it's not my bag. But yeah, and I don't know anyone else in like Cars and Coffee with a 200SX. Honestly, 200SXs are kind of rare. You see 240s pretty frequently, but 200SX is kind of rare, so that'd be pretty sweet to see. Has the BRC ever gotten stuck in the snow? Well, as a few of my buddies that helped me with the snow fun videos know, it was really close to getting stuck a few times in really, really deep snow. And honestly, the reason why I get stuck is the traction control shoots itself in the foot. It just limits power. And with the snow tires I have on there, which are the Dunlop Wintersport M3s, the best thing you can do if you do get like stuck, I mean, it would get stuck temporarily. All you have to do is just turn off all the traction control and just let the tires spin until it just grips. And it eventually does grip. You just have to keep letting those tires spin. So that's the way to get out of the snow. But yeah, it's kind of gotten stuck. But it's never gotten stuck when I'm actually trying to go somewhere or when I'm just driving on the road. This is when I'm in abandoned parking lots with tons of unplowed snow. I mean, it's been really impressive this winter. I mean, we're almost done with the winter here, and I gotta say, I am super impressed with how it's done. It's and I had all kinds of worries about rear-wheel drive and it's being lightweight and all this kind of stuff, but the combination of those tires, the amazing traction control system, and just the amazing balance of the car, I mean, you can just control it so well. It's great in the snow, and it's actually more fun than a WRX, I think, because it's just you don't have the confidence of all-wheel drive, but that makes it exciting for me, so I like that. Man, I'm losing my voice already. We've only been going at this for a little bit. Totally different cars, but 2007 Civic Si or 2007 Impreza STI. Well, the STI is going to be way faster, Coleman. And the SI is a more refined car. It's going to be better on gas. Probably going to last longer. You're going to have to do less maintenance on it. Just because it's naturally aspirated, there's less moving parts that can break. It just depends on personal preference, though. Do you want front-wheel drive, all-wheel drive? Obviously, I'm a Subaruwrxfan fan, so you can probably guess which one I would choose. But yeah, good question. Can you make one more reaction video of your B or Z? I would love to see it. I mean, I did the one reaction video. That was like a year and a half ago, so it's cool that you've been watching them that long. I don't know. The last one, it did okay. Didn't get a ton of positive feedback. People seem to like it. Honestly, it's loud, but it's not like a Lamborghini where people are like, oh, I want to hurry up and take a picture of that. I mean, every once in a while I still get someone turning heads. Actually, I had someone today that I was driving through a residential area, and someone was just standing in their driveway talking on the phone, and they just stopped and just watched, and it was really funny. I get those fairly frequently, but nothing crazy like in Dr. M3's videos where people are like, oh my gosh, and chasing after the car. I don't ever get any of that stuff. So reaction videos probably not. I mean, if I think that it'd be worth doing, I'm in a funny area or something, maybe I will try, but probably won't see a reaction video anytime soon. Okay. Oh, and Sukiyaki96 says, you're reminding me, and I appreciate this because I did forget, ever in Florida, I have a 67 Camaro. I'm comfortable with you reviewing if you ever wanted to. I really want to review classic cars. I've actually never driven a classic car. I think the oldest thing I've driven was well, I take that back. I drove a BMW Isetta 2 blocks. That's a car from the 50s. And but I think the oldest car that I actually drove for any reasonable amount of time was a 1982 Porsche 911. That's the oldest car I think I've ever driven. So I'd love to get into some of the classics, especially of the American classics. As you guys know, if you follow my second channel, Vintage Car Fan, I love classic cars, and so I very much appreciate your offer. I don't know what part of Florida you're in. You can send me a message again if you want on the Facebook page or Twitter or whatever about where at in Florida you are roughly, and because I actually am planning a trip, at least one trip to Florida again this year, and it'd probably be this month sometime. So that would be really sweet if we could meet up. So yeah, send me a message for sure. I appreciate that. How bad is the turning radius of the Ford Focus ST in normal driving? I don't really remember, Brendan. I mean, I think it was on average. It didn't shock me that it was bad or anything like that. Um, I mean, turning radius is something that doesn't really vary much from car to car, in my experience at least. Turning radius was fine. I didn't think it was bad at all. BRZ STI or Civic Si? Well, BRZ STI is the obvious choice there if it ever comes out. But if it does, I'm pretty confident it's going to be way sicker than a Civic Si. But yeah. Daniel Knocker says, I'm getting my driver's license soon. We'll be buying my first car when I find a good deal. My budget in dollars is about 2,000. What would you recommend? Currently looking at Alpha 147 or Mazda 6. Interesting choice. I'm not sure where you're at, or because I think car buying, one of the biggest things people overlook is where you live. If you live in a place with lots of curvy roads like I do, then a good handling car is a lot of fun. If you live in a place with lots of straight roads, a more powerful car that doesn't handle as well, like a muscle car or something like that, would probably actually be more fun, at least in my opinion. So not sure where you're at. $2,000. Miata, that's my first thought. I mean, that's the thing that, just like many other car enthusiasts, I always jump to is a Miata or a Nissan 240SX. Those are two really fun cars you could probably find for under $2,000 in rough shape, but you could do it. Alpha 147, I have no experience with those at all. They're really rare around here. If I think I don't even know, I'm 100% sure what an Alpha 147 is. I think I know what you're talking about. If you're talking about the early 90s, really boxy looking Alphas that came to America, that's the only one we got. And those, I have no idea. I mean, if you follow Top Gear, you know that they say that you can't be a true car enthusiast unless you've owned an Alfa Romeo. So for that reason alone, maybe the Alpha. The Mazda 6 is a good car. I don't know if it's the most exciting car to drive. The Alpha would probably be a lot more maintenance heavy. It'd be a lot more unreliable, but it'd be fun too. So if you want a good solid car, though, I'd do the Mazda 6. What do you think about the 2003 Jaguar S-Type R? The S-Type as a whole just seemed like a kind of a low point in Jaguar's history, in my opinion. I've never driven one, though. I have no experience, so I can't knock it. I can't praise it either. So I can't really say. Sorry, Jose. But, yeah, I mean, I'd love to drive one and find out for myself, though. There are a lot of cheap performance cars recently, like the new BMW 235i. Would you consider moving to a German brand for more luxury, so to say, because they offer a lot of performance for the buck? I do like all the newer stuff that you said of the 235i. I sat in a 235 in Detroit, and I actually really liked the size of it. I thought it was going to be like bigger or something, but it was really nice. The only thing is the seats weren't very hugging to me. I like seats that are tighter, and these were just kind of wide. Maybe if they offered an adjustable seat in the 235, but the problem is I even priced out like a 228 with just the options I'd want on it, and it just goes through the roof. I mean, there are so many other cars that I would rather have for the money. I mean, I'm sure the 235 is going to be a fun car, but I mean, I guess they are good performers. I don't think they're the best performers for the buck, though. I think there's a lot of better values out there. For the money. Honestly, I would rather just do a used 335 or something and save tons of money and still have a really sick car. But the 235 is definitely interesting, though. David P. says, what do you think about the Hyundai Veloster? I like them. I have a friend that owns one. I actually was kind of instrumental in helping her buy it. We were kind of test driving a lot of stuff, and she ended up on deciding on the Hyundai Veloster. They're good cars. They get great gas mileage. They're very cool looking, I think. I like the performance for a standard Veloster. I mean, they're good. I haven't actually had any experience with the turbo. I'd love to review one of those as well. But yeah, the standard Veloster, it's a nice car. Again, I think there's more performance-oriented cars you could get for the same money. But if you're looking for something just sporty, front-wheel drive, and pretty new, then I think the Veloster is a good choice. Rodrigo Perez says, what do you think of Lexus? I like Lexus a lot. Again, they're a little bit on the softer side. I like cars that are a little bit sharper. But I mean, the RCF is just so sick. I love the ISF. I love the LFA. I like the performance cars. And I think you do get a lot for your money with the Lexus, and they have the highest dealer rating. So I mean, servicing one and all that kind of stuff is a wonderful experience from what I hear. So I think they're great. I think they're kind of underrated, actually. Everyone just jumps to the German brands, but I think if you don't mind a little bit of a softer ride and a little less of a sharper car, then I think the Lexus is a really great choice. I mean, you can't beat the reliability and stuff like that. I think they're definitely a good choice. iFinity Review says Gecko Green, Jeep Wrangler, or G35. I'm guessing you're maybe considering between those two. Talk about polar opposites of cars, though. I'm not a big SUV fan. I would definitely do the G35. James Thomas says, do you plan on converting to a shark fin antenna on your BRZ? I actually thought about that a lot whenever I first got the BRZ, James, but I I don't know. I mean, they're pretty cheap and stuff. I don't know. The standards antenna doesn't bother me to the point that I'm like, oh, I have to go and change it. It looks so much better. I don't know. I don't really pay attention to the antenna, so for that reason, it's not worth spending $60 or whatever to swap it out for the shark fin. But they're sweet though. I mean, it's a pretty cool idea that they, kind of doing the BMW style antennas on them. Um, oh, and Chili Chili Billy Boy says it's like 1:36 a.m. here in Belgium right now. Jeez, well, thanks, man. I appreciate you watching. Um, Jason Voyevich says, "What do you think about the new Legacy?" Well, if you watched the past couple of weekly updates, I was ranting about the new Legacy. I don't like it, mostly because I'm just so disappointed with how amazing the concept was and how disappointing the production version looked. And I felt the same way about the WRX when I first saw that car too. But the WRX has really grown on me. Maybe if I see the Legacy in person, it'll grow on me. I realize it's a Legacy. It's supposed to be, a family sedan. It's supposed to be conservative and a good seller, and they don't want to, be too risky. But I don't know. I mean, you look at all these other car manufacturers though, going with bold styling, and that's what people like. People don't want something that blends in anymore. People want something that stands out from the crowd, and that Legacy does not stand out from the crowd. It's just a total yawn fest, in my opinion. So. Yeah, nothing against Subaru, but I just wish they'd take a little bit more of a risk. I realized they got burned like 10 years ago with the whole Subaru B9 Tribeca and the noses on the WRXs and everything, but seriously, I loved those designs. I thought the original B9 Tribeca, everyone else thought it was ugly as sin, but I loved the way they looked. That back then they had a guy from Alfa Romeo designing their cars. I don't know why they ever fired him. I mean, Subarus would be 10 times as beautiful as they are right now if they actually kept that guy around, I think. It's just, it's a risk. It always is a risk. But anyway, I'm not going to go on that tangent any longer. Why'd you get a BRZ? You're a WRX fan. Right. And the main reason is I don't need all-wheel drive and I don't need four doors. So I'd rather have a fun, sporty, sleek two-door that's low to the ground and is rear-wheel drive and fun. And, I mean, the WRX is fun too, but just kicking the back end out in the BRZ and the sharpness and you just have to drive. If you drive a BRZ and you drive a WRX, I mean, a lot of people complain about the power, the lack of power in the BRZ, but if you drive just pure driving dynamics between the BRZ and the WRX, the BRZ is just so much sharper, and I mean, it seems like such a better car to me. So I realize most people buy WRXs because they like the practicality, and that's fine. But if you don't need the practicality and you never use a four-door, your back doors on a four-door car, honestly, I would go with the BRZ unless you absolutely have to have all-wheel drive. But like I said, this BRZ handled the winter fine. This was a terrible winter, by the way, and with snow tires, it handled it just fine. So unless you need four doors, I don't think there's any good reason to choose, unless you want more power. But other than that, I would definitely say BRZ for sure. Have you seen Han Champion's white BRZ? No, I haven't, Risty. If you want to send me a link, though, I can check it out. I don't know if he's a fellow YouTuber or what. Tom W. says, would you recommend an early 2000s Mustang GT just for a fun car? Well, I did a review of an early 2000s Mustang GT and did not like it. I mean, it could be the one that I reviewed had a heavier clutch. It's just the interior is super cheap, and back then, I mean, it's a V8, but it's still just pretty slow, and I don't know. I mean, I don't know what your budget is, but I mean, I'm pretty sure there's quite a few other more fun cars, in my opinion, you can get for the same money. Yeah, not a big fan of those older Mustangs. Can you say So I've been driving this car for a while now. I think that's what you're getting at, Subaruwrxfan. Yeah, actually, I have a new car review coming out hopefully tomorrow. It's been taking me a while to edit it 'cause I really want to make it sweet. But I think it'll be coming out tomorrow. It's going to be a pretty sweet car, one of the nicest cars I've ever reviewed. WX for the win says, "Will you ever come to Atlanta? Say for Import Alliance." I actually have a friend in Atlanta that I'd really like to visit sometime soon who also has an E46 M3 that I could review. I know it's one of those cars a lot of you guys have been asking for a review of, so that'd be another reason for me to come to Atlanta so I can finally review his car as well. Atlanta's just a long drive. Import Alliance, I think I remember researching about that a little bit. Again, I'm not real big into the import scene. I'd rather hang out with the exotics and stuff like that. But I mean, I'd be open to it. I just have to look into it and see. But it's a long drive, so I'd have to really, really want to go in order to go to it. Nissan GTR 2000 said, "My mom got rear-ended today. I'm glad that she's fine." Well, I'm glad she's fine too. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. I was rear-ended once whenever I was a kid, and that was definitely not fun. So I hope she's okay. And you said she's fine, but hopefully nothing develops or anything, and she stays healthy. Wish her the best. Mark Stanson says, "Should I get a 2014 Mustang GT or wait until the 2015 model? Will the pricing stay the same along with the power? First car also." I mean, I have no idea. I think the pricing is definitely going to probably go up. The base model, the base V6, might stay at the same price point because they really like staying at that super low 20s price. But I can guarantee you the GT is going to probably go up in price. It's going to be a faster car, better handling. You have, I mean, the live rear axle in the 2014 is a lot cheaper to make than the, obviously the independent rear suspension you have in the new Mustang. So I mean, it's going to be a more expensive car. Hopefully, I'd say maybe $2,000 more, compared to a comparable 2014 Mustang. But I mean, if you want a good deal on a 2014 Mustang, wait till the 2015 starts showing up on the lots, and then try and find a 2014. You'll be able to get that car for a song. So, I really do love the 2014s. I love that style. I love the old-fashioned, the retro interior, and all that stuff. It's a really nice car. It's still a very impressive car. It's just, again, personal preference. But, honestly, the 2015 is still a pretty tempting car for me. I'm hoping to drive one here, as soon as I can. William Cahill says, "Looking forward to Cars and Coffee. Going to be bringing some muscle to line up. And, of course, the DeLorean. We only brought it once last summer." Nice. Okay, so... yeah, I remember that DeLorean. That was sick. I always love seeing DeLoreans. So cool. Yeah, muscle's good as well. I love muscle cars, so that'll be sweet to see. Can't wait to check them out. Rave Silly says, "My dad and I are considering getting my mom a BRZ because she wants a non-mom car. Gotcha. In about a year. Most of the roads she takes are back roads that don't get plowed that well. How good is the BRZ in the snow?" As I mentioned in all the videos, I remember you're a frequent commenter, Rave Silly, so I remember all your comments and stuff. So I mean, you've seen the weekly updates. You know that the BRZ does really well in the snow. On back roads in the snow. I actually drove on a back road just this past weekend that was not plowed at all. I mean, you just have to be on your toes, But I mean, like I said, the car is really balanced, so even if the rear end is sliding out, you can control it and you can hold it at a certain slip angle and just keep it there. And if you leave the traction control on, it does a really good job of modulating the brakes so that it keeps the car in line. And it's as long as you take it slow, it's fine. I mean, you can't drive it like a rally car, but as long as you're delicate on it, it's totally fine. And I don't know what your mom's driving skills are, but I do see a lot of older women in BRZs, at least in Pittsburgh. It seems like recently about half of the BRZs I've seen have been driven by like middle-aged women who don't wave whenever I'm like, "Oh, sweet, another BRZ," and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't know. Apparently that a lot of them seem to like them though, so maybe your mom would really like it. I don't understand why. It's a pretty hard car to get in and out of and stuff, so I'm kind of surprised that a lot of older people are into it, but that's awesome. I mean, that's really cool. Matt Keller says, "What is your real job?" I mentioned at the beginning of my live stream here, I do a bunch of things. I won't get into it again, but the YouTube channel is one of my main things. That's why I can spend so much time with all the car reviews and things like that. But I do several other things as well because YouTube earnings are definitely not enough to pay for everything. But it does help for sure. Ruben says hello from Seattle, Washington. Smiley face. Hello, Ruben. Thanks for joining us. It's kind of early, I guess, in Washington, so glad you could join. It's such an early time. I'm Husky says, what are your opinions on the 2014 Lancer ES/Rallyart? I've never driven a Lancer and haven't driven a Rallyart either. I've driven the Evo. The Evo's a sick car, but I haven't driven a Rallyart. I'll hopefully be doing some new Mitsubishis here soon, actually. That's something I was just talking about today with someone. So hoping to do a Rallyart and an ES here in the near future, and you'll be able to see the car review, and you'll see my opinions on it. Mr. Slick Rick says, how is driving in the snow with your snow tires on? Is it worth putting them on? I live in New York and it was hell for me. Love your vids. Keep up the great work. Thanks. Like I've been saying, it's been really good. It's really, really good in the snow. You absolutely have to put snow tires on it, though. I've seen people try and drive this car with the standard tires on it, or even with all seasons on it. You can forget it. It's just not good. You need dedicated snow tires if you hope to drive the BRZ in the snow. I actually saw a few people on the forums this winter that got stuck in a snowstorm that didn't have snow tires and ended up wrecking their cars. It's just not worth it. I mean, spend the several $100, get some good snow tires, you'll be happy you did. And it's a lot of fun to drive in the snow. William Cahill again. So on the topic of muscle, 2007 versus 2010 Shelby GT500 or a post 11 GT50, which would you rather? Pricing out Shelby's right now, but the GTs are looking good. Again, I like newer cars, and so I just like the refinements of the 50, and I think it's a really, really spectacular motor too. I would go for the 50 myself. I've never driven a GT500, so I can't say, that a GT500 wouldn't be as good or anything like that. I just like the newer, looking 50s and stuff like that, so I would probably do a 50 myself. Bach says, if you ever have around 40K in your hands, will you buy BRZ or M2 or 428 2014 models? If I had 40 grand, I would still have a BRZ because you can get a base. I think, but if you mean the M235i, the M235i, you're gonna have a hard time getting one of those for 40 grand. You might be able to, but it'd be absolute base model, which in BMW terms is miserable because they don't even give you like anything for a base car. You have to add everything with options. 428, that's a nice car. I actually know someone that just got one. But again, for a 428 for 40 grand, you're not going to get a very nice car. I think my buddy's 428 was like 53, I think, for the sticker or something, and that was a fairly nicely equipped car. So 40 grand, you're not going to go very far with a BMW. So I'd stick with a BRZ for sure. NA says CLA, FRS, Mustang V6 or TC for a second car. Again, depends what you want. You want front-wheel drive, get the CLA or the TC. You want rear-wheel drive, FRS on the Mustang V6. And then as far as the CLA versus the TC, obviously the CLA is a lot more comfortable. It's a lot more luxurious and prestigious. Plus it's 4 doors. TC is 2. As far as the FRS versus the Mustang V6, do you want a more powerful car that's a little bit cheaper? If that's the case, get the Mustang V6. If you want a lightweight car that's better on gas, is sharper but smaller, then get the FRS. So between those 4, I think depending on what you want, your choice should be pretty easy. If you don't care about any of those things and you you don't care about doors or front wheel drive or rear wheel drive, if it were me, in my current state, I would just do the FRS if you don't have any kids or anything like that. But if you have kids, you get the CLA. The Lone Wolf Will. Hey, what would you recommend for a first manual car with like a price range of 15 to 25 grand? Well, if you can do 25 grand, get an FRS as long as you're a responsible driver and don't just turn traction control off and try and drift around every corner, because the FRS can get you into trouble. I recommend for people as a first car to get something front-wheel drive because it's easier to handle. All-wheel drive is great too. So you're looking for a first manual car. My first 2 thoughts are Civic Si or WRX. There's a lot of other good stuff you can get depending on, once again, I would have to know, what area do you live in? Are there windy roads? Are there straight roads? What kind of car do you want? Do you want front wheel drive? Do you want something that's comfortable, four doors, good on gas? There's all kinds of stuff to get. I mean, you can get a nice used Mustang GT for under 25 grand as well. That would be a fun car, but again, that's a little bit wilder, so you have to definitely, be on your toes and be more responsible with the gas pedal on that. But that'd be another good car to get. What do you think about the BMW E36? This was a question I think I got last time for sure too, and I love the E36. I think it's a great car. It's really sharp. I've driven a few of them. I really like the way they drive. It's just trying. It's kind of hard now to find a nice one because there's so many that are, been modified and kind of rough around the edges a little bit. But if you can find a really nice clean one, that'd be a gem. I mean, they're really great cars. Any plans on making more videos with David Patterson, that dude in blue? Absolutely. I'd like to go down and visit him this year. I think he said he'd like to come up to Pittsburgh again. I have no idea what kind of collabs we would do. I really haven't thought about it because we've already reviewed each other's cars, so we can't do that. But I mean, obviously just hanging out, driving around, and stuff like that would be a lot of fun. So, yeah, hopefully we'll be able to do some more collab stuff this year for sure. Got some more here. Hold on. Liked your first review. More comments are loading. Sorry. Liked your first review when you reviewed the Superleggero. Will you be reviewing another exotic anytime soon? I'd like to. If anyone's willing to let me drive their exotic car, I would certainly like to review it. Yeah, that's something. I mean, those don't come into the dealership really, so that's going to be an owner. I don't like asking anyone to drive their car. So if anyone that I know that has an exotic car, if you want me to review it, please ask me. I feel bad asking someone, hey, can you give me the keys to your $300,000 car? It makes me uncomfortable, but I will do a review of one. If someone says, here you go, have fun, then I'll do it. I'll just be extra careful because that's a lot of money. But yeah, I'd love to do more exotics for sure. Just wondering, any news on the Evo 11? Not really, just rumors for now. Nissan GTR 2000 asks, what's your word on the Nissan Micra coming to North America? I don't really know much about it. I mean, it's an economy car, I think, so it's going to compete against the Mitsubishi Mirage and the other compact Nissan Versa and stuff like that. Not into those kind of cars. It's just transportation to get you from point A to point B for the cheapest amount possible, and with pretty good gas mileage. So not a big fan, but there's nothing wrong with them. Thomas says, what are your other hobbies besides cars? Like I said at the beginning of this video, I really enjoy acting, so that's why I do extra work. I'm an extra in movies. I've been in several movies and a TV show. So that's something that I enjoy doing, and I don't really have a ton of hobbies. Honestly, cars are the biggest thing, and that keeps me really busy. So that's my main hobby. Pavel says, why is your sister not reviewing cars with you? Me and her have talked a lot about that because a few people have brought that idea up in the past. I'd like for her to start her own channel and just start doing car reviews from a girl's perspective. I think that's something that you don't really see, and I think that would be worth doing. And the problem is she's not super into cars. She likes cars, but she doesn't know a lot about them. Also I'm a protective older brother, so having her in videos makes me a little uneasy because I don't want people saying things that are going to make me annoyed, and not any of you, because I know all of my subscribers and my dedicated watchers, you guys are all awesome. I have no concerns that you guys be respectful and stuff, but the random trolls and just the people that happen to stumble upon the video and make a bunch of abusive and weird comments, that kind of stuff I just don't like. That's why I'm really hesitant about having any girls appear in my videos, but that might be changing soon. Wink, wink. We'll see. Adidlo says, come to Sweden, I let you drive a BMW M3 E92. Well, if I come to Sweden, I'll definitely hit you up. I love driving the E92 M3. I reviewed one. That's actually my second highest watched review video, and it was a ton of fun. That one had the Akrapovic exhaust on it, and had the the Vorsteiner body kit on it, I believe, as well. Really sweet car, and yeah, I love the E92 M3s. Solitary Wing says, you think Toyota Subaru will come out with a turbo version of the BRZ FRS? Subaru definitely won't, I don't think. Toyota has said they won't either. They've been considering it. I think they've been testing a turbocharged version, but again, as I mentioned at the beginning of this video, someone asked why you can't just put a 2015 WRX motor in the BRZ, and that's because there's a ground clearance issue. The motor sits so low in the BRZ, it actually sits around where your knees are if you're standing in front of the car. That's where the top of the engine is. So, I mean, it's super low in the chassis, and the way Subaru, with the FA20 motor, the way they mount the turbos, they mount it on the bottom of the engine. So it would just be hanging out, and you would have it dragging on the ground, basically. So that's the issue as to why they don't have a turbo version of those cars. And any aftermarket turbo version you see, unless there's some that I haven't been paying attention to, they all have the turbo in the old-fashioned spot where it's kind of where the air intake box would be, or towards the back or something like that, but none of them do it underneath the engine, which is the best place to put it, really, because there's less lag there, and it's just a quicker spool and stuff like that. And so Toyota and Subaru, if they're going to do a turbo, they're going to do it right, and they can't do it the right way in the BRZ, which is why they're going to stay naturally aspirated, I think. AT World Channel, love your videos, man. It says, hey, Subaruwrxfan, what are some of your diecast models back there? And I talked about this in the first live stream too, but a lot of them are just cars that my grandfather actually had, and whenever he passed, I got a couple of them. I really like them. I have, so I can actually do a video at some point because people have been asking, so I should probably do it. But I have a Ferrari F40, I have a Lamborghini Countach, I have the Mercedes 300 SL, 57 Chevy Bel Air convertible, a 55 Ford Thunderbird, and a 1948 Tucker. And then down on the second rung there, you can't see too well, but I have a Lamborghini Murcielago Roadster and a Lamborghini Murcielago Coupe, both yellow. I have a Stingray Corvette down there, and then for this little thing that you see behind me here, I have the favorite classic car is the 1968 Mustang from Bullitt. That's the GT390. Love that car. That model I actually built myself when I was a kid. I've loved that car since I've loved cars. It's one of my dream cars one day is to get a Bullitt clone, but they're pretty pricey. And then the car beneath that is a 1965 Ford Mustang convertible. As you all know, I love classic Mustangs, so I have that. Beneath that, I actually have a Lamborghini Gallardo Stradale. It's the race version, and that one was actually given to me by Dr. M3, who's a friend of mine, and he got that for me, and that's one of my favorite diecast cars as well. And then beneath that, kind of hard to see, but it's the Toyota Supra from the Fast and the Furious, the orange one. And at the very bottom, I have the Eclipse from Too Fast, Too Furious. I just bought a long time ago, and I just still have it. And then I also have the Aston Martin Vanquish from James Bond's Die Another Day movie. So those are my diecasts. So, yeah. Next question. What's a good first car? Something safe, reliable, and easy to control. There's tons and tons of cars that meet that criteria, so it just comes down to whatever you like. Zonda95A says, any interest in rallycross? Supposedly someone went with a BRZ last year, and it mid-Atlanta, one moved closer to you in Frostburg, Maryland. Oh, yeah, rallycross is cool. It's just really hard on your car, I think. If you're talking about kind of, it's basically like autocross except you're on dirt. That's, again, you're kicking up rocks and all that kind of stuff on your underbody, and I mean you're gonna get tons of stone chips and all that kind of stuff. I wouldn't do it. I'd rather do autocross or track events. Really have no desire to take my BRZ in dirt or off-road or anything like that. But I've heard it's popular, and I know the BRZ would probably do fine with the right tires, but just not my bag. Richard says, I really want to get a 63 to 65 Buick Riviera, sweet car. Yeah, I want a classic car so badly it's not even funny. I really want a classic car. If you do get that Riviera, send me a picture of it on the Subaruwrxfan Facebook page. I'd love to see it. I love classic cars. As I said, I have, my second channel is Vintage Car Fan, and I feature a lot of classic cars on there, and I love classic cars. Those Buick Rivieras are sweet looking too, so very nice choice. Brett says, best first car for around 7K, sporty and reliable, Mazda Miata, or 240SX. Those are my two go-to cheap, fun cars. You could also conceivably get a a rougher WRX, like an early one, 2002, 2003 for that price. Reliable, maybe if it's also had a turbo swap recently and it's had all the motor stuff gone through. But honestly, and I mean, I've actually seen you can maybe get an S2000 for 7K. It's really high miles if you're adventurous. Otherwise, though, I mean, getting a lesser sporty car, honestly, I'd say Miata unless you're worried about safety. In that case, I mean, even just getting like an Impreza 2.5 RS or something like that, those are fun little cars, something like that. There's a bunch of good stuff though. Mr. Fenderbender 97 says, I have a 2001 Subaru Forester NA with a 4-speed auto. Sad face. What is your opinion on a WRX engine swap? Really cool. I actually considered doing one in my 1997 Outback Sport that I had. That was my first car. And I thought about doing a swap. It's pretty easy from what I hear. And, I think it'd be a great idea if you can afford it, and have the time and the money to do it, and don't mind having the car out of commission. Once you swap it in, I think it should be pretty reliable. From what I hear, it's pretty plug and play, pretty easy to do. Raza says, how can we join the live feed on Hangouts? If you mean like having your own like video stream or something going on, I don't know. That gets a little iffy just because it's kind of hard to control, and I don't, I have nothing against people talking and stuff. I think I don't want people offending other people or arguments starting or anything like that. So I'll probably just keep it with just me. I'd like to do a hangout though, like somewhere like at an actual event where some of you can actually come to an event and we can all kind of do a live thing together. I think that'd be kind of cool for everyone else to watch. But yeah. So next question, Billy Bob says, what do you think about the Audi S4 2010 model? I like it. I think 2010, pretty sure the one I reviewed was around the 2010, so you can check it out there. That's another thing. If any of you are curious about what I think about a car, I've done, I think, almost 50 car reviews now, or maybe a little over 50. So I've done a lot of car reviews, and so like the Audi S4, I have a 15-minute long video or something talking all about the S4 and what I think about it. It's a great car, and you can hear more of my thoughts in that video for sure. Daniel Knocker says, thanks man, I'm in Ireland, would love an MX-5, but insurance is a bitch over here for young drivers, so that's why I have to look at the smaller engine and less sporty cars. Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, I totally understand that. That's another thing, is there are a lot of fun sporty cars, but they are kind of high on insurance and stuff, so yeah, getting something a little more conservative is fine. I think, there's a lot of good cars, like even like a Mazda 3 is a fun little car. There's a lot of good little handling cars. The Ford Fiestas and stuff like that are cool, fun little cars as well. Lots of good stuff. Honestly, I would go for something that's lightweight because it's going to handle better and it'll be better on gas. Look for something that's safe, and you're good to go. Michael Rodriguez says, that dude in blue's Mustang would take a dump on your BRZ, and it's slow, you slow, ha. Thanks for the hater comments. Obviously, yes, you're absolutely right. That dude in blue's Mustang is way faster than my car, and it's actually more fun than my car in most ways. That's why I've considered buying a 2013 or 2014 Mustang GT for a long time. I test drove several of them. I actually had my BRZ appraised 2 summers ago at a Ford dealership, and if they'd given me a better trade-in value, I probably would have gone for it. And then last summer, there was a 2013 Mustang GT back whenever the 2014s were already on the lots, and it had like 650 miles on it. It was a gray one. Some of you that might have followed me on Instagram, like a year and a half ago, that was another car that I was seriously considering. I went in and talked to the salesman. I brought the sales manager out. I was like, look, here's my offer. If you're interested in it, let me know. And they said, no, we'll be able to sell it at sticker price. And so I was kind of surprised they wanted to sell a 1-year-old car with 650 miles on it for sticker price. If they had been more willing to work with me, I probably would have bought that Mustang. I love Mustangs. I think I still like the BRZ a little bit better just because it's a better handling car. And so around here on the back roads and stuff like that, it's just the BRZ is a lot of fun. And the Mustang, though, like I will say that if I was in a place where there was lots of straight roads and not a whole lot of windy roads, like if I lived in Florida or Texas or somewhere like that, I'm 95% sure I would swap the BRZ out for a Mustang GT. That's how much I like them. So, yeah, I love that dude in blue's car. So you can hate on the BRZ all you want. I'm actually going to agree with you. It's a sick car. JBRZ, where did you buy your winter tires? Off of Tire Rack, actually. Tire Rack is amazing. They always have super fast shipping times. I'm always 100% happy with Tire Rack service. They're amazing. So that's where I buy all my tires from. WX for the win says, what was it like meeting David Patterson? I'm hopefully going to meet him at Import Alliance this year. David Patterson's a really cool guy. He's a lot of fun. He actually stayed at my house for the weekend whenever he came to visit in Pittsburgh, and he's just he's tons of fun. Very cool guy, very down to earth, and yeah, really a fun person to hang out with. He's everything you see in his videos is 100% like he's not putting on a front or anything. He's totally genuine, and yeah, really cool guy. DR Livert says, hello from Australia. I drive a BRZ2, dark blue, not World Rally blue. Nice. Yeah, they discontinued that dark blue color, actually. I think that's only a 2013 color. So you'll probably have one of the most valuable BRZs out there because the dark blue color is definitely rare. Sorry, 1 second, guys. So next question here. What's your opinion on a 2002 WRX and what performance mods would you recommend for it? Well, those ones, I mean, they're great cars. They're just, you have to be careful with turbos going, around 130,000 miles or a little bit sooner, a little bit later. Otherwise, though, they're great. I mean, they're very safe, very reliable, and stuff like that. Anyway, cool. Anyway, sorry about that. So yeah, I think the 2002 WRX is a great car. Performance mods, I'd be careful, especially if it's higher miles. The less performance mods, the better, unless you want to start replacing stuff. But yeah, I would say the obvious choice. I would just do an access port. Honestly, do a turbo back exhaust and go stage 2 with a cob access port and have fun. If you want better handling, you can swap on coilover, something like that. But yeah, that's what I think about the 2002 WRX. What car do you recommend for around 5 to 10 grand? Something fast and manual. Once again, Miata or 240SX. 10 grand, you could probably get an older Honda S2000, which would be a really, really fun car. I actually almost bought one of those a few years ago too. Really love the S2000. I have many friends that own them, and they are spectacular. I know lots of you have been asking for a review of one, and that'll be coming definitely this year. I have multiple people with S2000s that have now said yes, you can drive my S2000. So I'm just waiting for the weather to be nice so I can put the top down and do a proper top-down review of the S2000. But yeah, I definitely want to do that for sure. So yeah, I'd say if you can do 10 grand, you said 5 to 10. If you can do 10, I would do an S2000. Yeah, Kick Thunder says, would you choose the 22B over your BRZ? Oh, that is a really good question. No, I think I would still choose the BRZ just because it's a modern car, it's safer. I love the 22Bs, but I actually think I might like the way the BRZ looks a little bit better. Plus rear-wheel drive, the high revving engine I've grown to love, and everything. I would still choose the BRZ, I think, but that's a tough question. That's one of the toughest questions I ever got, Kick Thunder. So congratulations. Yeah, I think I'd choose the BRZ though. X Tractor 360 says 1:54 a.m. here in Switzerland. Thank you for watching. That is amazing. And by the way, I'm jealous that you're in Switzerland. That's I wish I was in Switzerland so I could go to Geneva. I don't know how far away you are from Geneva, but you should definitely check it out for sure if you can. Drifter 2080 says, what do you think of a 04 Infiniti G35 Coupe as a first manual car? That'd be a good car. I think those motors kind of like to burn oil a little bit if you get higher up, the mileage on them. But really good car. I think it's a little bit more conservative as far as handling goes versus the 350Z. So it'd be better. I mean, obviously rear-wheel drive though you have to be careful because you're not going to have all the electronic aids that you get in a brand new BRZ or something like that. So just have to be a little bit careful about rainy days and stuff. Don't try and go too crazy with the gas pedal. But as long as you drive it responsibly, I think it's a great first manual car. Ed STI says, I love my Legacy. That's my buddy Edwin. Thanks for stopping by, man. I love your Legacy too. We need to do a review of it. That's the one that's 400 wheel horsepower. And I'm sure you'd see lots and lots of giggling on my end if I got to review that car here. So hopefully, he said, he's going to do a few things on it just to get it in top shape, and then we'll be doing that review for sure. That's going to be a good one. You're not going to want to miss that. And I love your Legacy too, Edwin. Sukiyaki says opinions on the Rocket Bunny V1 kit. I've talked about this, I think, in the last update or in the last live video as well. I love the Rocket Bunny kit. I love the way it looks. But the thing is with the Rocket Bunny kits, you have to drill into your existing panels. You actually have to put drill holes in them, which means if you ever don't want the Rocket Bunny kit, you're screwed. Like, you have to actually just replace all the panels on the car because you've drilled holes in them. And so, and I think the guy that designed the Rocket Bunny kit said he didn't want people putting it on there if they're going to ever take it off. He said he wanted people to buy it and be dedicated to the kit, that they are going to keep the kit on forever, which I can respect that. But for that reason, I would never do a Rocket Bunny kit because I don't want to drill into the car and ruin the resale value and whatnot. So yeah, no, I think it's a good-looking kit, but I'll leave that for other people to have fun with. Zonda 95A says, have you seen the GT86 BRZ with the Nissan GTR wing on it? I haven't. I'm not sure which one you're talking about. I don't know if you mean just the Aero Kit wing or an actual GTR wing. I haven't seen that, and if you don't mind sending me a picture or a link, I'd like to check that out. And sorry, I got another funny text message. Okay, so let me see. More comments are loading. 1 second. What do you think of the Honda Accord V6 EXI 2008 8th gen? Hi from Australia. Called the Accord V6 Luxury here. Honestly, I think I've driven Accord once or twice briefly. I don't know. I can't really say a whole lot because I haven't driven one very much. I mean, they're very reliable. Obviously, it's a Honda. It'll run forever. It's safe. It's affordable, and I don't know. As far as a sporty car, I think there's other things you could buy for the same money that I'd probably rather have myself. But if you're looking for a luxury car, if you load them up, I mean, they can be pretty nice, So yeah, I think the Accord's a great car. Cody Gray says, give us your best vehicle for off-roading, long road trip, track weekend, back roads. I'm guessing you mean as one car, all of those. And if that's the case, the best car for off-roading, long trips, track weekends, and back roads, that's a tough combination, because off-roading, if you mean like mild off-roading, then I would just say a WRX, because it does all those things really well. If you want to spend a ton of money and your track weekend can be pretty relaxed, then I would say a Range Rover Sport. If you watch Matt Farah's review on the Smoking Tire, the new Range Rover Sports are sweet with that amazing V8 out of the Jaguar F-Type. Plus, it's a super comfortable car, and it's good on back roads too. Even though it's super heavy, they say it handled really well. Wouldn't take it to a track though, but I mean, you could. It's still a pretty decent performer. Brendan says, 08 Acura TSX or 2013 Fusion 1.6 manual. I don't know if you're in America, Brendan, or not. I don't think we get a Fusion with a 1.6. I could be wrong. I'm not super up on the Fusions. I love the way the 2013 Fusion looks, though. I think it looks spectacular. I have a friend with a TSX, and I know he loves that, but I would definitely choose the Fusion myself, just based on looks alone. Plus, it's a newer car, and once again, I'd rather have a car that's 5 years newer, that's going to just have better technology in it, better safety, all those things. I would do the Fusion myself. John says, I'm saving up to build an RSTI coupe. What do you think about them? I think they're really sick. I love those things. They're awesome. I would probably actually rather have one of those over a modern STI, I think. Just because it's just lighter. I just adore the looks, and it's going to be way faster than a normal STI would be. So that's sick, man. Have fun with that. Hello, Delo. I think that's how you say that. Seems like a lot of people with exotic cars, they never let you drive them. You're mostly the passenger from what I've seen. You're right. I have driven some of them. I've driven, a handful of exotic cars, and I mean, I do know a lot of people with exotic cars. I mean, some of them let me driven them, and one thing is I don't always film every single thing that I do. So there are some cars that I've driven that I haven't posted videos of. So that's another thing as well to keep in mind. But I have driven quite a few exotics. I love them. But I like to definitely drive some more. Again, that's just, it comes back to the same thing with the car reviews. I need an invite. I'm not going to say, hey, can I drive your Ferrari or can I drive your Lamborghini? I would never ask anyone that ever. But if they offer and say, hey, you want to drive my car? I would say, absolutely, yes, thank you. And then I'd go and have a blast. Um, I'm Husky says, I'm starting an Instagram dedicated to real driving cars. You should check it out. I definitely will. It's going to probably get lost here in the comments, but if you could send that to me or just tag me on Instagram or something. For those of you, by the way, if you don't know that I'm on Instagram, I am on Instagram. My username is BRZFan. And so, yeah, just tag me or something, man, and I'll definitely check out your Instagram. Mando's, hold on, more comments are loading, sorry. Mando Mendes is on Rampage. I think that's how you say it. When are you getting the pink STI springs for your BRZ? I don't know. I like the. I mean, the stock ride height I wish was a little bit lower, but I have no aching desire to hurry up and swap the springs on it. So, you know, whenever I have some money laying around and I want to buy the springs, or if I find a good deal on them, like I wasn't gonna buy this front lip, but whenever I saw that it was 50% off, I was like, well, I can't pass that up, so I just went and bought it. So normally I just, if I see a good deal on it or something, or if someone wants to hook me up with a sponsorship or something, then you know, start throwing some car parts at me, I'll install whatever. But yeah, so I mean, I'd love to do the STI springs. I'm still considering the race comp engineering yellows as well. I heard those are really good. The reason why I'm so nervous about swapping springs, even the STI springs, is I'm worried that the car is going to lose some of its tail happiness because I know some of these other springs, they kind of change the handling dynamics of the car, and I don't want that to happen. So um, honestly, I would just rather leave everything stock unless I have something I really don't like on the car. Otherwise, I just like leaving it the way it is. Captain Jezza Ham says, I've seen your exhaust videos and I think it's really loud, but can you explain how loud? That's a good question. Actually, I think for this next weekly update, I'm probably going to have, I just have like a decibel meter app on my iPhone here. I'd like to just go and get some readings for you guys. 1 second. So I'd like to go get some readings for you guys and actually show you numbers of this is how many decibels the car is, you know, inside the car and how much it is outside of the car, and like a cold start from standing behind the car, and do all these different things just so you see just how loud the car is, so that you know exactly how loud. So that's a good question. So hopefully I'll be doing that. If not this weekly update, then you know, in one of the very soon, you know, one of the next couple videos, I'd like to do that for sure. Cody Gray says that '03 Mustang GT you reviewed was my first car. I loved it. The clutch was heavy in mine too. Pretty sure it's a characteristic of the car, I'm assuming you mean. And yeah, heavy clutches just are not fun in traffic. They're not fun ever, honestly. I don't know. I just do not like heavy clutches. I mean, sometimes the clutch is too light. Some of the Hondas I've driven, the clutch was a little too light. I don't like that either. I like a nice normal weight to it. BRZ is a little bit on the light side, but I like it a lot. But yeah, so clutch weight is definitely something that's a make it or break it in a manual transmission car for me. Someone says, bought a base model Impreza last year, really want a 2015 WRX. Is it worth the trade financially? That just depends on what your finances are and stuff like that. I think the 2015 WRX is the best thing Subaru's debuted since the BRZ, and I mean, I think it's the best. It's obviously the best WRX to date. I think it's the best value WRX to date as well, though. I mean, because you have that little screen standard with the boost gauge built into it. You have the torque vectoring as a standard feature, which is amazing. You have 268 horsepower. You have a 6-speed finally. It's roomier. It's just, you know, safer. I love the 2015 WRX. I'm gonna test drive one this spring, and I mean, I'm not going to rule it out. I mean, there's a possibility that I might swap the BRZ for one if it really impresses me that much. Because even Subaru's press release says that it has faster turn-in than a BRZ. And one of the things I love is how quick the turn-in is in the BRZ and stuff. So if the WRX impresses me a lot, I may swap it out and then maybe get back into a BRZ STI in a year or two. And, swap the WRX for that or something. I don't know. But, yeah, if you can do it, I mean, as far as, financially, then I would say definitely go for it. Why is there only 90 people watching? Yeah, I don't know. There was like 150 on average, I think, last time, but maybe I didn't promote it as much, or maybe it's just a bad night for people. But it's good. I mean, we're still getting lots of great comments here, so this is fine. Have you driven a Forester XT? I drove one down the street once. That's about it. It was great, though. I mean, it feels a lot like a WRX as far as the way the power is delivered. It just comes on a little bit sooner. And it obviously has a lot of body roll because it's a Forester. You can fix that, but I would just choose a WRX over a Forester, in my opinion. But if you need the extra versatility, and a wagon WRX just won't cut it for you, then Forester XT will still be a fun car. iFinity Review also says it's time for you to get a new mic. You sound like season 1 of Top Gear UK. Yeah, I know. I know some people also said that I should upgrade mics and stuff like that. I'd like to. Again, this channel is still pretty small, so I mean, it's just I just gotta buy stuff little by little. Camera gear and really nice mics and stuff like that are pretty expensive, and this channel doesn't generate tons of money, so I can't go out and buy super awesome camera gear all the time. But I definitely would like to eventually. Calvin Lee says, what do you think about the OEM BRZ spoiler? If you mean the one on the Limited that I have, I love it. I think it's really, really nice. That's why I don't want to swap spoilers or anything. I love the spoiler on it. I think it's a really cool design. It's nice and subtle, but it's still pronounced enough. I really like it a lot. E. Stewart says, would a 2009 Dodge Challenger RT be a good first car? Yeah, as long as the size doesn't bother you, because they're big cars. Again, yeah, I'm assuming, I reviewed a V6 one, and that feels the same, except the V8 would just have more power. Again, rear-wheel drive, so be careful. I don't know where you live, but if you live in an area where there's snow, that's going to be an extra thing. It's going to be a lot more challenging in the wintertime. I mean, you can do it as long as you're just very, very careful and you have snow tires on, but if you can just control your right foot and you don't think you'd try and drift it at every intersection. I mean, it'd be expensive on gas too, though. So depending on what your budget is, I'd be careful with that as well, because that V8 likes to drink fuel. So prepare to have lots of fill-ups, and but as long as you can control the V8 power and you think that you can drive it responsibly, then that'd be a great first car. James Thomas says, of all the Mustangs, which one do you think has the best body design? The very first generation. Well, okay, I take that back. This 1968 is still my favorite. The 67 and 68 are the same, basically. So, that's my favorite. I love the way that those look. They're just the fastback, like the bullet diecast that I have up there. The fastback roofline is just gorgeous in that generation. And you still have the very just simple but beautiful front end of the 60s Mustangs. I love the 60s Mustang. So that's still my favorite. I think it'll always be my favorite. I really do love the 2015. Whenever you look at it with an open mind, it's a new car. It's not trying to be retro anymore. And I think the front end really looks good. It's grown on me a lot. When I first saw it, I was like, ooh, I don't know. But now that I've seen it in person multiple times, I really do like them, but I still think 60s ones are the best by far. Turbo Monkey 2000 says, howdy, just found your channel. I bought a BRZ last Thursday. Nice. Well, congratulations on the BRZ, man. Have fun with it, and glad you found the channel as well. That's awesome. I'd be curious to hear how you found the channel and if you just searched or what, but it's always good to have new people join us here. I love seeing other people that are enjoying their BRZs and whatnot, so that's very cool. E. Stewart said, last live stream you said you want an old classic Mustang. Any news on that so far? No news on that. I still watch them on eBay Motors all the time, where they pop up, and I'll be on a few other classic car sites looking around. Just financially I can't do it, and I don't really have a good place to store it. So as much as I want one, I'm just going to have to wait. That's just gonna make me enjoy it even more once I finally get one. But yeah, hope to have a classic Mustang sometime. I mean, I can't predict the future, so I mean, maybe if I win the lottery or something, I'll buy one, soon. But I don't think I'd be getting one at least until next year, probably at this point. But you never know. Turbo Monkey 2000 says my BRZ was terrible in the snow yesterday. I'll be getting snow tires for mine next year. Well, next winter. Yeah, definitely need snow tires. It is not safe on the standard tires or any other performance tires. You have to put snow tires on that car for sure. H-Man The Legacy says it's been about 2 months since I bought my FRS. Haven't done anything to it yet, but I have an NVIDIA N1 catback and air rate intake waiting for winter to end to put it on. Any recommendations, headers? Mods are totally, up to you as a, whatever you want to do, what direction you want to take your car. Headers are going to make it a lot louder, so, if you're prepared to have a much louder car, then go for it. Also, emissions stuff, that kind of gets a little tricky because at that point you're removing a catalytic converter and stuff. So, and actually, well, there's one cat that I removed with the header back system. The last cat is in the header, so unless you get a catted header, you're going to be running straight pipes essentially if you're just kind of going straight through. So that's another thing too to keep in mind is emissions and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, as far as recommendations go, it's just totally up to whatever it is you want to do. Honestly, I love these cars stock. So just making it a little louder with your catback that you have and the intake, that's what I did to mine. I think that's perfect. I would just drive it and enjoy it if I were you. But again, that's totally up to whatever it is you want to do with the car. Turbo Monkey 2000 says I just traded in a Miata with snows for my BRZ. The Miata was awesome with snows, awful without. Yeah, same with the BRZ. Most rear-wheel drive cars, you absolutely, actually I think all rear-wheel drive cars, any car in general, just put snow tires on it in the wintertime. It just gives you so much more peace of mind, well worth the money. EF Connect says, which has better stick shift, WRX or BRZ? What part of the Berg are you from? So better stick shift. BRZ is much more precise. Obviously, the 2015 WRX is going to be similar to the BRZ transmission, I think, so maybe that one will be good. But as far as the older WRXs versus the BRZ is much sharper, much better to use. What part of the Berg are you from? I'm just in the Pittsburgh area. I'm not going to get too specific, but yeah, I'm fairly close to the city, though. I'm not super far out. Pretty close to the city. What is the worst car you've ever driven? I'm trying to think. There's nothing that stands out in my mind as being absolutely horrendous. I mean, the first car that I learned to drive stick on actually was a manual transmission Mazda B2000 truck or something like that from like 1992. That thing was pretty terrible in every possible way, but that made it so much fun at the same time. It was just hilarious. So I think even, it's always this, how do you look at things? And even the absolute worst car, you can still have a blast in because it's so hilariously bad that it's just so much fun. So I think you can have fun in just about anything, but I honestly can't think of what the worst car was that I've ever driven. Yeah, I can't really think. Sorry. 1 second. Let me see something here real quick. Okay, so next question here. I love that you own a Subaru BRZ. My family owns Subarus. Do you think you will buy a 2015 Ford Mustang? It's a possibility. It's a very real possibility. I'm just going to test drive one like everyone else and see, if it wins me over. I know they're going to be lighter this time, and that's one of the things that, David Patterson's is amazing, but you do feel the weight in corners, and it's not as eager to go around a corner as a BRZ is. And since there's so many corners around here, I think I would still rather have the BRZ no matter what. The Mustang, the 2015, if it handles way, way better, and I really like the way that it drives, I might get one just because the BRZ is a great car, but I kind of would like something a little more comfortable sometimes. And I think the Mustang would still be very sporty and fun, but be a little bit more comfortable. I'm not saying the BRZ is uncomfortable. It's a rougher ride. I mean, it's just a little bit more raw, which is great. I love it. But there's a lot of things to enjoy about having a more comfortable car as well. So I'd like to drive the Mustang. I'm really curious about the turbo 4-cylinder because Thing is, the V8 would be really, really sweet, and I would like a V8 if I could afford one, but you know, the gas prices are still not like dirt cheap, and that V8, even though it'll be more efficient, will still go through gas really quickly. So for that reason alone, I'd probably stick with the BRZ. But if I test drive a turbo Mustang and it really blows me away, really impresses me, and it sounds decent, or if I can find an exhaust system before I buy one to make it sound amazing, then I would maybe go for one of those two. Again, it's going to totally depend on, you know, what they're like whenever I drive it. But I'm going to test drive one. I, you know, have a connection to Ford now, actually, kind of. So I'm going to test drive one at a dealership, like everyone else, whenever they come in. Hopefully, I'll, you know, test drive one very soon, you know, in the springtime here, sometime maybe, and I'll let you guys know about the Mustang. But yeah, very, very real possibility that I might swap it out because I love the way they look. So we'll see. Brandon Foltz says 2015 WRX or 2010 Audi S5 4.2 Premium Plus with 50,000 miles. Exact same price. Okay. Again, going back to fuel economy. Do you care about fuel economy? The S5 that I reviewed, you can see that review, you know, on my channel if you haven't already. It didn't get good gas mileage. I think I got 16 to 18 miles per gallon. I mean, obviously, when I'm doing car reviews, I'm driving them a little bit harder than you probably would on a daily basis, but you know, if you're not super careful with the gas pedal, you're never going to get 20 miles to the gallon in that thing. So, whereas the 2015 WRX, I think they said you can actually get up to 36 miles per gallon on the highway with that thing, which is really nice. So, I think the WRX would be the more economical, smarter, you know, conservative choice. But if you don't give a crap about fuel economy, you don't give a crap about higher insurance rates or anything like that, and you want just a sleek, more luxurious car, get the S5. I love the S5. That's another car that I wouldn't mind having in my garage. So yeah, 50,000 miles though. Don't worry about that. That 4.2 liter V8, Brandon, is bulletproof. I knew someone that was an Audi mechanic, so I mean, but as long as you do regular maintenance, this guy had over 200,000 miles on that. He had an S4, but that same 4.2 liter V8, 200,000 miles. I drove it, still ran flawlessly. So that V8 motor is one of the. I mean, that's up there with the LS motors in my opinion. It's super reliable. So 50,000 miles on that S5, I wouldn't worry about that one bit. The electronics in the car might be a little bit more wonky as it gets older, but the engine and reliability, that's solid. So I wouldn't let the miles bother you, and it just comes down to personal preference, man. Turbo Monkey 2000 says, I was on the fence between a cheap Mustang GT and a loaded BRZ. Went for the loaded BRZ. Yeah, the loaded BRZ, I mean, it's going to cost less to maintain. It's going to cost less to drive because, you know, gas prices and things like that. It's going to be way better on gas than a Mustang. But yeah, I don't know where you are at, Turbo Monkey 2000. But I mean, you know, if you're in an area like mine, BRZ is definitely a better choice. Although I would go for a Mustang if I was in a place with a lot of straight roads. Tefon9999 says, are you coming to Imperial Alliance? I don't know if you mean import and you just have an autocorrect. Otherwise, I don't know what Imperial Alliance is. If that is a real thing, though, send me a link on the Subaruwrxfan Facebook page, and I'll definitely check it out. Nigel Man says, how do you maintain the paint finish on your BRZ? Hand washes and wax sealant or car wash? Well, in my weekly updates, you'll see, especially in the wintertime, I run it through the car wash. I do a touchless car wash that doesn't ever touch the car, just sprays soap on it, sprays water on it, and all that kind of stuff, so it avoids any swirl marks or scratches or anything like that. And then even in the summer, if I'm in a rush, I'll hurry up and run it through the car wash, but I do prefer hand washes. Wax, I just use standard like liquid turtle wax stuff with a microfiber applicator. Whenever I wash the car, I do a 2-bucket wash, so, you know, I have one bucket that's just you know, water that just is a rinse bucket. So after I'm done soaping the car down, I'll rinse it in the one bucket and then go to the soapy bucket for more soapy water. So I do 2-bucket washes. And honestly, I just hand wash it, you know, whenever I have the time and whenever it gets dirty or whatever. And then I just do the wax. I'd like to buff it at some point this year, get it really nicely detailed, because I'm sure this winter has produced tons of scratches and whatnot. But someone's distracting me, sorry. So anyway, jeez, the photos are blowing up. It's funny. Anyway, sorry. So next question here is 350Z or G35? G35 if you want a more luxurious car, 350Z if you want a more raw and lightweight car. Um, just personal preference. Turbo Monkey 2000 says, didn't realize my BRZ had a telescoping wheel until this morning. So much better. Yeah, I know, that's nice. I know some people have complained about them not being able to have a good seating position on the BRZ, and I'm surprised by that because I think, you can, with the telescoping wheel and the amazing seats and the amazing seating position, there's no reason why you can't, find a good seating position in that car. So I have another question that I got from someone that has my phone number here. They're in the inner circle. So they said, what do you think about headlight restoration kits? Which is a good question because that's something, especially a lot of you guys, if you have older cars, that's something that comes up. Your headlights are a little foggy and things like that. And headlight restoration kits, I think they're great. We actually, when I used to be a detailer at the dealership I worked at, we kind of did something similar to the headlight restoration kit. Basically, it's just like a rubbing compound or something that you're just kind of buffing the finish off of it because a lot of that stuff will come off, and I think they're a great idea. It makes the car look 10 times better after you do that, and it's also safer because you have better visibility and stuff like that. So yeah, I think the headlight restoration kits are great. Just got to find one that works. I think there's a lot of them out there, so I mean, you might get burned with one that isn't quite as good, but do a little research, and I'm sure you can find one that will work really well. Civic Si or Volkswagen GTI? Um, Again, it comes down to personal preference. So the GTI is a hatchback, so you have way better versatility. And the thing is, though, the Civic's can be a little more reliable, I think. Although Volkswagens are really good too. And it's again just personal preference. But do you want a faster car? I think the GTI feels more powerful. Civic Si, you really have to rev out the motor. There's not a whole lot of power down low. So it just depends on your driving style and stuff like that. And yeah, it's just personal preference. I'd go test drive both of them and see which one you like better. Random question from my one buddy saying, are we going to get bolder shoulders Thursday morning? Me and him go to the gym together, and yeah. As one question, actually, a lot of people asked in the first live update, or the first live video, someone asked, like, do I go to the gym? And the answer is yes, I do go to the gym, although I'm a small guy, so I'm never going to be huge, but I do enjoy staying in shape. Zero Man 48 says, Prius or Yaris? Neither. I've driven both of those, don't like either of them. They're good cars as far as, like, yes, they're reliable and they're economical and stuff like that, but not a very good choice. I'd get something other than those two cars if you can. Heavy 379 says, how do you get that dealership to allow you to drive that GTR? I'm friends with the owner of that dealership. He is a very, very nice person. That honestly, if I owned a dealership, I mean, that would be big exercise in trust to let someone take out a GTR. But he was very friendly, told me to go out, and have fun, and yeah, he let me drive it. So he's a friend of mine, and so that's how all the cars that I review are from. They're from dealerships, most of them at least, that friends of mine own. So that's how I get to drive them. And so next question here. Follow up on that snow tire response. What tire brand do you recommend, FRS owner? Tires, I run Dunlop Wintersport M3s. I was recommended those by my friend with the 400 wheel horsepower Legacy. I used to always, on the Legacy, I ran Blizzak LM20s, I think they're called. And those were really good as well. They're more of a sporty snow tire. And but the Dunlop Wintersport M3s are way better because they handle really well, actually, for a standard normal tire. On a dry day, they handle pretty closely to the stock tires. A little bit looser, not quite as grippy, which actually makes it more fun, honestly. But the Wintersport M3s, they are so good in the snow, so good in the dry, and yeah, that I would definitely say if you can afford them, that is the only winter tire to get, in my opinion, at this point. They're really good. Although the Blizzaks are excellent as well, I do the Dunlop Wintersport M3s. Eric says 2015 WRX or BRZ. There's no snow in my area, but for 2K more, I get more space and more power. I love the BRZ. Which one's the better choice? Well, personal preference. Once again, I mean, if you like that you have more space and more power, then get the WRX. But if those are two things you don't care about, then I would get the BRZ. But yeah, there's no denying you. I mean, for $2,000 more, you get more power and more space. So I mean, the WRX is probably a better value. But sports cars are never really about value. If you're looking for practicality and things like that, I mean, obviously, I paid about out the door. It was right around $30,000 for my BRZ. You could buy a much more practical, economical, luxurious, whatever kind of car for $30,000, but they won't drive as well as the BRZ does. But 2015 WRX is an excellent choice. Like I said, I'm considering one myself. So yeah, that's what I would probably go with if you like the extra space. Anyone else hate the infotainment system in their BRZ? Yeah, it really kind of annoyed me a lot at first. Now I've kind of just grown to like it, I guess. I mean, it's really not that bad. I mean, it's still the GPS likes to lose signal every once in a while, which can be pretty annoying, especially since it likes to lose signal whenever I have no idea where I'm going. That's when it's like, oh, hey, yeah, see you later. We're not going to give you directions anymore. But normally it works okay and everything's fine. It does a pretty good job, but that's something, Turbo Monkey, if you want to swap it out, you can run over to Best Buy, buy a new head unit for $1,000, and you probably get something a lot better. It's very easy to swap out, at least. Dewey says, do you live in Virginia? No, I don't. Saw you wearing a VT shirt in one of your videos. Yeah, I went to Virginia Tech. I graduated from Virginia Tech in 2012, and so that is why I have the VT shirts. I'm a Virginia Tech alumni. Turbo Monkey 2K says, I have a Porsche 928. That's my classic. Nice. Yeah, love. No, the 928s, I'm not a big fan of the looks, I have to say. I've driven a few of them. I'm not a huge fan, but they are good. I mean, they're good cars. It's just different. It just doesn't fit my style personally, but they are good cars, so enjoy that 28. Cameron says, how was driving that didn't lose Mustang? All you have to do is watch the review to see how it was like. I mean, I was giggling like a little girl and just in love with that thing. That's still, even with the GTR and the Lamborghini and everything, his Mustang was probably the most fun car I've ever driven, at least for a car review. I've driven more fun stuff, outside of car reviews, but as far as car reviews are concerned, that Mustang is definitely the most fun I've ever had still. Ditmar DC says, for 7K, get a 350Z. I didn't know they were that low. If you can get a 350Z for $7,000, though, then that would be a good car too, as long as it has been taken care of. Like I said, they like to burn oil, I think, once you get in high mileage cars. So, as long as it's taken care of, if you can find one for $7,000, yeah, I'd be all over that too. That's a good deal. 7K, someone else would get an MR2, mid-engine, second gen. Yeah, that's another good car. The problem is those older ones aren't very safe. I mean, just because it's a tiny little car from the 90s. Not a whole lot of airbags or anything like that, but if you don't care about safety or anything like that, that would be another spectacular car. Turbo Monkey also says, I had an 85 MR2 a long time ago. I had an 85 RX-7 before that. Both are awesome cars. Sounds like you've had a fun life. That's all kinds of sweet cars. Congrats, man. Paul City says, would you prefer a V6 Mustang for my son's first car? He wants to pay for half. Yeah, I mean, obviously the V6 would be a safer, easier car to handle than the V8, cheaper on insurance too, and the deal is great. I mean, low $20,000 for a brand new one, or you can get one used in the teens. I mean, that's a great deal. So I think it'd be a great first car. And if you get a new one, they're pretty safe too. So I think overall that'd be a great car. Wilson says, hi, do you have any idea why the insurance for two-doors like the BRZ is way more expensive than a four-door? Yeah, mostly just because two-doors are sportier cars. They naturally assume you're going to drive it more aggressively than a four-door. It's just kind of, a lot of that is some old-fashioned insurance ideas and things like that. The BRZ, though, isn't very expensive to insure. I mean, it was only a little bit more than my Legacy, and yeah, I mean, it just depends, and it depends on a whole lot of other things as well. It's a lot more than just two-doors versus four-door. There's a lot that goes into insurance rates. Someone says, I'm waiting for the new Mustang GT, need the independent rear. Oh, that's Turbo Monkey. Yeah, independent rear suspension. I know everyone is super adamant that independent rear suspension is a necessity, but the people that really have driven, the live rear axle Mustangs for a long time, you're not going to really notice the difference a ton, unless you're really driving it hard or you're driving on a really, really bumpy road or a track or something like that. In everyday driving, I mean, it probably, unless you're an engineer that analyzes every single little thing, you're probably never going to even notice, like, wow, this is so terrible, it's live rear axle. I mean, I realize that from a performance standpoint and track performance and stuff like that, independent rear has most of the advantages. Drag racing, live rear axle is still better, but yeah, independent rear would be good to see how it handles and things like that, but I don't think the live rear axles are that bad. Mr. 69 Jixer says, how much it costs to bring the Evo FQ400 from Europe? I don't know. I mean, importing stuff is kind of tricky here in America, unless it's 25 years or older. I don't know if it would pass emissions or anything like that. The FQ400 is a sweet car. I really like those, but you could, very easily just buy an Evo here in America and just modify it with those kind of parts and get very similar performance and reliability. So I would just do that instead of importing a whole car from Europe, unless you absolutely just have to have the FQ400. But I have no idea how much it would cost. Sorry. Turbo Monkey says, Wilson, sporty cars always charge a premium unless you're old like me. Yeah, I know. That's just the way it goes with insurance. William Lee says, STI or Mustang GT. Do you want 4 doors and all-wheel drive or rear-wheel drive and 2 doors? Do you want better gas mileage? That's personal preference. It's comparing apples and oranges. Just depends what you're looking for and where you live and stuff like that. 10 Saturn says BRZ or Miata. If you're talking new versus new, I would say, probably I'd go with the BRZ. I mean, Miata's fun if you want something that's convertible. I'd do the Miata for that reason as well. And so yeah, I would definitely do the BRZ for sure. Awesome says, can you make a video or talk about it now about aftermarket exhaust? I want a high-pitched exhaust like a Ferrari. What would you recommend? The SRT that I have is one of the highest-pitched ones I've heard. That's one of the reasons why I like it so much, because it is high-pitched and kind of sounds a little bit like an exotic. Most of the exhausts that I see for the BRZ, they're all just it sounds like any other 4-cylinder car. If you do unequal length headers, then it just sounds like a WRX. And I mean, the WRX is a great sound. I don't think it fits the looks of the BRZ though. Myself, that's just a personal opinion. And a lot of the other exhausts out there, the Grettis and all those kind, they all sound the same to me. They all just sound like any other 4-cylinder, and they don't sound unique at all. The SRT that I have, the Miltech exhaust and the Perrin are the other ones that I think sound pretty good and somewhat unique. You're never going to get it as high pitched as a Ferrari just because that's a Ferrari. So there's really no way to, but you can make it sound good. Like, the exhaust I have, I think is pretty good and high pitched at the same time. You can always have a custom shop just do an exhaust for you as well and tell them exactly what you want, and they can fab something up and keep working on it until you get it exactly the way you want it though. Next comments here. Turbo Monkey saying how he traded in an older Miata on his BRZ. He says the next one has some promise, though. I know the new Miatas are going to be really sweet, with them and Alfa Romeo working together. And I'm really excited for Alfa's version, which will be called the Spider. That's going to be a really beautiful car, I think, as well. And I'm excited for the new Miatas. I would consider one of those too if they really look good and drove well. I always liked the Miatas. Ditmar says, have you driven a Turbo 86 yet? No, I haven't. No one's offered to let me drive one. I would be curious. I have an open mind. If you do a turbo right, it won't have a lot of lag, and hopefully the character of the car would be somewhat similar. I'm not a fan of forced induction on this car, and the fact that everyone wants to put turbos on them, it kind of is a little annoying to me, but that's just, again, my personal taste, personal preference. Everyone obviously has different tastes, and they're free to do whatever they want with their own personal cars, but I'd be curious to review one, just so that I can say that I've driven one and I know what it's like. It would be nice to drive a turbo one. So anyone out there with a turbo B or Z or FRS, you want to let me drive it? I would appreciate that. Would you recommend as a first car to learn manual transmission? A manual Honda Civic or something like that? Yeah, I mean, it depends. If you think that you have a really good handle on driving, then definitely manual is a lot of fun. I started learning manual as soon as I got my learner's permit actually, and I mean it's good. It's another thing you have to be mindful of. You have to constantly remember to shift and put the clutch in at the right times and all that kind of stuff, which comes natural to you after you've been driving for years. But whenever you're a brand new driver and you're trying to like figure out how to do everything right and remembering all the laws and whatnot. And, I mean, there's a lot to handle when you're first starting off driving. It can be a little overwhelming. So having a manual on top of it, so have to worry about stalling and rolling back on hills and shifting and all that kind of stuff, that just adds even more stress. So I would recommend for a very first car to learn on, I would say just get the basics of driving down really well in an automatic first and then go over to a manual. I have the luxury of I learned on an automatic, but I also at the place I worked at they had a beater work truck that was a manual. So I was driving that every day for work, and so I got a lot of experience driving a manual in. But I also, whenever I was just going back to my personal car, it was an automatic, and so it was, I was able to get the basics of driving down a lot better. Loading some more comments here. Turbo Monkey says he learned to drive a manual on a 1979 Honda Civic. Nice, those things are awesome. GMAMA says, hi, Chris from Los Angeles here. I want to purchase a 2014 WRX Premium Sedan soon. Do you have any tips to get the best deal from a dealership? Also, what would I need to make it faster than an STI? To get the best deal from a dealership, just remind them that the 2015 WRX is coming in like 2 months, or actually I think it's about a month away. I think they said April is when the new WRXs will start showing up. So if that doesn't motivate them to give you a good price on it, nothing will, because I mean the 2014 is still a great car, but I think in comparison to the 2015, a lot of people are going to choose the 2015. So you should be able to get a 2014 for a steal here pretty soon. And then as far as that, aside from that, I just, I'm not the type to sit there and beat the dealer over the head with, oh, I want to get this car super cheap. I paid sticker price for the BRZ because it was one of the first ones in my area. I just didn't have the patience. I just wanted the car. And, they said, a lot of people back then were actually marking up BRZs, so it was hard to find one without a price premium on it. So this dealership agreed. They're like, look, we're not going to make any extra money. We're just selling it at sticker price. That's all we want, but we're not doing any deals either. I said, that's fine with me. I'll be glad to pay sticker price, and I did. And that's fine. But, just, remind the dealership, that they have the 2015s coming and that it's, this is, something they definitely don't want to have on the lot. Whenever the 2015s show up, they should be able to give you a pretty good deal if they're reasonable, because they're always interested in selling a car. And what would you need to make it faster than an STI? Turbo back exhaust and Cobb Stage 2, and it would be faster than an STI. Honestly, the 2014, because it's a 5-speed and you have to shift one time less, it's faster 0 to 60 than an STI, I'm pretty sure. It feels faster than an STI already anyway. In my reviews of the WRX and the STI, you'll hear me say how I felt the WRX was actually faster in normal driving. But yeah. The next question, E. Stewart says Honda or Toyota for reliability. Both, those are the top two for reliability in the world, so you can't go wrong with either one. Yeah, I'd say they're both about even. And I like them both a lot. Honda has always been my favorite over Toyota. Just I like the Civic and stuff better than the Corolla and whatnot. But with the way Toyota's making all these claims about coming out with sweet sports cars soon, I'm starting to really like Toyota a lot more recently. I'm Husky says I always hear rumors of DSM cars being not so reliable. Do you think that's still true with the modern Mitsubishi cars? Yeah, I've heard that a lot too. But from what I've heard from other people, they're very easy to work on. So they might not be the most reliable, but they're very easy to work on. There's tons of parts, so it's not a big deal. As long as you don't mind being annoyed by a little bit of unreliability. I mean, obviously, if you want something reliable, I would stick with the Hondas, Toyotas, Subarus, stuff like that. DSM is a little bit riskier, but I mean, they are very reliable from what I hear. Just they like to burn oil. and stuff like that. But you know, if you maintain them well, I think you'll be okay. William Lee says saving up to get a car, looking for a sporty economy car, 2+2 seating. Okay, yeah, lots of good options out there for you. Sporty economy car. I mean, something like that. I'm guessing you're talking about like a Kia Forte or you know, something like a Hyundai Veloster, maybe even something like that. It's sporty, but not an actual sports car like an FRS or BRZ, and an economy car. You know, something like that I think would be good. You know, two-door. And I think, you know, even like a two-door V6 Mustang, you get one of those for, you know, 21, 22,000 bucks. That's a great, you know, sporty economy car. It's not very, I mean, it's okay on gas, but, you know, not as good as a four-cylinder. Sukiyaki96 says, for classic cars, do you prefer original or resto mods or hot rods? I prefer original, and I like them whenever they're exactly the way they came from the factory, with the right upholstery on the seats and everything exactly the way it was. Because, see, I like classic cars because it's kind of like a time machine, and I kind of wish that I lived back in like the 40s or the 50s sometimes, and so I want a car that, you know, is exactly like the way that I could have just bought one off the showroom floor in 1950 or whatever. So I like original. Resto mod, I don't like. Hot rods I can appreciate because people hot rodded their cars 50 years ago too. So hot rods are okay. I just, again, like I am now, you know, with the BRZ and stuff like that, I don't have to have tons of modified stuff on my car. I just like it the way it is from the factory. So even if I lived back in the 50s, I probably wouldn't be driving a hot rod. I'd probably just put exhaust on whatever I was driving, and that's it. So that's why I like original the best. The resto mods, honestly, if you want modern, I mean, I know you know people like the old looks with the modern performance. But if you want modern performance, just buy a modern car that's safer, you know, and things like that. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of resto mods myself, but I can certainly respect them. It's very cool. Miguel says, is he taking questions from here or from Google Plus? I am taking questions from here. I couldn't, when I first started this live stream, it started about 20 minutes late because I couldn't figure out how to do the Q&A on Google Plus like I did last time. It disappeared from me for some reason. So we're just doing just YouTube comments here. So I'm not like selecting them like I was with the previous one. So these are just, you know, I'm just reading off the comments here and answering them that way. So next question. Would you get the new Super FT1 or the new STI? I don't like the new STI because it's the same motor from the previous cars, and it's, you know, not any faster or anything like that. I like the new WRX, but not the new STI very much. New Supra would definitely be the choice for me. I mean, this looks crazy, and it's probably going to be double the price at least of the new STI anyway. But yeah, very curious to see what they do with the new Supra. Miguel also says, will you ever tune your car? That's something, you know, I don't want to void my warranty, and you start playing around with engine maps and stuff. I mean, I know there's a lot of people out there that run them reliably and they're fine. You know, when you tune your car, though, you really should, you know, data log and, you know, check up on things and make sure everything's okay. And it's just, I don't know, I just want to get in a car and drive it. I don't want to have to worry about, you know, is the air-fuel ratio right? Is it running rich? Is it too lean? All these things. I'd rather just play it safe, live without the 5 or 10 extra horsepower, and just, you know, I mean, because the gains aren't as big as they are with a turbo car, you know, so I would rather just, you know, keep it stock. I mean, I've talked to a lot of people about tuning cars and stuff in the past, and I mean, it's just the BRZ motor is still so new. You know, it's only been out for, I mean, people have only been playing with it for about 2 years. People don't really know how long they're going to last, how well they are going to hold up with this tune for 10 years. And I plan to keep my BRZ for a long time. I mean, I might not, but I don't want to, you know, do something and then keep it 10 years down the road and then have a huge headache on my hands because I played around with the tune on the car. So, you know, like the WRX, you know, like if I were to buy like a 2013 WRX or something, that thing's been around for 10 years. People all know how reliable that engine is. You know how it's going to react to a tune and what you're going to be in for in 10 years whenever you're running a tune for that long and stuff. People know that. So now if I would know something like that, then, you know, like a WRX, I would tune and not worry about it. But with the BRZ, just, you know, still a lot of unknowns, so that's why I'm not tuning my car. WRX for the win says, you and David Patterson have inspired me to start a YouTube channel about whatever car I get / cars in general. Very cool. Glad that we're inspiring you. It's that's all part of it. Is kind of encouraging you guys to find a car that you love and enjoy it and share it with others to enjoy as well. So that's very cool. Good luck with that. And once you get it up and running, let me know. Send me a message and I'll check it out for sure. Brian says, do you play racing games? No, I don't. I quit. I don't actually even have a video game system. I sold mine last year because I never played it anymore. I used to play video games. I used to play Gran Turismo a lot. Gran Turismo 4 was the last one that I actually played through. So I haven't played video games in a while. I do like the Forza games because I think the physics are better than they are in Gran Turismo myself. And I used to love the Need for Speed games. I actually ran a Need for Speed fan site when I was a teenager. And I love Need for Speed, but I haven't played those games in years either. Um, Shafes says, one of your viewers from London, very cool. Thanks for staying up late and watching. I understand that what you mean about heavy clutches. I had a 3-puck paddle on my TD04 Turbo Toyota Starlet, and it was a killer in traffic. Big fan of your videos. Thank you, man. Yeah, heavy clutch, just not fun. That's another reason why I don't do crazy mods. I wouldn't want to drive a heavily modified car just because stuff like that is just pain. But yeah. No Limits said, sorry if this was asked before, but when is the next car review coming? No one actually asked that yet. I'm hoping to have it up by tomorrow. I've been working on it. If you follow me on Twitter, I tweeted about how I was working on it a lot last night with the opening sequence. I really like taking a lot of time to make those really cool. And so that's done. It's just doing the rest of the car review now. And that normally is a little bit of a shorter process. Shouldn't take super long. So I'm hoping to have it up by tomorrow evening. That's my goal. So yeah, and it's one of the nicest cars I've reviewed. So I'm excited for you guys to see it. Captain Jezaham says, does the BRZ have a heavy clutch or a hard shifter? Clutch is actually pretty light. It's a little lighter than I would like, actually. But I've gotten used to it. Obviously, driving it in the car for almost 2 years now. So it's a light clutch. Shifter is it's notchy and it's a little heavier. Yeah, it's not going to be as light as a lot of other cars. It's heavier than a WRX. It's heavier than a Honda Civic Si or anything like that. But it's not really hard. It's not like tough like a Mustang or something like that. It's not bad. Trades 46 says, what do you think of the 2015 STI? I'm marginally disappointed at the little mechanical changes they made with the new car. I agree 100%. If you watch my video from Detroit about the 2015 STI, actually, I think a few websites even shared it and stuff about how disappointed I was in the car. Like, Subaruwrxfan doesn't like the new STI. What's the world coming to or something? But, yeah, I'm really disappointed too. I think it would have been very easy for them to just turn up the boost on the FA20 from the 2015 WRX, and they would have had a better car. Because Road and Track even did those dyno tests just this past week that I talked about on the Facebook page, where they dynoed the 2015 WRX and the 2015 STI. The 2015 WRX, the turbo is a twin scroll. It spools up so much faster, 3 seconds faster, in fact. It actually puts on more torque than the STI does, just by like 3, but it does do more torque than the STI. It's a newer motor. It's more technologically advanced. It gets way better gas mileage. I don't know why they didn't do the same thing with the STI and put the same motor in it or something, but yeah. Or even if they wanted to keep the EJ, Cobb Stage 1 will get the thing up to 320 or 330 horsepower. Why couldn't they just do something like that? It's very easy to make more power out of the current STI motor. So leaving it at 305 is a total mystery to me. Because they've been improving the WRX horsepower over the years, but the STI has stayed at 300 horsepower since 2004. So it's 10 years old and the same horsepower. It's unacceptable. I don't know, no other car manufacturer could get away with that, but because the STI has such a loyal following, and a lot of people don't like change, they're just fine with the same 305 horsepower, but it's not competitive anymore like it used to be. The 2004 STI, when it came out, was blowing the door. It was like keeping up with the Ferraris of the time. It was amazing. It was so advanced, and everyone was like, holy crap, this is a super fast car for $30,000. It was amazing value. Now an STI is, 40 grand practically, and, you have the same 305 horsepower, even though the car has gotten heavier over the years. So it's just really disappointing. It sucks because the STI can be such a better car, but at this point, 10 years down the road, it should at least have 350 horsepower. And so, I'm just kind of disappointed. But I mean, I guess Subaru has a reason as to why they're doing that, but I certainly don't understand it. Jada GTR says, "What do you think of the new McLaren? If you're talking about this 650S, I love it. I think it looks really good. You have the same great looks as the P1, but it's more affordable, and it's still stupid fast. So I love it." Goliath says, "What would you change first, the look or the sound of the 2010 Impreza?" That's. I think I'd probably do the sound. That's one thing. I always like having a car that sounds good. A stock 2010 Impreza doesn't really have any sound at all, so I would definitely do the sound. I think they look fine, but obviously that's not a strong point either. So, I would probably, put a front lip, maybe lower it a little bit, do a different grille or something like that. But not a whole lot you can do with those unless you want to make it look like a WRX or an STI. But yeah, it's a good car though. Sorry, just reading another text message. So Zonda says, "What do you use camera-wise?" I have a Canon T3i, like my buddy Simon, and the next comment below has said. I also have a GoPro. I just have a Hero 2, which is one of the older ones. Still full 1080p, works great for me, so I really don't have any reason to upgrade. And then I also have a Handycam. That's what all the stuff that you see, of me driving, me talking for the weekly updates. That's all done with the Handycam. It's a CX160 Sony Handycam, which is the smaller memory one, but I delete the footage as soon as I put it over onto my computer, so I don't need a ton of memory, and it works just fine. So I really like that a lot. And so Raptor89 says, "You have a V6 Camaro review, but no V8. Any plans to review an SS, 1LE, or even a ZL1?" I do have plans to review an SS this spring. I have a relative actually that has a Camaro SS that's offered to let me review it. So I'll definitely probably be doing that in the spring here. There was one available at the dealership that I work with, but the thing was it was an automatic, and I don't think the automatic would do that car justice. So I wanted to wait for a manual transmission version, and my relative offered his recently, and his is a manual, I believe. So I'll be doing that. The 1LE or the ZL1, that just depends on if I can find one. I think it's going to be hard to find, but if I run across one or if someone has one and wants to let me drive it, I'd be more than happy to review it. Because you're right, I would like to do a V8 Camaro, because the V6 didn't impress me a whole lot, but the V8 might be better. Dan says, "Have you ever heard of the Lancia Stratus? If so, what are your thoughts on it?" Yeah, the Lancia Stratus is an epic, beautiful car. I've never seen one in person. I would love to. I think it's honestly probably one of the best car designs ever, really. Yeah, I think they were talking about doing that revival of the Stratus, and that never happened. But that's a real shame because that's a sweet car. It would have been really nice if they would have done one. But love Lancias. I think Top Gear had a little bit to do with that. But yeah, they're great cars. What do you think of the new 2015 WRX CVT? Is it any good? I haven't driven one. I have no idea. It sounds like from the reviews I've read that it is a good car, but it's still an automatic, and not on top of that, it's still a CVT. If they put a dual clutch in it, I'd probably be way more stoked. But a CVT, I mean, if you really just do not want to drive a manual transmission, CVT, I'm sure, is a fine choice. But if you can drive a manual, don't even think about getting a CVT unless you sit in traffic for hours every single day. Otherwise, get the manual. 22150 says, "When I went to look at cars this weekend, I wanted to test drive a WRX, and apparently you can't test drive them unless you show up with 30K. Is this the same situation in PA?" Yes. Okay. So I thought maybe it was just PA or just the dealerships that I went to. That annoys me to no end, because any car you want to potentially buy, you have to test drive it, and especially the WRX. I mean, in cars like that, it's a WRX. It's a Subaru. Like, they act like they're race cars or something. Like, it's a less than $30,000 car. I mean, you know, I've had Porsche dealers throw me the keys to a 911 like it's nothing, and that's a $100,000 car I was driving. Yet Subaru can't give you the keys to a $30,000 WRX. That's just ridiculous. But I know I've tried to test drive an STI back when they were new, and they were like, "Oh, the tire compound is very special. We can't let you drive it." Yada yada yada. And then other dealerships have told me, "Oh, you have to have a deposit down, or you have to come in with a briefcase with, you know, filled with cash before we let you drive anything," which is ridiculous. And funny little story. I was actually hanging out with Dr. M3, and we pulled up in his Lamborghini. This was when he had his Gallardo Superleggera, but he had a Lamborghini. We pulled up at a Nissan dealership because we wanted to test drive a GTR. Everyone came out and took pictures of the Lamborghini, but then whenever we said, "Hey, we'd like to test drive a GTR," they're like, "Oh, sorry, we can't do that." Even though he could have traded that Lamborghini for 2 GTRs on the spot and had change left over, they still wouldn't let him test drive one, which is just, I mean, maybe, who knows, if they would let him test drive one, maybe he would have bought one. But they just, you know, they shoot themselves in the foot with that. I don't know why they don't let people, you know, test drive stuff. GTR, I can see it's a little bit more rare, a little more expensive, fine. But the WRX, there's no excuse. And it's not just the WRX. I know there's Ford dealers that won't let you test drive a Focus ST sometimes, and other crazy things like that. It's like, come on, guys. These are $20,000, $30,000 cars. Like, I don't know. It's kind of dumb to me. But, yeah, sorry about that, man. I don't know. I guess try and test drive one at a used dealership maybe, or something like that. Sometimes they're a little more easygoing, or just try another dealership. But yeah, that kills so many car sales. Anyway, sorry to rant. MG Parks 17-2000 says, "Do you have any opinions on the new Chrysler 300s?" I sat in one at the auto show recently, and I was amazed at the lack of like side bolstering. The seats, I mean, it's a luxury car, I get that, but the seats had no support whatsoever. I feel like, you know, if you even took a turn at 5 miles an hour, you'd fall out of the seat. It's just, there's no support there whatsoever. But it's a very luxurious car. I like that it's, you know, an American luxury car. I just have a general tendency to like those anyway, just, you know, because I like old classic cars, and so it's cool to see, you know, the new Chryslers are doing well, and they're good cars, I think. It's just, I was disappointed in the seats. If you were to get the SRT version, which is the sporty one, that would probably be a lot better, but the standard Chrysler 300, the seats are just not good. I'd like to review one, though, to see, you know, how it drives over a long-term period, but just sitting in it, I wasn't impressed. Erox630 said, "What do you think of the RX-8? This was a question that was asked in the previous live video last month. The chassis in the RX-8 is great. The motor in the car is not great. All kinds of issues, and it's just, you know, they're really hard to start in the wintertime. They love to burn oil. They're a real pain to even service and just to do anything with. It's a real shame because the RX-8 is a great car from a handling perspective. I like that it revs so high, but that rotary is just a headache. Unless you don't mind working on your car all the time and stuff, you know, I would say to avoid the RX-8 myself, sadly, because it's a great car, but just, you know, not worth it at this point, I don't think. Anthony says, "Come to Hawaii." I'd love to. If you want to pay for my plane ticket, I'll be in Hawaii tomorrow. And also a huge car scene down here. Nice. Yeah, that is sweet. I've never been to Hawaii. I've heard it's wonderful from many people, and I would love to go sometime in the near future. That's really cool, though. They have a good car scene. I didn't actually know they had a really good car scene. I don't know if maybe do you know of any YouTube channels I could maybe check out? I'd love to see like a Cars and Coffee in Hawaii. That'd be really cool. Okay, Tristan said, "Went and test drove both the 2014 WRX and 2014 BRZ and having a hard time choosing between the two. What's your opinion on the two?" Again, do you want 4 doors and all-wheel drive, or do you want, you know, rear-wheel drive and 2 doors and a smaller car? It's totally personal preference. I mean, you said you've driven both of them, so, you know, if the lack of power in the BRZ doesn't bother you, then I would do the BRZ. It's a cooler looking car in my opinion. It's lighter, so it's actually gonna be better on gas than the 2015 WRX would be, and I just think it's a lot of fun. Free Fighter says, "What do you think of the new Mustang? What's your opinion comparing it to the 2013, 2014 ones?" This has come up a lot in this live video. I answered this a few times already. I love the old ones, but I love the new one as well. I I've only obviously driven the 2013 and 2014s. I haven't driven the 2015 yet, and when I do, I'm pretty excited to do that because it's a car I'm really curious about. I love the way they look. I still I still really like the looks of the retro looking 2013 and 2014s, but I have an open mind. I really like the 2015. After seeing it in person in Detroit and again at the Pittsburgh Auto Show, I really do love the way the new Mustang looks. So it's just a matter of driving one and seeing how they drive. Justin says, is the BRZ fuel efficient? I know you guys use MPG, but we use liters per 100 kilometers here in Australia. Cheers. I think it's Australia. AUS, it's either Australia or Austria. I don't know which one. But yeah, it's very fuel efficient. Here in America, the highest I ever got was 39 miles to the gallon, really taking it easy in the summer on, Shell gas, which I seem to get the best results with. So yeah, it's very, very fuel efficient, and I love that about it because you can just drive the wheels off of it, and then it costs $35 to fill it up, and then you're off again. It's great. So I like that a lot. Gurjang7 says, I just bought a 1999 Mazda Miata, and I was wondering if you could give me some tips on what should do performance and looks wise. That's personal preference. I think it's a great car just the way it is. Drive it and enjoy it. If you want a little more sound, obviously an exhaust would probably be one of the first things I would do. I don't really know looks wise. I mean, it's a Miata. You can lower it a little bit or something. I don't know about body kits and things like that. That's always kind of iffy, but just make it a little lower maybe if you want to swap out suspension parts. But I mean, the stock suspension is great on those cars too. So I would just say if you want a little more sound, do a discrete exhaust and have fun with it. Just drive it. Would you suggest the 2013 Honda Civic Si to a new driver? And I love your videos. Thanks, Tyler. Yeah, I would definitely recommend that for a new driver because it's a front-wheel drive car. It's very easy to manage. It's very fun, very safe, and refined. I think it's a really good first car for someone. Mr. Silver Finest says, what color is best for the 2015 WRX? That's personal preference. Everyone likes different colors and stuff like that. I personally really like blue. Wonder why? It's World Rally Blue. I think it's great. I've seen the white. I think that looks really good too. Honestly, white and blue have always been my favorites for the WRX, and that's the same with this one as well. What would happen with the BRZ weekly updates? Have you ever done a smart car? Dima, I'm not sure what you're referring to. If you mean like what if, I think you were the one that asked about the 2015 WRX that I was considering. If I bought a different car other than the BRZ and I didn't have the BRZ anymore, then they just wouldn't be BRZ weekly updates anymore. I would just rename them as just weekly updates, and it would be on a WRX or a Jaguar F-Type weekly update or whatever it is that I ended up buying. But I would always just keep doing the weekly updates. I think as long as I had the time to spend, because those videos take me like a whole day to do and upload and stuff because they're so long. So as long as I have the time, I'll keep doing a weekly update regardless of what I'm driving, as long as people want to see it at least. And have you ever driven a smart car? Yes. And actually, someone asked like an hour ago what the worst car was I ever drove. That is it. Thank you for reminding me. The smart car is the worst car I have ever driven because, one, it's slow. Two, it looks really silly in my opinion. They're not very, obviously the performance is like terrible as far as like the transmission is a manual that's automatically controlled, or you can use paddles. But it's not like a dual clutch. It's a single clutch, and so it shifts just as rough as someone actually shifting. It's not smooth at all, and it kind of just jerks around, and the suspension's super soft, and it feels weird driving it, and everyone looks at you, and yeah, the smart car, yep, actually, yeah, that's the worst car I've ever driven. So, yeah. Someone says, how do I join this on Google+? I am on Google+, I guess. Maybe it's still showing you guys that I'm on Google+, but I wasn't able to find the Q&A thing like I was doing last time for the Google+. So I'm just answering all the questions straight through YouTube this time, which is good because last time I missed a bunch of questions on YouTube anyway. So I think it's going pretty well here. So yeah, just watch and you can comment on the YouTube here. Free Fighter says, do you know if it's worth keeping my Mustang and driving it in snow conditions, or should I sell my Mustang and buy something else? If yes, then what should I get for winter? Well, I'm not sure what part of the world you live in or what kind of roads you have around you. But from what I've heard, people I've talked to, I actually talked to someone that has a 2014 Mustang GT. They also put Dunlop Wintersport M3s on their car, and it handled the winter just as good as the BRZ did. So obviously the Mustang's gonna be a little bit more dicey because it's more front biased. You know, you have the bigger, heavier engine over the front wheels. Plus, you have more torque, which means it's easier to spin the tires in the Mustang already anyway. So in the snow, you just have to be extra gentle, whereas the BRZ is a little more forgiving in the snow. But if you put snow tires on it, and if you absolutely have to, throw a few sandbags in the back, you'll be fine. But I mean, I wouldn't worry about that till next year now because it's March, and I think we're finally going to get some warmer weather, at least here where I am. But yeah, I mean, as long as you're not in a place with super, super hilly roads where you're always starting on a snowy hill or something, I think the Mustang would be just fine in the snow. Kozar says, what car would you buy if you had $5 million? Oh man, well it wouldn't be one car; it would be several cars that I would buy. I mean, I would want to be conservative. I wouldn't go crazy. Like I'd be tempted to buy a Pagani Huayra, you know, for 1.4 million or 1.8, something like that. But I just don't think I could feel comfortable driving a car like that on the streets and actually having a good time with it. So I would stay away from the hypercars. You know, the most expensive thing I'd probably get would be probably like a standard Lamborghini Aventador Roadster. You know, I love like the Ferrari F12 Berlinettas. Those are, you know, around 400 grand as well. So I'd probably pick up one of those, one of the Lamborghinis. You know, buy a bunch of classics. The Jaguar F-Type. You know, the R. Grab one of those for 100 grand. You know, probably a Porsche 911 or two, stuff like that. Nice little collection. But I wouldn't go nuts. Honestly, I think I could buy all of my dream cars with about $2 million. You know, maybe like an Aston Martin Vanquish, things like that. But yeah, I don't want anything super hyper crazy Bugattis or anything like that, just because I'd be too paranoid with it. I just would rather have something that's a little cheaper and I don't have to worry as much. IDMA Murph 878 says 2015 Golf R or 2015 STI. What are your thoughts on the Mark 7 Golf R? I don't really know a whole lot about them. I mean, they're improving that car and they're making it faster, which I can't say about the 2015 STI. I mean, yes, the 2015 STI handles better, but it's still just the same horsepower. The Golf is a lot more refined, it's a lot more luxurious, and it's more technologically advanced, I think. So I think the Golf R is headed in a really fun direction, and I'd probably do the Golf R actually myself, just because, like I said, I'm so disappointed in the STI's power that I would do the Golf R, I think. Plus, I just like a more luxurious and refined car. Mr. Silver Finest says, what percent window tint are you planning for the BRZ? I'm planning on just doing 35%. That's what I did to the Legacy, and I didn't have any cops giving me any trouble, even though technically any tint beyond factory is illegal, I think, here in Pennsylvania. So, but normally they don't care as long as they can see you okay at nighttime. So 35% you can still see through it okay. It's just a little bit more privacy. I don't need, you know, limo tint or anything like that, because it also it does reduce your visibility at nighttime. So, you know, just enough to, you know, show that it has tint on it, but I wouldn't go crazy. Miguel says, I want to ask him if he was going to put a tune on his BRZ to get a bit more power. Yeah, like I mentioned in the other tune comment that I said, you know, a bit more power would be nice, but at the same time, I don't want to do it and risk reliability and you know, risk my warranty and all those things. So for those reasons, I would just stick with the stock. I mean, maybe in the future, if I have a bunch of money and I don't care if the car breaks down or I don't care about voiding my warranty, and I can just, you know, throw money at the car, then fine. Maybe I'll play around with it some more then. Or if it's not my daily driver, then I can afford to have it break down and it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, I just would rather stay away from the tunes for now. TJ says, how do you get to the Google Plus stream? We're just doing this just on YouTube this time. I wasn't able to do the Q&A stuff. For some reason, it didn't show up as one of my options on Google Plus, so we're just doing it through the YouTube comments here. Lots more comments here loading. Okay, so yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm seeing your guys' comments here. You're saying you can't get to the chat. I don't know what you're referring to, but I can see all your comments here. I'm answering all of them, I think. So I think we're doing okay as far as the comments are concerned. I just don't have the Q&A section like I did last time. So yeah, just scroll up with the comments to follow along, like IDMA says. Posum says, "What do you do for a living to be able to afford a BRZ at a young age?" The BRZ is a pretty cheap car. I just, like I said, I don't have, I just, my jobs are YouTube. I do independent videography, and this is another question that was asked a few times, but independent videography, and then I film some of the pageants for the Miss USA pageants, so the Miss Pennsylvania and all those kind of things. I film those, and I do some of the other pageants as well. And so that's another thing I do. I do independent videography as well, and I'm also an extra in movies. That keeps me busy because we have a lot of movies that come through Pittsburgh here, so I stay pretty busy, doing movies and TV shows just as an extra in the background and stuff because I love acting. So I just do a little bit of everything, and so yeah, like I said, the BRZ is a very easy car to afford. At least, I mean, obviously everyone has different challenges, everyone's in a different place in life, but I think that as long as you have a good, steady, regular paying job, I think it's very easy to afford a BRZ. Someone just said Toyota Supra question mark. If you mean the new Supra, I love them. Sorry, one second. Another text. Okay. So, yeah, another person asking about how to get to the Google Hangout. You're on it. If you're commenting on this video and you're seeing my video on here talking, then you're in the Hangout. There's no separate Google Plus thing, I don't think, this time. I'm Husky says, are you familiar, /follow stanced cars? No, I'm not a big fan of stance. If you watch the most recent weekly update video, the number 52, I featured the Stance app that one of my friends, Code Phenom, has, and it's a great app if you're interested. If you have an Android phone, you can download the Stance app, and it gives you everything right there in the app. It'll show you all the different stance builds. I'm not into stance. I would rather have a car that drives normally and handles well than a car that just looks good when it's parked and rolling and stuff. And now all the scraping and the crazy tire usage from your tires being cambered like crazy and stuff. It's just, to me, it's silly, but that's just personal preference. Once again, everyone likes something different, so I mean, different strokes for different folks. Miguel says, I learned to drive in a CVT. No one in my family owns a manual. Yeah, that's pretty common, at least, especially if you're in America. Very few people have manuals anymore, which is a shame because they're a lot of fun. Yeah, it's always fun to drive a manual. Loading some more comments here. So, next one. Can you please get together with that dude in blue and please do a car meetup in Central Virginia, preferably Charlottesville? Please and thanks. Yeah, I've been to Charlottesville before. I went to Virginia Tech, like I mentioned in the past, and so Charlottesville is where UVA is, and I've been in Charlottesville from time to time. And yeah, I would like to meet up with that dude in blue. I think he's planning on coming to Pittsburgh again this year. I'm probably going to go visit him in Virginia at some point as well. So we'll definitely be doing some stuff together this year for sure. Yeah, he's a ton of fun to hang out with. Miguel's talking to Husky. Anthony says, I love the Nissan Skylines. Do you like them? I love Nissan Skylines. I really wish that they weren't so rough on importing them here in America. I'd love to see Skylines more often, but they're very, very rare. I've seen one R34 in person in my life, and it wasn't even on the street. It was at a car show. I love them. I love the way they sound, and from what I hear, they're amazing to drive, and they just look amazing, and yeah, love them. Funny text messages. Anyway, so what do you think is the best family car? Depends what you're looking for and what your budget is. If I had an unlimited budget, my ideal family car would be a brand new Range Rover Sport V8. Super comfortable, very powerful still, so if you have a need to go fast, you can. It'll handle it okay. It's a very safe, very big car, and great for road trips and stuff. That would be my choice for the ideal family car, I think. If you were to get a smoother, more comfortable luxury car, what would it be? That's a good question. I think about that a lot. Actually, one of the reasons why I like the Mustang is because it's a little bit more of a comfortable car than the BRZ. I definitely like comfortable cars. So, but if I were to buy a more luxurious car, honestly, I really, really love the Audi S5. That Audi S5 I reviewed, and that's a car that is, relatively affordable, and with that V8 engine, it's actually really reliable. The all-wheel drive system is amazing. So, if I were to buy a more luxurious car, I would probably do an Audi S5. I'm pretty sure, because I love the way they sound. Like I said, I love the safety of the Audis. I love the, all-wheel drive, the looks, the sound. I mean, everything. It's great. They're very luxurious. I love them. So, and that's like I said, and that's within reason. If you're talking about other luxury cars, I mean, there's all kinds of great choices out there. If I wanted a four-door luxury car that's cheap, I really like the CLAs a lot. The new Mercedes-Benz CLAs. So I would probably check one of those out as well. But yeah, those are the first two that would come to mind that it would be within reach for me, probably reasonably, that I could do, that I would probably upgrade to. Good question. Another person saying, do you like Nissan Skylines? Yeah, I definitely do. Rave Silly said, back from David's review, it was freaking awesome. I don't know which review you're referring to. He does a lot of them now, by the way. He does a really good job with his reviews. Yeah, his review of my car was funny. He just did another WRX recently. That was another good review. Almighty Snorlax, nice username, says, has anyone tried to race you out in your BRZ on the road? Yes. If you follow me on Twitter, at Subaruwrxfan, I complained twice this week about people trying to race me in the BRZ, which I normally don't get a lot of people trying to race me, but recently it's been everywhere. Someone in a Mercury Milan with a V6 tried to race me like a week ago, and that was really random and bizarre. And then just this weekend, someone in a Scion TC, it was totally stock, tried racing me as well. Like they tried rolling up on me, like I didn't go anywhere, and they just floored it, and then took off, and then they slowed down again and got right next to me again, and they go trying to line up and do a race, and I was like, I'm just gonna keep driving. I'm not a street racer, sorry. But plus, I mean, the BRZ isn't a fast car, so I mean, there's no reason in trying to race it. I just drive it for the fun of it. But yeah, good question, good username. Anthony says, would you buy a Nissan Skyline? Yeah, if they didn't crush half of the R34s that came in, I would totally buy a Skyline. I love the R34s. The R32s and R33s are nice, but the ones I really love are the R34s, or an old one, like the original GTR, from the late 60s, early 70s. Those ones are sweet. I would be all over one of those, like the one that Paul Walker actually drove in the beginning of Fast and Furious 4. I really like that car a lot. Evo 10 or WRX? Do you want a more comfortable car? Get a WRX. If you want a car with a sharper handling, Ditmar, then I would get the Evo 10. The Evo 10 handled definitely sharper than the WRX. Absolutely. I love the way the Evo 10 handled. Alex said, I'm saving up for a new car, and the BRZ is at the top of my list. I like the sporty look of the BRZ. Any other suggestions? Depends on what it is you're looking for. I mean, just a sporty looking car. There's lots of good looking cars in that same price range, but I think the PRZ is one of the best ones out there for the price, though. Really, I mean, and the options you get for the money, I mean, with navigation and xenons and all kind of stuff is standard. It's a really good value too for what you get for the money. Plus, it's a really fun car. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's a very safe, very fuel efficient. The BRZ would be at the top of my list too if I were you. So yeah, I mean, unless you live in a place with a lot of straight roads, like I said, then I consider a Mustang. That'd be the other thing. Next comment is, do you watch Saab Kyle 04? Yeah, I do. I don't watch every one of his videos. I just watch the cars that I'm interested in and stuff like that. But I do like his reviews. They're a lot more detailed, and it's just. But if you're really interested in the car, then that's the best video you can watch because you learn every single little thing about the car. Saab Kyle is very cool. I have a huge respect for him. He's not one of my idols actually because he's someone that's gone on and made it his actual career. I mean, he went to school as well, and he has a degree that he can use if he ever wants to. But he wants to just go with the YouTube stuff, and having YouTube be my only job and making good money doing it and stuff like that is my dream. That would be amazing to just do car reviews and just and actually have the money to he used to have several cars. He had a classic car. He has a nice house and all that kind of stuff. That is what I would love to achieve at some point. So I actually look up to Saab Kyle a lot. He's really a big role model of mine. I hope that one day I have the success that he has. That's amazing. Simon's still asking about getting into the live stream, the actual hangout. I don't know if you mean like you like getting in the video yourself or what, but we're all just kind of hanging out here on with the comments here on YouTube. So you're in the hangout, man. Anthony says I have a limit of 6,000. What sports car should I buy? Miata or 240SX? That's what everyone keeps asking me all evening. People are asking about stuff for less than 10 grand. And as the very next commenter, as Veyron said, Miata. Yep. So you guys are already answering the questions for me. That's great. That's the goal here, is just create a community where we can all kind of bounce ideas off of each other. That's why, if you didn't see the previous weekly update video, I actually have the website, Subaruwrxfan.com. You can go on there. People have been asking me this week car questions about what car they should buy. And, a lot of people are curious about what do you buy for $6,000. And so it's great to start a discussion about that. So definitely go on the Subaruwrxfan website, go into the forum, and, just ask on there. And there's a few people that have been commenting and stuff. I'd love to have more of you guys interacting with that, and we can all talk about what the best cars are for 6,000. Because I say Miata and 240SX, but you might think something different. There might be other better options out there. I don't ever look for cars for $6,000, so I don't really know a lot of what's out there. So I think a lot of you probably would know better than I would. So I'd love to have everyone chime in. So definitely ask that on the forum and see what other responses you get, Anthony. Polsky BMW says, what comes to mind when you hear the word JDM? A slammed Honda Civic with a huge exhaust and a carbon fiber hood. That's what comes to my mind when I hear JDM. Nothing against that. That's what comes to my mind. Anthony says Saab Kyle's a good guy. Yeah, he definitely seems like it. I already answered that question. And let me see here. Are you more hyped for the new NSX or the Supra? I don't know. The NSX is going to be pretty expensive. It's basically a supercar now. It's good performance, I mean, I'm excited about it. I don't think it's going to be as great as the previous generation NSX. I could be wrong. I'm more excited for the new Supra, just because it has the potential to be a cheaper car that's still really good. I'm hoping it's a Corvette competitor that's really impressive performance for less than $60,000 or right around $60,000. That would be really, really exciting. So I'm hoping they keep the Supra affordable. Dan H said, "What's your dream car?" Probably, I would say. I mean, ultimately, if I was a billionaire and didn't care if it got wrecked or something, I think that my ideal dream car would be a Pagani Huayra. I think it's the sickest car in the world right now, personally. I don't think I would ever buy one, though, even if I was a millionaire. My more reasonable dream car, as you could say, would be it's a toss-up between a Lamborghini Aventador Roadster or the Ferrari F12. I would like to have both. So just have the Ferrari for days when I want crazy rear-wheel drive and a hardtop and amazing sound. Or if I want convertible and all-wheel drive, and it's still an amazing sound, I'd take out the Aventador. So those are my top two dream cars. I mean, I saw the Aventador. I actually went to an early preview event with Dr. M3 a few years ago, and when I saw that car for the first time, the Aventador, I felt like I got punched in the gut. And it still has that same effect on me. Just seeing an Aventador in person is just awe-inspiring. I love it. I haven't actually seen an F12 in person yet, so it might be the same with that. I think they're stunning cars as well. But the Aventador just really hits the spot for me. I don't know. I love that car. So next question is, have you heard anything on the next Z35? Nissan has been pretty tight-lipped. I think you mean like the new version of the Z. Yeah, no idea. I think actually right now they're probably more focused on the cheaper car, that they're going to be bringing, which is the new 510 and the IDX concept. I think that's kind of what they're pushing right now because they want to have a competitor for the BRZ and FRS, which is exciting. As far as the new Z car, I don't know. Yeah, your guess is as good as mine. I haven't heard anything about it really. Brian says, if the BRZ was a cake, what flavor cake would it be? I don't even know how I could compare it to a cake. I mean, it's sweet and exciting, so something that's, I don't know, sweet and exciting in the flavor realm of cakes. I don't know. I'm not a cake expert, so I can't really say. That's a very, very interesting question, Brian. Brave Silly says, are you excited for the Need for Speed movie? I sure am. Yeah, the thing that I have, the only issue I have with that movie is that, all those cars are fake, which I understand. You can't actually wreck a Koenigsegg. You can't have, Pagani's flying all over the place and all kinds of stuff. So, I get that, they can't be real cars. They have to be replicas. And it's better for them to at least make replicas than just have the whole thing be CG. But I just, I mean, I think the acting will be okay. The story will be okay. I don't think it's going to be as good as Fast and Furious. I don't think it's going to be, a classic. It's not going to be like Gone in 60 Seconds or The Italian Job or anything like that. But, I mean, it'll be an entertaining hour and a half, hopefully. Like I said, I'll reserve judgment until I see it. It's coming out, I think, what is it? I think it's March 14th here in America, so 10 days. So that'll be exciting. I'll have to buy tickets soon. Someone said, is this a 4K camera? I'm pretty sure you're joking. I know the quality isn't the best. This is streaming in 720p. This is just the webcam on my laptop, nothing fancy. I'd like to do higher-end webcam in the future, but for now I think this works okay. E. Stewart says, do you own any guns? No, I don't. I've fired a lot of guns, before. I have a lot of friends with guns. I personally don't own one, though, just because they're pretty expensive, and if I'm spending that much money, I'd rather buy car parts, I think, or something else. But guns are sweet. I definitely would like to own them in the future, I think. But yeah, don't own any guns. 10 Saturn says 2015 WRX or BRZ. I love the BRZ, but I live in Denver, and we have a lot of snow here. Yeah, if you have a lot of snow, especially Denver is really mountainous and stuff, I'd probably do the WRX because the BRZ is okay. We don't really have a lot of bad hills here, and getting started on hills is the trickiest thing in the snow with the BRZ. I mean, it'll do it. It's just you have to keep spinning the wheels, and it eventually gets traction. But yeah, if I was driving on mountain roads all the time and stuff in the snow, I'd get a WRX, I think. Plus, the 2015 WRX sounds so amazing anyway. It doesn't take much to convince me to buy one of those, I don't think. Would you review an S2000? Yeah, I mentioned a little bit earlier I have two S2000 owners that are willing to let me review their cars this year, so I will do an S2000. I'm just waiting until it gets a little warmer so I can drop the top on it and appreciate it in all its convertible glory. So definitely will be reviewing an S2000 here this year, hopefully. Yeah. Nihal says, thoughts on IS300? Great car. Wish it had a manual transmission. It's the only thing I have that's a hold up. Is if it came in a manual, it'd be amazing. With the automatic, they're good cars still. Kazar says, what kind of computer do you use for video editing? I just have my laptop here. It's a Dell Studio XPS 16, full 1080p screen and all that kind of stuff. It's running, I think, a 512 megabyte video card. Nothing special. It gets the job done, though. It works pretty well. I mean, I wish it was a little faster sometimes, but pretty good. And Len says, amen to keeping it stock. Nothing like having a warranty. Rather than learn how to drive stick, use every ounce of power, steering and braking, then blowing an engine. Thanks for helping me pick a 2013 WRX. You're welcome. Thanks for the comment. Stuff like that is always encouraging to know that I'm helping you guys with that kind of stuff. Yeah, stock cars, nothing wrong with it. I know everyone loves crazy horsepower and all kinds of crazy performance, but a lot of these cars are really, really good from the factory. No reason to mess with perfection. Sean says, how many miles are on the BRZ? Just past 29,000 yesterday, actually. So trying to think of something I want to do for a special 30,000 mile video, but we'll see. But yeah, just over 29,000. 1 second. Okay, so next is I have 7,500 to spend. E46 330 Ci or E36 M3? I like the sharper, performance of the M3, so I would probably do the M3. The E46 330 is a good car. I reviewed one of those, but if you don't care about interior, being high tech or anything like that, I mean, the E46 is still pretty, low tech compared to modern standards. But so at that point, E46 versus E36 for interior, goodies, I think they're going to be equally as dated. So I would do the E36 M3, I think. Plus, you can probably get more car for your money since it's a little bit older, but I don't know. Next question here. Okay, asking about the IS300 again. I answered that. Euro Noodle, good to see you, man. I always appreciate your comments. It's one of the I always see you comment on just about every video. I really appreciate that, man. Holy hello, Matt. This time, do you see these questions? Yeah, I do. Yeah, sorry. So yeah, we figured it out. Kind of. Well, basically, Google Plus won't let me do the Q&A anymore for some reason. I don't know why. I just can't find an option on here. It used to be right on the page to do the Q&As, but so I'm just strictly doing comments off of YouTube, which is good because now I don't miss any comments. So just going through them, and I'm a little bit behind here, so just scroll up a little bit, and you'll see where I'm at as far as the comments go. But good to see you stopping in, man. Anthony says, I like Nissan Skylines. Would you buy one? Yeah, I mentioned earlier I would definitely buy one if the government didn't crush half of the R34s that came in. Mr. Silver Finest says, are you going to get a Subaru even when you're like 65? I don't know. I mean, it depends what I want whenever I'm 65 years old. I feel like at that point I probably want something a little more comfortable, and I would hope that by the time I'm 65, I've accumulated a little bit more money that I can drive a more luxurious and higher end car than a Subaru. Not that there's anything wrong with driving a Subaru, but I would like to, maybe at that point have like a nice sporty Mercedes or something like that at least. But we'll see. You never know. So that's a long ways off. So your guess is as good as mine. DeAndre Hill says, why do Camaros lose their value so fast? I don't know. I think it's just they make a ton of them, and I mean they're not the best on gas right now. The cool cars to buy are the ones that are really economical and stuff. Camaros were really hot back when they first came out, but they're kind of losing steam now, and so I think that's why the values are starting to drop faster on them. Simon says, thoughts on 1-to-1. Also, want to tell you how much I love the 1 year weekly updates. Keep up the amazing enthusiasm. Thanks. Yeah, I was even more excited than normal on that one because it was just a huge milestone for me to been doing them for 1 year, and all the positive comments I always get from you guys that just always gets me excited, and then to have the new website, the new intro, and all that kind of stuff to debut, that was really cool. So yeah, I won't be that enthusiastic in all of them, but yeah, I do love, I'm excited. I don't know, stuff like that gets me excited. I'm excited to do these videos. That's why I do these ones for hours and hours and hours. I love it. This YouTube channel is so exciting for me to do. I love interacting with you guys. This is so much fun. So yeah. Anyway, so your original question, thoughts on the 1-to-1? It's an amazing car. The Koenigsegg 1-to-1 that just debuted. It's a sweet car. My one reservation that I had about the Koenigseggs, I actually talked about in the previous live video, was that they don't handle as well as like the Bugatti and stuff, and the Stig drove Koenigsegg off the track a few years ago, and they're really hard to handle. But the Agera, I actually had Dr. M3 showed me a video of the Agera how well it handles, and they've really improved the handling drastically on the Agera. So I think they handle really well now and everything. There's no reason why I wouldn't want to drive one. I think they're really sweet. So I think it's an epic car. Nihal's asking about the IS300 again. Is it a good first car? Yeah, it's a good first car because it's an automatic, so it's easier to drive. It's rear-wheel drive, though, so you gotta be a little careful with that. But yeah, it'd be a good, cheap first car to get. Anthony says, "What's a good car for $6,000?" I answered that earlier, and like I said, Miata 240SX, and like I said, go on to the Subaruwrxfan.com site. You can go on the forum there and ask on there, and other people can contribute and give their thoughts on what the best car is for $6,000. But those would be my two choices. CHMAMA says, I think the 2015 WRX is hideous. I don't agree. Anyway, I really hate the stock stereo on the 2014 WRX. Is it easy to swap out, and what would I need to do? Is there any nav system you think looks nice in this WRX? Yeah, I mean, that's just a simple double DIN unit, which means it's just that slot, and you just, go in and unscrew a few things, pull that out, and then just pop a new one in. I mean, you can go to Best Buy and they can even put it in for you. You don't have to even do it. They charge like $50 or something to install it. It's super easy. And then yeah, there's lots of good head units. Honestly, just doing a full touchscreen, like Pioneer and Alpine, all them, they have some really good stuff. I just grab one of those if you don't like this stock stereo. It's very easy to change. Load some more comments here. DeAndre Hill says, how come Camaros have less value? I already answered that a little bit. They're dropping because there's so many of them out there. Euro Noodle says, are you going to get the Samsung Galaxy S5? I kind of stay up on tech stuff, but not a ton. I didn't even know they're coming. I mean, I figured they would come out with an S5 eventually. I didn't know it was soon. I'm an iPhone guy. I'm not like an Apple fanboy. If I was really impressed by the S5, I would probably switch. I don't know. I just like the way everything's integrated with the iPhone. I don't know. I don't really think about it a whole lot. I'm happy with the iPhone. I've had it since the original one back in 2007. I'm running an iPhone 5 now, and I'll probably get the 6 when that comes out. If the S5 really blows my mind, though, I would consider it, just because I really like the Samsung Gear, the watch. I think that is super cool. I honestly, I have a basic watch that I wear. It's a Citizen that I like, but I would probably swap it out for a cool Galaxy Gear if I could, check text messages and phone calls and that kind of stuff through the watch. That would be really cool. So that would be the only reason why I'd get an S5, is just so I could get the Galaxy Gear, I think. Anthony is asking, would I have a Skyline someday? I'd love to have a Skyline someday. Maybe I'll import an R34 once they quit crushing them or something. He's really into the Skylines, though. Nihal says, review an IS300. Yeah, if I can find one, I will. For sure. Kozar says, do you like Apple's new infotainment system? Do you think that Apple got a deal with Ferrari and Benz and Volvo? I'm not sure. Yeah, I just heard about that, how there's those talks about Apple getting these infotainment systems in their cars. I think if anything, Apple will probably get it in the Tesla first, just because they've been in these talks with Tesla. And if Apple doesn't just buy Tesla outright, I think they're going to at least do a partnership with the infotainment system. And I think I think Tesla owners would be more willing to use an Apple infotainment system than someone like a Ferrari or Benz or Volvo. But yeah, I don't really know. IDMA man, Murphs, what's your favorite Top Gear episode / challenge? Thanks for taking the time to answer all these questions. Yeah, no problem. I love it. Favorite Top Gear episode? Well, I think the Polar, the Polar episode, the Polar Special, I think it's called, is probably one of my favorites as far as the specials are concerned. The Vietnam Special was a ton of fun too to watch. Every single one is so good. I know some people recently have been complaining about, Top Gear isn't as good as it used to be. And yeah, I do a little less car reviews maybe, but I still love it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just very easy to impress. I don't know, but I still think Top Gear is amazing. And favorite episode, I still really love the episode where they searched for the best driving road in the world. They did with the Gallardo Superleggera and the GT3 RS, and James made that Aston Martin Vantage where he's like stripping down because he's so hot and all this kind of stuff. It's so funny. I think that's still my favorite episode. I think I actually have that episode on my iPhone, because I like watching it from time to time. It's one of my favorites for sure. Let me load some more comments here. Would you do a review on an Audi TT if you had a chance? Yeah, I definitely would. I've driven lots of Audi TTs in the past. They're nice cars. I actually like the way they handle. They're very sharp, and I like that they're small and very sporty and stuff like that. And so, wow, a bunch of new comments are loading. I'm like farther behind than I thought. Anyway, so yeah, I do like the TT. I would definitely like to review one for sure, as soon as I can get a chance to review one. Okay. Brave Silly is talking about the dealers not letting you test drive stuff and whatnot. Yeah, it just depends. It goes from dealer to dealer, I think. Billy the Slugger is asking how much you think an '06 STI will cost now. I think they still go for around 20 grand. They're holding right around 20 pretty well, depending on mileage and whatnot. Seeing some repeat questions here. Um, Sukiyaki says, "You ever think of doing any flashing for your ECU? I know you said you wouldn't do any major mods, but you could always flash back to your stock configuration." Yeah, my only issue though is again voiding the warranty, and so the only tuning I would consider ever doing if I had them spare money and I just didn't care about playing around with it or whatever, is I would just do the open flash tablet because you could keep that in the car at all times. My concern is, you know, the car breaks down somewhere and then it has to get towed to a dealership, and then the dealership just says, "Oh wow, we see you have a tune on this car. We're not going to do anything." So I can't always have my laptop on me to sit there and I'll just go and flash back the stock before I take it to the dealer. But with a little tablet, if I can keep it in the glove box or something, then if for some reason the car leaves me stranded on the side of the road, I can hurry up and flash it back to stock before it was towed to the dealership. But that is my number one concern. It's just, yeah, you can flash it back to stock if you're at home, but with this little tablet, you can do it while you're out on the go as well. Yeah, it's just, I'd rather just, I don't know, I like it enough the way it is. I'd just rather leave it myself. Captain Jezza Ham says 2016 FRS/BRZ hopes. My hopes are for 30 more horsepower, slightly updated looks, better infotainment system, and maybe a higher red line. That's about all I need, I think, to make it better. Okay, loading some more comments here. If I had to do forced induction, would you prefer a supercharger or turbo? I would prefer supercharger. Technically, well, especially the Vortex supercharger, because it's a centrifugal supercharger, and with centrifugal, it builds boost with RPM, so it feels a lot like a naturally aspirated car. So the BRZ builds power as you build RPM. So like the Innovate supercharger, which is just a twin screw, that gives you tons of torque down low, which this car, could use. I think, some people have said, I still like how it's a higher revving engine, doesn't have a ton of torque down low, but that the twin screw would give you tons of torque down low, which would change the character of the car. The Vortex, from what I've heard, it's just like you're driving a 6-cylinder BRZ or something. It's like the same kind of performance, same delivery of power, except it's just more of it, and it's very natural feeling. So Vortex supercharger is what I would do if I did forced induction, but that's a $6,500 kit, and unless Vortex sends me one for free and includes free support for the rest of my life, then I probably won't be doing it unless I, like I said, find myself with a bunch of money burning a hole in my pocket, in which case I will gladly put the supercharger on. Do you play any PC games? No, not much of a game. Like I said, I sold my Xbox last year and don't really play video games. Honestly, I don't have time. I have a lot of stuff to keep up with, especially with this channel. I answer a lot of questions and stuff every day, so there's a lot of things to do, so I don't really have a whole lot of time to play video games. Zachary says, I live in Ohio and I'm considering a BRZ. Do you have anything to worry about when it comes to winter weather? No, like I mentioned in the beginning of this video and throughout all the weekly updates here this winter, the BRZ handles snow perfectly fine. Just put snow tires on it, take it easy, and it's totally fine. And especially in Ohio, there's a lot more straight roads and it's a little less hilly, I think. So I think it'd be even easier than here in Pittsburgh. So I don't think you'd have any problem as long as you're not trying to drive in super, super deep snow. But as long as you're driving it reasonably, in reasonable amounts of snow, it's just fine with snow tires. Someone's asking here, have you ever been to North Carolina? Big fan of your vids. Keep it up. Thank you. I appreciate that. I have been to North Carolina quite a few times, and I like it there. It's nice for sure. I actually went to a football game in Charlotte whenever Virginia Tech was playing down there for one of the bowl games, and I've been to Asheville and stuff like that. So North Carolina's nice. I actually went to Foreign Cars Italia too, which is there in North Carolina, and that was really cool. Went to Lamborghini of the Carolinas. If you look way back and search my videos, you'll see all my old videos from Lamborghini of the Carolinas and stuff. It was a lot of fun. Tyler S. said, Do you ever attend events where we can meet you and get all of our cars together? I have a 2014 FRS with TRD exhaust and intake. It would be awesome to hang out. Yeah, definitely. I go to most of the Pittsburgh Cars and Coffee meets pretty regularly here in the warmer months, and I'm always up and open to meet people. So I don't know where you're at or if you're nearby or whatever, but yeah, always up for hanging out. And if I get a lot of demand eventually to do an actual meetup physically, then we can always coordinate something together and have a hangout and just stand around in the parking lot and talk cars and you guys can hear the exhaust in person and whatnot and go in and grab some food or something, things like that. It'd be pretty cool. So I don't think there's enough demand there for that locally, but if there's a lot of people in Pittsburgh or if there's a lot of people somewhere else that's within reasonable driving distance, I'd be more than happy to drive a couple hours to meet up with a big group of you guys and we can all hang out. That'd be really cool. So yeah, let me know. Blue Swim says you should drive my C5 Z06 9,000 miles. Nice. Yeah, I've driven a standard C5. I haven't driven a Z06, but they're definitely good performance cars. Anthony's asking, do you like the C7? I do love the C7 a lot. I think it's an amazing, amazing performance bargain. And I mean, for the money, you can't really beat it. The only thing I have that is keeping me from even considering one, because I probably could, at some point in the future here, afford a C7, but it's just everyone's going to have one by the summer. At least here in America, they'll be on every block at every ice cream stand, by the time July hits. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not someone that needs to have an exclusive car that no one else has or anything, but people don't see a BRZ a whole lot, and I still get quite a few looks and people that really enjoy seeing that car on the road. I feel like a C7, you'd have some people that do that, but it'd just be, oh, it's another Corvette, and that's it. So for that reason, I just still have a little bit of a hang-up about that. Arnold says, my mom wants me in a big car. How can I convince her to let me get something like a Subaru or Volvo? I don't know how big of a car she wants you to be in. I mean, but Subarus and Volvos aren't small cars, and Subaru and Volvo are the top two safest cars you can buy. So, I mean, that and Audi, I mean, all the German marques are really, really good too, but yeah, and Volvo is the best. I mean, really the best. So, I don't think, big car doesn't mean safe car. I mean, yeah, some of the really small cars, even if they have tons of airbags, it's still just a tiny car and you're not going to be as safe, but a lot of big cars aren't very safe. So, and honestly, a big car is going to be harder to drive as a new driver because it's just more car to handle, and you have to keep in your lane a lot harder. It's, it's not going to be as easy to navigate in a big car. So, I would say, if she wants you to be really safe, get like a Volvo C30 hatchback. Those are fun little cars, turbocharged, and they're not big, but they're very sporty. I loved the one that I drove for a day. It was a lot of fun. That was a few years ago, but I really liked that a lot, and it's a Volvo, so it's very, very safe, so she shouldn't have any worries about you driving that. Subarus are very safe as well. Any of the Subarus are all safe. The newer the better, obviously, but even the old ones are great. So, yeah, I would just say, have her look at the crash test results for a Subaru or Volvo. That should be enough right there to, show you that they're very, very safe cars. Having a huge boat doesn't mean you're going to be safe. David3 says, what's your thoughts on the CLA 250? I understand a friend of yours got one. I'm interested in purchasing one. Thanks. My friend ordered a CLA, but he ended up not getting it. So I actually don't know anyone with a CLA, but I do really like the CLAs a lot. I haven't actually driven one yet. I need to test drive one. But when I sat in them, I really, really liked them. And if I was looking for a four-door luxury car that was, affordable, I would probably actually get a CLA. And it's funny, I actually have a CLA brochure on my dresser here because I went and talked to a dealer about one. And I wouldn't just like swap the BRZ out for one or something. But if I wanted a more comfortable car, the CLA would probably be one of my first choices. I really like them, and they're great on gas and stuff. The next follow-up question here is, how do you feel about the CLA 45 AMG? That is a really sick car. That high, horsepower, tiny little engine. That's an engineering marvel. I don't know how reliable that's going to be in the long run, but that is sweet. Plus, it's all-wheel drive, and I think it looks great. Love the CLA 45. I think it's a little pricey still, because again, you're getting like you're getting into Corvette pricing with those cars. But yeah, I love the standard CLA, and that's a turbo motor too, so you can always tune those if you want. You know, get a little more power. William Lee says Infiniti Eau Rouge fitted with the GTR twin turbo motor, freaking sweet. Yeah, I saw that today. I actually retweeted, I think a tweet from Jalopnik or something about the new, how they said the new Infiniti is going to have the GTR motor, which basically it's going to be a four-door GTR. Infiniti is extremely smart. I'm surprised it took them this long to do this, but I mean, I love the way the Q50 looks with the GTR engine and those looks. If it handles good, wow, yeah, freaking sweet indeed. That is going to be an amazing car. So Infiniti is serious about their competition now. They're stepping it up. Really hoping that that car does well. Engineer it well, Infiniti, and that thing's going to sell amazing. Miguel says, when you change your exhaust, did you take out both of the catalytic converters, or did you only take one of them out? The header back system, there is one cat that is in the in one of the, I don't think it's the over pipe, but like the mid pipe before you get to the cat back portion. There's a catalytic converter in that. That one's removed, and that's straight through. But there is still a catalytic converter in the headers, so it's still a catted car. Still passes emissions normally and everything like that. So I just took only one of them out. Let me load some more comments here and check something real quick. Okay, let me scroll up here. What are your favorite TV shows to watch? What TV shows have you been in? Walking Dead is my fave. Yeah, the only TV show I've been in was Those Who Kill, which actually just premiered last night. I'll be in episodes 2 and 3 of that. I was in the pilot, but you couldn't see me. They didn't. I was way off in the back, and yeah, I couldn't even spot myself. But I'll be in episodes 2 and 3 of Those Who Kill. Just a fair warning, that show is creepy though. It was all filmed in Pittsburgh, and so you get some cool shots of Pittsburgh. And like I said, you'll probably be able to spot me pretty well in the second and third episodes. But it is a really creepy show. I'm just gonna watch the ones with me in it, and I'm gonna probably stop watching it because it's kind of disturbing. But my favorite shows to watch, my all-time favorite is Mad Men. I love Mad Men, as you guys know. I like old stuff, and the fact that it's set in the '60s, plus it's so, I don't know. I love the storyline and the acting and everything is just, it's fantastic. I love Mad Men. Definitely my favorite show by far. Love Top Gear as well. That's also one of my favorite shows. And those are really the two. I don't really watch a whole lot of TV. New Girl is something I watch from time to time. It's pretty funny as well. But I don't watch Walking Dead or anything like that. I know that's really popular. I haven't seen any Breaking Bad. I know everyone's obsessed with that too. Haven't seen that either. But I'm sure it's a great show. I don't know. I don't really spend a lot of time watching TV. What do you think of the Ringland failure on the Subaru Boxer engines? It's something I don't really know a whole lot about, actually, because I've never encountered it. I've never owned a Subaru with Ringland failure. I think that's something that's mostly just on the STIs, I believe, and it's when you get up to higher miles. But, I don't think it's like that big of a deal. Honestly, like I said, I really don't know a whole lot about it, so I can't really speak about that too much. If you went on Naziok or something like that, you'd probably find more information about that. Anthony says, I'm from Pittsburgh. Cool to see another Pittsburgher. Zonda says, Wyra or Zonda as a question. And I like the sound of the Zonda better still, but the Wyra is a far better car in every single way. It's just a technological marvel, so definitely love the Wyra the best. What did you major in at Virginia Tech? I majored in financial planning. Did an internship and a few other things and realized it wasn't. I like it, but wasn't my passion. Reviewing cars is my passion, so that's why I'm filming cars and stuff like that. So that's why I'm just doing videography. I'm doing the pageants, and I'm doing other non-car videography as well. Hoping to support all this stuff so I can have the time to do all these car reviews and stuff like that, to hopefully make YouTube my only job and just only do car reviews. That would be my dream, is to just do car reviews, with Motor Trend or Drive or something like that. And I love reviewing cars. I've wanted to review cars ever since I was 11 years old and started reading car magazines. I always wanted to do it, and so now I am. And so I'm really living my childhood dream. So I really hope I can continue to do that and start making real money so that I'm not, living with my parents anymore, or, I have more garage space. I can buy more cars and get more expensive cars and stuff like that. But I'm just grateful that I'm able to do this as what's one of my jobs right now. So yeah, that is. But I majored in financial planning at Virginia Tech. I still wouldn't mind doing that if this stuff doesn't work out. I could always go back to the financial planning, but this is definitely more fun. Black Ops says, "What do you think of PT Cruisers?" A lot of people like hating on the PT Cruiser, but I think they're cool cars. I don't know. I mean, especially you can even get them in a turbo. And yeah, I mean, they were cool 10 years ago. Now they're not as cool, but I still like the idea of a retro-looking car. I have nothing against PT Cruisers. Kozar is asking if I watch Sub Kyle again. Yeah, I mentioned earlier that I do watch Sub Kyle. He's one of my role models. And the fact that he's been so successful, that he has this nice house, and he has nice cars, and he's even had classic cars in the past and stuff. I would love to have classic cars. He's kind of someone I look up to. I'd love to have the same type of success that he has had on YouTube. That would be amazing. William Lee says, you have a preference towards Audis over BMW. No, I think both of them make good cars in different areas. It just depends on what you're looking for, and they feel a little different, but it depends. I really like the new Audis. I think better than the new BMWs. But there are some new BMWs that are really good too. But then I like some of the older BMWs better than the older Audis. I think the Audis have only been good for me personally in the most recent past few years. Before then, I think BMW was always my go-to choice for German stuff. But now Mercedes is just even improving with leaps and bounds. I think Mercedes is my favorite out of the Germans still. Akmal says, do you think Subaru will replace the EJ motor in the new STI with the FA20 as a revise? If they were smart, I think that would be the best route. I mean, no diss against Subaru, but I don't know why they didn't do that from the beginning. If it was good enough for the WRX, it should be good enough for the STI. They can always turn up the boost. But I'm not an engineer at Subaru. They might have good reasons for why they didn't put the FA20 in there. But I still just wish if they at least kept the EJ, they would have given it more power. BS the Madman, love your videos. What do you think is the most fun, practical family sedan? WRX. I mean, that's a safe, fun family car. 4 doors. Audi S4 is another great one. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff. I mean, it's mostly more of the fun stuff is more expensive. I'm trying to think of more affordable stuff as well. I mean, like I said, the CLA. I mean, the backseat space in the CLA is not the best, so I don't know about 4 adults all the time, but Mercedes CLA I think would be a really sweet one. Plus, they just look so good, and yeah, I think the S4 is a really spectacular car, though. I mean, when I reviewed that car, I was so impressed. That would be probably, if you want a little more luxurious car than an STI or a WRX, I would definitely check out an S4 for a family car. What do you think of the 1965 Ford Fairlane that Saab Kylo 4 had? I really liked that car. I liked his 1948 Ford even better. That thing was really cool. The dark green one, I really want one just like that. The 65 Fairlane is good as well. I prefer cars, aside from the 65 Mustang, I prefer cars from the 40s and 50s generally a little bit better than I do from the 60s. But the 60s cars are very cool as well. Blue Swim says, why is it that Nissan Skyline R35 allowed to be in the U.S. but the R34 is not? Because the R34 was never officially brought over by Nissan to America. It was never crash tested. It didn't meet all of our standards. It wasn't certified and all that kind of political BS. So the R35 was, and the R35 they crash tested them and they certified them for U.S. sale, and so that's why the R34 was never offered for sale in America. 10 Saturn says Saab Kyle is probably my second favorite YouTuber. Nice. So, who was your first? Let me see. Heavy says, ever thought about having a chill party with all your fans? Yeah, the problem is, I mean, you guys are all over the world, so it's kind of hard to get a big group of all of us together in the same place. But if there's a large amount of you that you're in some area, I can come travel to that area. I'd love to, hang out. I'm not a huge partier, but like you said, have a chill party, just hang out and talk cars and stuff like that. That'd be amazing. That'd be so much fun. I'd be totally up for that. So if there's a lot of people that want to see something like that, we could definitely try and make that happen for sure. 10 Saturn says the answer is always Miata unless it's BRZ. Yeah, well, BRZ is not always the answer, but Miata is basically almost always the answer. Like any question, whatever price budget you have, Miata is a good choice. S2000 is a good choice. You can spend a little more. Want to spend even more? BRZ is a good choice as well. Yeah, but Miata, can't go wrong with a Miata. Um, Zonda's asking, how good are the back roads up there? I know some in Western Maryland, West Virginia are great, but not up in PA. There's a lot of really good roads in PA. A lot of really good roads that I actually drive on a daily basis. And that's one of the reasons why I have the BRZ because there's so many good back roads. Love it. Killer Down says thoughts on Hyundai Paso Corto. By the way, would you like to review my 2013 Genesis Coupe? Um, the Paso Corto is amazing. I talked about that in this past week's weekly update. Love it. I really hope Hyundai just goes for it and makes it. I don't care what the powertrain is. Just that thing is sick looking. So I don't care what it's powered by. Just make it, please, Hyundai. As far as the 2013 Genesis Coupe, if you're local, yes, I would love to review your 2013 Genesis Coupe. I get requests all the time to review that car, and I really want to review one. I just can't find one to drive. If you're in the area, send me a message on the Facebook page or just send me a message through YouTube or whatever. I'd love to review the Genesis Coupe. And Polsky BMW says, what do you think of the new Infiniti Q50 Rouge? Like we just were talking about earlier, with the GTR engine in it, like they said they're going to do, super, super sick. And with that engine, it's jumped to pretty high to the top of my list as far as interesting cars that I'm curious about for this year. Because that means it's going to sound like a GTR too. So a sick looking sedan like the Q50 that sounds like a GTR, yes, please. That is going to be amazing. Matthew Trotter says, would you recommend the FRS with an automatic transmission? I haven't driven an automatic transmission one. That's another car I really want to review because I'm really curious to see. Apparently, it's the same 6-speed automatic out of the Lexus IS, which I think is a decent transmission, but it's still a regular automatic. I would still recommend the manual unless you sit in traffic all the time or you have some physical reason why you can't drive a manual transmission. Then the automatic's a fine choice, but I still think the manual is a better way to go. Any thoughts on the lack of popular affection for hot hatches in the United States? I think that it's pretty good. Obviously, they're not as big as they are in Europe and stuff like that, but I see a lot of GTIs and Focus STs and stuff like that. I think that they are pretty popular here, but I think people in America are just a little more concerned about style. They're not quite as worried about practicality as people in Europe are. But I think that Americans are becoming more sensible and practical, and so I think that hot hatches are really on the rise here in America. Richard Evans also asking what part of Pittsburgh am I from? I'm just in the Pittsburgh area. I'm pretty close to the city. Don't want to get too specific, but yeah, I'm in the Pittsburgh area. Overwatch Automotive says, what are your thoughts on a G37? G37 is amazing. I got to drive one very, very briefly. I loved it for the short amount of time I got to drive it, and I'd love to do a review on one. Fastcard 100 says, what are the up and down sides of a 2011 Camaro SS? Not good on gas is a downside. Bad visibility. Upsides, it's pretty safe. It's cool looking. Sounds amazing. Interior, though, is not that great from my experience in the 2010 Camaro V6. Not a big fan of the interior. It's a good car. I mean, it's going to be, probably a slightly better handler than the Mustang, just because it's got the independent rear suspension. But, yeah, I don't know. Not a big Camaro fan, personally. One second. Hold on. Okay. Next question. What would you say would you say the Mazda RX-8 is a nice car? I mentioned this earlier. RX-8 is a nightmare with that rotary engine. They're not reliable. They love to burn oil. Servicing them is a pain. They don't like starting in the wintertime. There's all kinds of stuff why I just don't like the RX-8. I think it's a great chassis. It's a great basis for a swap. Put a V8 in it or put anything but a rotary engine in it, and it's going to be amazing. The car itself is really good. It's just I think that motor is really just a deal breaker for me. It's a cool idea. When it was brand new, it was probably okay, but now that they're older, they're a nightmare. I think yeah, that motor. Unfortunately, because it's cool technology, it's just not the best in my opinion. Yeah. So next question: would you rather have a 2013 Mustang or the new Mustang? That's another thing that I mentioned earlier. Love the 2013. Still love the retro styling. I'd be perfectly happy driving a 2013 Mustang. I can't really talk about whether I would have a new Mustang unless I get to drive one first. So I'm going to test drive one as soon as I can, and then I'll be able to truly say which one I prefer more. I love the looks of the new Mustang. At first I didn't like it, but now that I've seen it in person twice, I really do like it. I've seen it in dark blue, yellow, red, and it's really good in all those colors. So just have to see how it drives. Anyway, so next question here. Do you listen to music while driving or just your exhaust? If you do, what type? Cool question. So I do listen to just the exhaust maybe half the time I'm driving. I do love just hearing that. But I do listen to music. I have a very wide range of music that I like. Typically when I'm driving, if I want to drive fast or I'm excited or whatever, then I listen to EDM and like pop stuff. But if you have Sirius XM, I do like a BPM. I listen to that. That's my go-to station. And that's just EDM kind of stuff, Calvin Harris, whatnot, all that kind of stuff. Really like all that. Anything with a good beat, I like. But I like pop music as well. And if I'm more in a relaxed, chill mood, I really like jazz and I like oldies, especially stuff from the 40s and the 50s and 60s. I like old music, so yeah, that's what I listen to if I'm in a more relaxed mood. But yeah, so like I said, very, very wide range of music. That's a good question, though. Hunt Sawyer says, haha, OMG, I almost forgot about this. Glad I didn't miss it. Yeah, I'm glad you stopped by, man. Thanks for watching. Your thoughts on the Camaro facelift? I don't know. It's pretty mild. I don't like the taillights. I think the front end is still pretty similar to the current Camaro. So, I just meh. That's my feelings on it. Meh. I think the new Mustang is absolutely just gorgeous. So I think the Camaro definitely needs to step it up in the looks department now. And then also favorite M3 generation: E30, E36, E46, E92, or F30. Haven't driven an F30, so I don't have any idea. Never drove an E30 M3. I drove an E30 318. That was a ton of fun. I've driven every other generation of the M3 though, and I think I'd have to say the E92, as crazy as it is, that's probably my favorite generation, just because I like newer cars generally. It's the safest of the bunch. I love that V8. I love the dual clutch. Actually, that would be my choice. The manual's good, but the M3 is a luxurious car, honestly, and I think the smoother dual clutch of the newer E92 M3s actually suits the car better than a stick does. So as much as I love manual transmissions, E92 with the dual clutch, like the one I reviewed, that review is one of my most popular ones, and I love that car. You'll see how much I loved it in that review. I just adored it. E36 is really good. E46 is really good. E46 is a little too skittish for my likes. I don't feel very, very confident driving an E46. They're a little too tail happy in my opinion. And the interior is just kind of dated at this point, but they are great cars. I have friends that have E46 M3s. They're wonderful. E30 is probably pretty magical because the 318 just blew me away whenever I drove that. F30 I haven't driven, so I can't really comment on that either. Tyler Hood says, "Oh yeah, I'm from Pittsburgh too." Nice, another Pittsburgher. Good to see. Let's scroll down some more here. Have you driven a Lotus Exige with a 2ZZ motor? If so, how do you think about the motor? I haven't. I drove a Lotus Elise. I don't know what motor is in that. I'm not totally up on the Toyota motor scheme stuff. I drove a standard Lotus Elise, though. I like that a lot. I'd like to review an Exige here soon. I think I will pretty soon. One second. Okay, next question. Overwatch Automotive says, and is the BRZ a good choice for a first stick car? Yeah, the clutch is pretty light. It's pretty easy to handle. You know, the traction control and stuff is very good. So as long as you leave that on, it'll keep you out of trouble. I think it's a good first manual transmission car. MQT Sprinter 93 says, you mentioned before that a diesel is a better investment for gas mileage than a hybrid. What's an inexpensive diesel you would recommend? Preferably one you can drive in the snow. Well, something you could drive in the snow. I think, you know, some of the like Volkswagen Touareg TDIs, if you want an SUV, that's going to be a beast in the snow. But really, I mean, a Volkswagen Jetta TDI or a Beetle TDI, I mean, those are the two best. I mean, I knew a guy that had a Jetta TDI, and that thing, he could redline it every single day and still get 55 miles to the gallon without even trying. And I mean, so that's why, I mean, yeah, you know, people say, oh, I get, you know, 50 miles to the gallon in my Prius. Diesels have been doing that for decades, so I don't see the fuss in all the, you know, hybrid stuff. I would just, like I said, I'd much rather have a diesel, especially now the diesels are so clean burning, and diesel fuel is so easy to find everywhere and stuff. Unless you sit in stop and go traffic where an electric motor would, you know, be better as far as just, you know, because you're not burning anything at all. But if you're not in stop and go traffic, you just want good gas mileage, definitely get a Jetta TDI, and you can even do the TDI Cup ones that look really cool. I'd be all over one of those. If I wanted a diesel, that would be what I would buy. Plus, Volkswagens are really reliable. Those things will run for 1,000,000 miles with regular maintenance, so it's really, you can't go wrong. And there's a reason why. I mean, you can get them for a pretty good price. You said inexpensive diesel. You can get them for a pretty good price, but they do hold their value really well because they're so darn good. Next question. Andy says, does the BRZ have enough power? Awesome videos, by the way. Thank you. Depends how much power you think is enough. I think it's enough for me. It's enough for most normal street driving. You know, if you're in sixth gear, passing power could be better, but just drop it down a gear or two, and boom, you have more power, and you're gone. You just have to keep it in the sweet part of the power band if you really want to go fast. But it's a small, light car. 200 horsepower is plenty. You know, just a lot of people just want a fast car, and it's quick in a straight line, but it's not fast. So it just depends on what you think is enough power. And Hunt says, what do you think about the Jaguar XK, so that's XKS? You can get one for about 25K used, that versus a BRZ. That'd be a pretty old one, I think, for 25K, I think, unless the newer ones have come down a lot. But those older Jags are still, they're not very reliable. Plus, you're dealing with a 10-year-old interior. You don't have any, you know, technological goodies or anything like that. And the Jag is definitely a more comfortable, relaxed car. I wouldn't even call it a sports car. It's probably just a grand touring car. If you want something comfortable, though, that'd probably be good. I think there's some more reliable and better grand touring cars for the same money. But I would definitely choose the BRZ still. But they're totally different. Swaggart said, if anything were to happen to the BRZ, what replacement car would you buy? Probably another BRZ, unless I was superstitious about it or something, and, you know, was worried that, you know, or just the BRZ just haunted me, or if for some reason the BRZ didn't protect me very well and I got injured or something by it, then I would maybe do something else. But right now, the top choice for me would be 2015 WRX. That's the one car that's really, it's 2015 WRX, 2015 Mustang, or I would go into, like, if I want something luxurious, a CLA 250 or an Audi S5 or something like that, or an A5 with the 2.0T turbo, something like that. I think it would be really cool. So those are the only other replacements I would consider. If I had more money, I would consider a Porsche Boxster or a Jaguar F-Type. But yeah. So Murphin says favorite new car from Geneva. Uh, I don't know. There's a lot of great stuff. Hard to pick a favorite. Bigfoot Unibrow Man says check out Super Speeders Rob for a cool JR handling vid. Yeah, that's the one I mentioned earlier. Those you talking about the one-to-one, the Koenigsegg. I always said before the Koenigseggs didn't handle very well because the Stig crashed one at the track and whatnot. But the Agera, they really improved the handling on it, and yeah, that video is really impressive to show just how good the handling is of the Agera. Let me load some more comments here. Would you be willing to head to Philly for a review? I was planning to get a 2010 RX-8 Grand Touring. Would love to hear your thoughts. That's a little bit of a farther drive. That'd be about 5 or 6 hours for me. I've had other people in the past message me about doing reviews, in other places. If I ever find myself in another place, I'll try and start letting you guys know about my future trips that I plan on doing, so that if any of you have cars and want to let me review them, or if you want to meet up and just kind of hang out, we would be able to plan something because I'd let you know ahead of time. So just pay attention to the weekly updates, and if I ever end up coming to Philly, I'll try and announce it ahead of time, and we can definitely set something up to review the RX-8 because that's a car I'm very curious to review. So thank you for offering. Klaus89 says Google Glasses ? Yeah, I know a few people that have Google Glass, but I don't have them. Be curious to see how it works. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about having them on my face. I don't think they're the most stylish thing out there, but yeah, they're very cool technology. Sukiyaki says if you like smartwatches, check out the Pebble Steel. Yeah, we were talking about the Galaxy Gear earlier, and so yeah, the Pebble. I've heard stuff about Pebble. I don't know. I'll have to check out the Pebble Steel and see if it works with iPhones and stuff like that. But yeah, I'll check it out. Thank you. WX for the win says, I'm sure you answered already, but my computer crashed and I just got back here. Sorry about that. But you and David Patterson have inspired me to start a YouTube channel about whatever cars I can get in general. Yeah, I saw that comment, and yeah, that's awesome. Like I said, let me know for sure whenever you start the channel, and I'll check it out for sure. That's awesome. I mean, because I love just sharing my excitement, my fun with the BRZ, and David loves sharing his experiences in his Mustang and all the fun we have and stuff. So it's very cool that's inspired you to do the same thing with your own car, and whatever car you get, show people how much fun you're having in that. It's all about sharing the experience and the fun with other people. So that's really cool. Would you ever drive a Honda CRX Del Sol? I'd really like to review one. I just have to find one to review. But yeah, I'd definitely like to. Sorry. 1 second. Okay. What do you think about Apple CarPlay, and do you think they'll offer just the head unit for people to put in their cars? I don't know anything about the Apple CarPlay. That might just be recent news. I've been pretty busy recently, so I haven't checked up on that. If that's the new infotainment system that Apple's doing, that's pretty cool. I'll have to look into that some more, but I don't know anything about it. I'll have to check that out. Brett says, how do you feel about the new taillights on the 2014 Camaros? Yeah, I actually just mentioned that in another comment now. I don't like them. I don't think they're very good myself. But that's personal preference. That's subjective. What do you think of the automatic and the Scion FRS? I mentioned that already too. I think you'd be better off with the manual, but if for some reason you sit and stop and go traffic a lot every day, the automatic is probably okay. I haven't driven one, so I can't say for sure. Sean says, I'd love for you to review a Cayman since the BRZ engineers used it as a benchmark. Very true. I've driven quite a few Caymans, not at any aggressive speeds or anything, but I have driven Caymans before. I really do like the Cayman. I always liked the Cayman. I always loved driving them. I worked at a Porsche dealer back in the day. Always enjoyed driving the Caymans. And yeah, I mean, personally for me, if I'm going with a Cayman thing, I would rather just have the Boxster because I always wanted a convertible, and I think the Boxster handles basically just as good as the Cayman does, very close to it, and you get the beautiful convertible. So you can see everything, and I love convertibles. So I would do a Boxster probably, but yeah, I'd love to review a Cayman for sure. Hopefully I'll get a chance to review one this year. And if anyone out there with a Cayman would like me to review it, let me know. Send me a message. Simon says, I know you don't have a lot of time, but can you briefly list your unlimited money dream garage? Yeah, I mentioned this a little bit earlier. Someone asked what I would do with $5 million. And I honestly I don't have a ton of dream cars. Okay, I kind of have a few, but it's not a lot. Mostly I just would want a Lamborghini Aventador Roadster. I'd want a Ferrari F12 Berlinetta, Aston Martin Vanquish, Jaguar F-Type R. My daily car, like daily driver, would probably be a Bentley Continental GT V8, just as a winter beater. And if I had tons and tons of money. I'd still have a BRZ in my garage. I'd have my BRZ. I would still keep that and drive that at least once a week. Um, I would probably have a Cadillac CTS for just a comfortable, like family car, something like that. I'd have a Range Rover for like another cool, just comfortable car. I'd have a Range Rover. The new Sports are really cool. Plus, you get this sweet V8 from the Jaguar in it. So I'd do one of those. And yeah, that'd probably be it. And then I have a lot of classic cars. I'd have a 1968 Mustang, like the one from Bullitt, dark green. I'd have a lot of other classic cars, cars from the 40s and the 50s primarily. Um, so yeah, that's most of my dream garage, I think. Zonda says for the '06 STI prices, the cheapest I found them is 16K on Nasdaq. Yeah, that's true, but you got to be careful because super cheap ones sometimes have lived a rough life, lots of mods or high miles and stuff. I'd pay a little more and get one that's been treated really well, so you don't have a lot of problems in the future. But I mean, if you can find a good deal for 16, that'd be good. But I just wouldn't buy the cheapest one out there. You can definitely get burned. Andy says C6 ZR1 or C7 Stingray. C7. C7 is just, from what I hear, it's really nicely balanced. Not that the C6 wasn't, but the C7 sounds like they just improved the handling so much. And, so I'd really probably prefer the C7. TFIPW said, non-car related question, what languages can you speak? That's cool. Yeah, one of the things about these live streams, I like talking about things other than cars too, although I love car talk as well. But I took French I took 3 years of French in high school and 2 years in college. I wouldn't say I'm fluent in French, but I can get around okay. When I was in Switzerland, hanging out with Dr. M3 at the Geneva Auto Show 3 years ago, they speak French there, and I was able to do just fine and getting around and ordering food and whatnot. So French is the only other language I can speak. I'd like to learn Italian at some point as well, and I've always wanted to learn Japanese, but from what I hear, it's very, very, very difficult. So, but yeah, French is the only other language. Dima says, if you could go back in time, where would you go? Another cool non-correlated question. I'm actually a pretty big history nerd, so I'll try and keep this brief, but I would go back to VJ Day in 1945, because that was when World War II was totally finally over, and it's probably one of the happiest moments in American history. And then just all the optimism and excitement of the late 40s, the 50s with the space race, and I mean the extravagant cars and just the style and just everything about that time period just I love. So I'd love to live like between 1945 and like 1965 before things started getting kind of crazy in the late 60s. But yeah, that would be my ideal time range to go back in time in. That's a cool question. Thank you for asking that. Kavish says '07 STI FW. I don't know if you mean like for the win or what, but yeah, the '07 is a great car. Heavy has quoted the Magnuson-Moss Warranty Act. Yeah, the whole thing isn't displaying here for some reason, but yeah, that is the thing with the Warranty Act. They have to prove that a tune or whatever it is that you've done to the car is the reason why the car failed. The thing is, if you did do a tune and the engine failed, the engine probably did fail because of the tune, so that Warranty Act wouldn't cover you because they would be able to prove that, yeah, you were screwing with the timing or you're screwing with whatever, in the car, and that's why the motor failed. It's just, or they would say the car is running at a higher RPM or it's running at different terms that aren't stock, and so that's why you have that issue. So I don't think the Magnuson-Moss Warranty Act would save me if I had a tune. Obviously, like the exhaust on the car, that's one thing though. Like people ask, does your exhaust void your warranty? I get that question a lot, and it doesn't. I mean, it voids the exhaust warranty. I'm not going to get a new exhaust replaced under warranty because it's swapped out and it's aftermarket, and so I'm on my own as far as the exhaust goes. But if the engine were to fail now, they can't say, oh, your exhaust is what caused it. They would have to prove that the exhaust caused it. So, stuff like that is where that Warranty Act comes in to save you. But if you're messing with the timing and you blow the motor, it's your tune that did it. So they prove that, and you'd be screwed. Um, Someone else asked, do you get a lot of looks and stares from people when you're driving your VRZ? What's the funniest, coolest reaction you've had when driving your car or a reviewed car or riding in any of Dr. M3's cars? Well, riding in Dr. M3's cars, it did get a lot of funny reactions all the time. That was funny. Uh, Definitely some good times there. As far as looks and stares in the BRZ, I actually had one today. I get people from time to time, a couple times a week that check it out, and sometimes I'll be in the drive-thru at Starbucks, and someone will peek their head out and be like, "Oh, nice car," or something like that, and stuff like that. Whenever I first got the car, people were asking what it was. Was it a Porsche? One guy asked if it was a Ferrari, and people were like, "Oh, checking it out," and pointing and waving out the window and stuff. The first summer was really hilarious because I wasn't used to having a car that got attention like that, and it was an experience for sure. Um, Funniest or coolest reaction? I can't really remember a specific one that stands out as the absolute best, but there's a lot of funny ones. Okay, loading some more comments here. What do you think about making a 2014 WRX rear-wheel drive? I mean, that'd be cool. I don't know. I don't really hear about too many people doing that, but that sounds like something that'd be pretty interesting to do. One second. Okay. So next question here. Why do front-wheel drive sports cars like my 2007 Mazda Speed 3 get made fun of so much? Also, you should review it. I'm in Ohio next to the PA line. So the Mazda Speed 3, I don't really hear too many people giving it crap. I think they're great cars. I love them. I don't hear anyone dissing them. And yeah, if you're nearby, if you're like really next to the PA line there, then we should definitely set something up. Send me a message on the Subaruwrxfan Facebook page. That's the easiest way for me to respond to messages and stuff, and we should set something up for sure, because I get a lot of requests for people that want me to do Mazda Speed 3s, so we should definitely meet up and make that happen for sure. Thank you for the offer. Matthew Trotter says, would you drive a manual in Colorado even with all the hills and snow? Yeah, I mean, because once you get hill starts down in any car, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. And a lot of cars have hill holder clutches. The BRZ doesn't, but I know the WRX does, and other cars like that. And manual and snow, I actually prefer because you have better control. You can, I mean, obviously with automatics you can shift them yourself as well, but it's I think driving a manual in the snow is even better than an automatic. TJ says, I'm watching this while in class. I don't know what time zone you're in. It's 11 o'clock here. I don't know what class you're in, but that's kind of awesome. I feel bad, though. I don't want to distract you from your studies and whatnot and all that. But that's pretty awesome, though. Thanks, man. I appreciate that you're watching it in class. Nissan GTR 2000 says, just wondering how exactly do you do hill starts? Really, the easiest thing that I was taught with like doing hill starts is to just kind of, with any clutch, there's always some dead travel before the clutch actually starts engaging. So whenever you're on flat surfaces, you don't have to prime it really, so to speak. So you just, pull out the clutch, and once it catches, and you're on your way. When you're on a hill, if you really want to make sure you don't, do a hill start, then what you would, so you don't roll back, pull the clutch out till it's almost right where the catch point would be. Whenever you feel it's starting to catch a little bit, then just push it back in at just a tad, so it's right before the catch point, when your foot's on the brake, and then you just, whenever you're getting ready to hit the green light on the hill or whatever, then you just hit the gas a little more aggressively than you normally would, because it takes a second for the revs to build, and then you just would have the clutch right there, so it immediately catches right away, so there's no lag there, and that's how you do a smooth hill start. It just takes practice to get it smooth and stuff. But yeah, it's really not too bad. It's just something you have to do every day. So next question here. What do you think for a Mazda RX-8 FD or a Honda NSX? Sorry, one second. Okay, so I think I would do an NSX just because it's Art and Senna's like car of choice. He was a legend. The RX-7's good. If it's a stock one though, you have a rotary engine, which can have some problems. And I just like the way the NSX looks better. They're both really good looking cars, but I think the NSX is way better looking. So I definitely choose an NSX. And another person said you definitely have to get your hands on a Mazda Speed 3 to review. So yeah, we'll definitely got to make that happen with the Mazda Speed 3. We'll get that done for sure. TJ Hunt says you've inspired me to sell my current car and make the switch to a BRZ. That's awesome. Thank you for that. That's really, really cool. Hopefully Subaru, like I said in my weekly update, hopefully Subaru notices this, that these videos are doing this. I'd really like to work with Subaru on some stuff. I have a lot of cool ideas I'd like to do with them. So hoping they see stuff like this and see that people are kind of being inspired by BRZs because of some of the information they get from these videos. So that's cool. So yeah, I don't know what your current car is, but BRZ is definitely a fun car. I think you'll like it. Sean says if you're getting another car, would you tell us first or surprise us? I'm not one to keep these big surprises and do anything like that. If I were to get another car, the thing is I don't want to get everyone's hopes up and have it not work out. So I wouldn't tell you guys about a car that I was buying until it was a done deal and I was at the dealership picking it up, and then I would tell you about it. So I mean, I guess it'd be kind of a surprise because I wouldn't tell you what I'm considering or anything like that. Just because I don't want to have a deal fall through or something and then be like, oh, actually I'm not getting this car. But if I know for certain that I'm getting something and it's definitely coming in, then I'll tell you guys ahead of time. I have no reason to keep secrets. You guys can just get excited for it to arrive like how I am. So yeah, but I don't know when the next time is that I'll be buying another car. But yeah, I'll tell you ahead of time probably. And TJ, yes, this is where you ask the questions. If you remember from the last one, we had the Q&A section on the Google Plus Hangout page. That option has disappeared for some reason from the Google Plus page, so we're not doing that for this one. We're just doing the YouTube stuff, but it's good because last time I missed all these YouTube comments, so this time I'm catching them all. Hunt says, what would be your dream Mustang like? Can you have any engine with any body with any interior? I would just do the Bullet Mustang. I would do the 68 Mustang Fastback dark green, with a 390 motor, the 390 V8 GT, and yeah, that's how I would do it, just like the Bullet car. I love that. It's my ultimate favorite Mustang. Favorite yogurt. Nice. I don't really eat yogurt a lot. I'm assuming you mean like normal yogurt, not like frozen yogurt. I like blueberry though the best. I think that's the blueberry fruit on the bottom is my choice if I'm buying yogurt. Miguel says I'm probably getting an Audi A1 for my first car, stick shift. Happy they sell this car in Mexico. Nice. Yeah, I have no experience with those. Like I said, we don't ever get them here. I saw one on the streets in Switzerland when I was there 3 years ago, but that's it. So yeah, that's pretty awesome though. Congrats, and you should definitely send me a picture of that when you get it. That'd be really cool. I don't really see A1s a whole lot. Abdul says, hey, what's up? What do you predict the BRZ, or when do you predict the BRZ will upgrade its engine? Thanks. I don't know. I think the rumors are pretty solid about there being this updated BRZ to come out for the 2015 model year, so it'll be coming out hopefully here in a couple months. And I think that's something that's pretty realistic to expect, because it's basically, they say it's going to be like a BRZ TS that they get in Japan and Australia, except it's not going to have the performance suspension. It's just going to be only the same looks as the BRZ TS, and I think that's going to be the next thing to come out in 2015. I think 2016 they might do the faster version, if they do it at all. With the slow sales of the BRZ recently, there's a very good chance that we won't even see an updated version, which would be tragic, but that's a good possibility right now, sadly. So yeah, not sure what the future holds for the BRZ. Kind of sad. I mean, it sold so well the first 2 years, but like any other car, it just gets stale. And now they're just starting to sit on lots because everyone that really wanted a BRZ already has one, and the people that didn't really like the BRZ, most of them didn't really like it because they thought it needed more power. So you got all of us Subaru that like it the way it is. Now get everyone else that wants more power. Just give them a more powerful version, and I guarantee you the sales will pick up again. So hope that Subaru has faith in the BRZ and keeps updating it and investing in the car. TJ also says, what is your opinion about wrapping? I work for a vinyl wrapping company and it's getting really popular here in California. Yeah, it's a really good idea because I think, it's cheaper than paint. It protects your paint, underneath the car. And it's pretty easy. And like you said, there's a lot of shops popping up now. I really wish there was a really good vinyl wrapping shop around here because, like I said, I'd like to wrap my roof black, gloss black. And I would consider even just playing around with a different color for the car. I love the blue. But if it was, if there was a really good wrap shop around here and it was pretty inexpensive, I'd totally consider wrapping the BRZ a different color. I'm like kind of tempted to do like a military dark green and like classy dip the wheels black. I think that'd be a pretty sweet look. Just for kicks, maybe keep it on for a year or something just to keep things new and fresh. I don't know, but I love the blue. So yeah, I think the wrapping is really cool. Coleman said, well, I was watching since 15 minutes after you started. Time flies by. How are you not tired? Yeah, I don't know. I just don't get tired. I don't know. I love talking with you guys and hanging out. And so, I was losing my voice there for a while, but for some reason I'm doing okay again. So as long as my voice holds out, I'll keep doing this here. So, yeah. Yeah, we've been going for a while here now. I guess it's been roughly around 3 hours or so now. Or no, actually, it's been 4 hours, right? 8, 9, 10. Oh yeah, we've been here for 4 hours. Sweet. So yeah, this is awesome. And luckily we started this earlier because last time it went till 2 in the morning because we started at 9. But yeah, we'll keep going until the interest drops off. What's your opinion on the '08 Subaru STI? Great car. I reviewed the 2012, I think it was, STI that I reviewed. It's the same thing, basically. They're great cars. You can see my review for all the details on that. One second. Okay. Tiny Monkey 3 says, hey, which one would you pick? M3, C63, RS4, ISF, or CTSV? That's tough. They're all such good cars. By M3, if you mean the E92 M3, that would probably be my choice. C63 is a close runner-up. The others, the only RS4 we got was the older generation. We didn't get the new RS4, sadly, here in America. So the older one, I wouldn't like it. It's an older car. ISF is good. I've never driven one. From what I hear, they're not as sharp, though. CTSV is a great, great car. The seats in them are rock solid. In my review, you'll hear me complain about that. So I would do the M3 or the C63. Honestly, the M3 seats are good, but the C63 seats are amazing. So probably would do the C63. I like the way it sounds better too. So yeah, it's close. It's a toss-up between the two, but I'd probably do C63, I think. Richard says, your website looks good. Nice job. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm really excited with the way it turned out, and I hope a lot of people use it. Okay, Dan says, thoughts on the Dodge/SRT Viper, my favorite car of all time. Well, it's your favorite car of all time, so I won't be too harsh on it, but not a big fan of the Vipers. I guess it's a good value. It's still a hard car to control. I had a friend that rented one for a day, actually. Said it was still really rough riding car, even the brand new ones. And the older ones especially aren't very safe. The newer ones, I don't know. I'm assuming it's not much better, but maybe it is. They're not very safe. They're very hard to control. There's a lot of other fun cars I think I would rather have that are just different. I don't know. It's personal preference. The Vipers, they're cool. Like I said, they seem a little bit too unpredictable, a little too wild and unsafe for me personally. But again, all personal preference. Deborah for the win says, Civic Si or Mazda Speed Miata. Never driven a Mazda Speed Miata, but that's a lot more raw, small, and definitely a rougher ride than a Civic Si. If I had to live with it every day, the Miata's a tough car, I think, to live with every day. It's pretty small. I could be wrong. The newer Miatas are better. If you're talking about the older Mazda Speed ones, though, I would probably do the Civic Si over it. Eric says Forester XT review. I agree. I'd like to review one for sure. And Legendary Stang says, what are your thoughts on a O2 GT? I watched your reviews on the one you made on it, but that was mainly stock, like you said, with that dude in blue's car. You liked it a lot better than the stock one. Yeah, you're right, but the O2 GT is just, I don't know, those older ones, the interiors are just rough. The clutch is very heavy. And those are the things about the car you can't really change. The handling of it. 2013 is just miles better in every single way. That's why I liked it a lot better. His modifications didn't make it. It made it a better car. But the 2013 Mustang, I've driven stock ones and I love those just as much. His is just hilarious because it's so loud and stuff. But yeah, the O2 GT, just not a fan. I would, unless I was buying a classic 60s Mustang. The only other Mustangs I would buy would be the 2005 and newer Mustang. Anything older than that, I wouldn't get unless I was doing a 60s Mustang. Anything between 1972 and 2004, not a fan of at all. Don't really like any of those. And TJ said, "I give you much respect for answering the same questions over and over." Lol. Yeah, no, I mean, I understand that not everyone's here the whole time, and we've been going for a while, so it's no big deal. Ethan says, if money was no object, what would be your favorite car to drive and mod? Or is there any supercar you love stock and would buy and not modded? Yeah, like we talked about earlier with my dream garage, really, like a Lamborghini Aventador Roadster or Ferrari F12 Berlinetta are my top cars that I wouldn't touch either of them. I'm not a big fan of people. I don't modify exotics. I think that they're perfect just the way they come from the factory. So I wouldn't touch an exotic car. I would just leave it stock and love it just like that. So yeah, Lamborghini Aventador Roadster, Ferrari F12, Aston Martin Vanquish, Bentley Continental GT V8. All those are my top favorite exotics. So those would be my favorite cars to drive. Ange 1940 says, would you buy a used G35, G37 coupe or get a used BRZ? Depends. If you want a more luxurious car, get the Infinity. If you want something a little more raw and sharper, get the BRZ. Hummer says, hello, never thought I'd ever catch you in a stream. I'm actually buying a car for summer and I'm torn between two cars, 2008 GT500 or Evo 10. What's your opinion? Very, very different cars. Depends. I'm not sure. Like I always say with other people, I'm giving my opinions on, car buying stuff. Depends where you live. If you live in a place with a lot of straight roads, GT500. If you live in a place with a lot of windy roads, Evo 10 basically is about as much as I can simplify it. But they're both great cars. I'd have tons of fun in a GT500 even on windy roads, and an Evo 10 would be fun even on straight roads. But I think those two cars are both suited for, those two different kind of terrains, and so depends on what area you live in, what you're looking for. You want four doors, you want all-wheel drive. Obviously, then the Evo is better. GT500 is great. If you're just looking for a fun car and you don't care about any of that stuff, I think the GT500 would be more fun, honestly, just because it's rear-wheel drive, it's just crazy power, supercharged, just it's a wild car. So I think that'd be more fun personally. But I just have a soft spot for Mustang, so that could just be me. McMall says, Mazda Speed 3 versus Focus ST. Haven't driven a Mazda Speed 3, so I can't compare it to anything, but I love the Focus ST. They're great cars. Edwin says, my first time watching you live, but I always watch your videos. Thank you, I appreciate that. Glad you're able to join us for the live stream. Heavy says, how do you feel about colder intakes? Colder intakes are good. The only thing you got to be careful with, I think some of the newer ones are better, but I remember way back when I heard stories of people with cold air intakes in Honda S2000s, flooding the engines if they drove through a deep puddle or something like that. So if it's a true cold air intake where it's sucking air straight from like really low in the car, where it's right basically in the fender liner, or like really low in the front end of the car, those can get you in some trouble if you don't have one that has like some kind of water bypass system or something like that. because then yeah, you can suck up some water and blow your motor, which would be very very bad. But aside from that, I mean they're great. I mean like the air rate intake I have on my car isn't a cold air. Technically, it's just a short ram intake, and those are good. Cold air technically should give you a little bit more power. I don't think the gains are that huge. Back in the day in the import scene, like 10 years ago, cold air intakes were a lot better. But these days the short rams have gotten so good. There's really not a whole lot of difference. So you might as well just stick with short ram on most cars. Um, and yeah, he said thank you for answering all the questions. No problem. Do you like Formula One? They have a Grand Prix in America now. Yeah, I don't really follow Formula One. I respect it as a sport. I think it's really cool. I just don't like sit down and watch it. I always end up forgetting when the races are on. It's not like a huge priority of mine. But yeah, I'd like to watch it. I'd love to go to one sometime in person too and check them out. Miguel says, if I find a car under 4K in Pittsburgh and you like it, will you buy it to do videos with to have 1 week of BRZ weekly updates and one with the other car? Please answer. Um, no, I'm not looking to really buy a second car right now, just because I don't have anywhere to store it. If I were to buy a car for under 4 grand, it'd probably be a rough classic car that I could kind of wrench on the weekends and kind of restore. I'd buy like a project car for 4 grand and work on that. And if I were to do that, it'd be a classic car, and I'd probably post all those videos on my second channel, which is the Vintage Car Fan, and you could go on there and watch those videos for those of you that are interested in classic cars. But yeah, I mean, like 4K, you're only gonna things you're gonna buy for that are like a older Miata and stuff like that. But don't really have 4K to just drop on a second car right now anyway. So yeah, but it's a cool idea though. It'd be cool to start like a project car for the channel at some point. I'm Husky says, are you gonna put harness seat belts in any car you own in the future? Only if it's a race car. Otherwise, no. I mean, they look cool. I thought about it at one point for whenever I was thinking about buying a WRX when I was, younger, but not gonna do it. And you also say you detail cars. You crazy about eating in your car? No, I honestly I haven't detailed cars in a while. I was a detailer at a dealership for about 5 years. But me personally, I'm not super picky. I'm not, really OCD about my car's appearance and stuff like that. I just wash them, wax them. As long as they look half decent, I don't care. I drive it to, I have a car to drive it. I don't have it to, shine it up at car shows and show it off. I just have it to drive it. So as long as it's presentable, I'm happy. As far as eating in your car, the first year or so that I had it, I didn't eat in it because it was, a brand new car and I was really careful. But now especially since I love Sonic and you sit in your car and eat at Sonic, I do eat in my car now. Some people might cringe at that, but I do. I'm very careful. I don't ever spill anything. And the people that eat in my car other than me, they understand that, they have to be careful and they're respectful about it, so it's fine. At the end of the day, it's just a car. I'm not going to inconvenience people and stuff like that just because it's, just because I'm, like I said, it doesn't really bother me. So I eat in the car. That's an interesting question, though. You also asked, do you like BMW 2002s? Ever driven one? I love them. I've never driven one, though. They're super cool. I'd love to drive one at some point. That'd be really cool. I'll load some more comments here. Hey man, you're awesome. Best car reviewer ever. Love all the vids. Thanks. How do you like driving that '02 Mustang GT? I didn't like driving that '02 Mustang GT. Heavy clutch, didn't handle well at all. Terrible interior. Just not my kind of car. Mr. Supremacy 93 asks, once your factory warranty is up, are you going to do any engine mods? I'd consider it at that point. Yeah, that's like what I'm waiting for is, once my warranty's over, I can maybe start playing around with stuff because I don't have a warranty to blow at that point. But I'm hoping that I trade in this BRZ for a BRZ STI or a more powerful BRZ in a few years before the warranty expires. And then I'll just have all those, the more power and the better performance while also still having a warranty. That'd be really nice. So that's the game plan, but if Subaru drops the ball and doesn't update the BRZ, and I still have the BRZ and can't afford to upgrade to something else, then I probably will upgrade it, yeah. I'm Husky. In your opinion, what's the best car for under 20 grand, 2012 and up? Um, well, again, depends what you mean by best car. That's subjective. Everyone likes something different. Uh, Best general overall car that's a good value and whatnot, I'd say Honda Civic Si. You could probably get a used WRX for under 20 grand, 2012. Trying to think what else. Miata is another really fun car. Under 20 grand. It's 2012. You can get a 2012 Miata for under 20 grand. I don't know if they made the S2000 until 2012, but if they did, that would be a good car for under 20 grand. If they are under 20 grand, they might be more than that. And then, if you want something more luxurious than that, I'd say like a E92 BMW 3 Series Coupe would be a great car. All kinds of stuff like that. Miguel sent me a link to a Craigslist posting in Pittsburgh for a project car. If you can send that to the Facebook page, man, I'd appreciate that. I can check that out later, but I don't want to check it out now because everyone else wants me to answer their questions as well. But yeah, I'll check that out for sure though. So yeah, send that over to the Subaruwrxfan Facebook page. Dawood says, "What are your thoughts on a 4-inch axle back on a '05 Nissan Altima?" Ugh. Personal preference. If you like it, go for it. Nissan Altima is not a sporty car, and a 4-inch exhaust on it. A lot of people are going to think it's Ricer. I don't judge, whatever you like doing, do it, but I personally wouldn't do it myself. Ransom says, found your channel a month ago. I'm 16. You've inspired me to do car reviews in my Georgia state and want to own a BRZ when I'm 20. Thanks. Keep up the great work. Very cool. Glad that I inspired you. It's always makes me feel good. And good luck with that. Send me over your channel once you start doing the reviews, and I'll check it out for sure. I'm Husky says, what's the fastest you ever gone in a car? Well, if you mean driving, the fastest I've ever driven was 155. The fastest I've ever rode in a car was around 170. So those are my two top speeds. It was pretty fun. The 170 was in certain someone's Lamborghini that you might be able to guess. And then I'm Husky also said, would you ever import a right-hand drive car like a GT86 maybe? If you mean like an AE86, like the Toyotas, that would be cool. GT86 is the same as the FRS essentially, so I wouldn't bother with one of those. But I do love right-hand drive cars. I would totally import a right-hand drive R34 GTR if I could get one in the country without it being crushed. But yeah, they're pretty sweet. All right, more questions are loading here. And next one here, you should do a live stream on Twitch TV. It's set up much better, by the way. Send me, or I'll have to check out that site. I just like doing it on YouTube because this way you all are subscribed to me already anyway. So if you're not, aware of what's going on, you happen to be watching one of my other videos, it lets you know, and it just everyone knows me on here already, so it's very easy to do it through here. I don't know. I think this is working okay. Unless people really want me to switch, I think I'm just going to stick with this. Juan says, can you do a car review of an RX-8? Yeah, someone actually offered to let me do one of theirs in Philly. If I'm ever in Philly, I'll definitely review that one. Otherwise, yeah, if I can find an RX-8 locally to review, I will. Like I said, the rotary engine, I think it's not the best idea, but it's a great car. It'd be a perfect base for a swap for another engine, but yeah, they're pretty cool. 10 Saturn says, what are your thoughts on electric hybrid plug-in cars such as the Volt and Tesla Model S? I drove a Tesla Model S. There's a video of that if you're curious. I loved it. Tons of torque, very fast, and very exciting to drive. And it's just the technology and stuff was very cool. The thing is, yes, they have the supercharger network and stuff like that, but it's still just, I would be paranoid about the limited range, because yes, you can go from one side of the country to another, but only if you go their way, and you do it the route the way they have it all laid out. I think it's still in its infancy. Give it maybe 5 years, and it'd be something I would maybe consider. But for right now, stuff like the Volt is better because the Volt at least has a gasoline engine, so you can use that when you need to. Um, but I don't know. I have no need unless I was sitting in traffic all the time just killing gas. I don't really see a need for an electric hybrid car in my opinion, unless you use it to make it faster, like the Porsche 918, the P1, the LaFerrari. In those, it's awesome. But as far as a normal commuter car, I'd just rather have a diesel or something like that if I want a good gas mileage. Mm, Abdul says, by the way, I love all your vids. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad you enjoy them. Swagger says, do you think that your passion for cars will ever die? No, I don't think so. I think I always am going to love cars. I just think I might start liking different cars at some point. Just like I've always kind of liked luxury cars a little bit more, and I feel like as I get older and whenever I have family and whatnot, at some point I'm gonna just want something a little more refined, a little more luxurious, but still have some performance stuff. I'd still love to have a BRZ or a sports car as well if I could afford to do that on the side. Just keep a fun little sports car. I think I'm always gonna enjoy that, but if I'm just stuck to just one car and I can only have one car, I think as I get older, they'll probably start to get more comfortable and more refined. The BRZ is fun, but this SRT exhaust isn't for everyone. It's very loud, and I feel like after a while, it's. I mean, I'm already. Some days I'm sick of it. Some days I still adore it. But I feel like it's something. Eventually I'm just gonna be like, all right, this is a little too much. Time to tone it down a little bit. But I don't think it's ever gonna die. Ian says, will you review a Honda S2000, please? Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, I have two Honda S2000 owners that are interested in letting me drive their cars for a review, so I have two of them lined up. So definitely we'll be doing one soon. And I see that 2K is answering some of these questions already. I appreciate that. Very cool. Yeah, so you're answering them for me. So very cool. Yeah, wait until I have the time to put the top down. Thanks for the help, man. Dan says, what do you think about the 2008 to 2010 Chevy Cobalt SS? Never driven one, but I mean, they seem like they're good performers. The ones that I've seen around here, they just aren't modified very well. It seems they just people with bad taste seem to end up having them. So it's just I don't know. The Cobalt SS just kind of has a bad reputation in my mind a little bit, but that shouldn't spoil it from it's a good car, so I won't let the owners of the car spoil the image of the car. Would you buy a used STI with a rebuilt motor? As long as it was rebuilt well by someone that knew what they were doing, absolutely, that's great, because then you don't have to worry about the motor for a while. I'm Husky said, if you could change things about the BRZ body style, what would you change? That's tough. I really like it just the way it is. I think the only thing I would want to change is probably the taillights in the back. I like that they're the round circles. I like that a lot. I wish the turn signals in the back were LEDs, and in the front, I wish they were LED turn signals instead of the bulbs. They're still the old-fashioned bulbs, which doesn't quite match with the cool LED U-shaped LEDs in the headlights and the LED taillights for the brake lights. So having the lack of LEDs for the turn signals, I wish they would update that a little bit. And also, like how they did with the GTR, they had the multiple dots of LED, for the brake lights, and they just switched it to the one ring of LED light. And I think that would be really cool if they did that for the updated version of the BRZ. And yeah, those two things, and maybe just have a front lip as stock, and maybe make it a little bit more of an aggressive stance. Other than that, I think it's perfect. Honestly, I mean, it'd be beautiful if they could have like a carbon fiber roof on it as well. But that's just dreaming at that point. Carbon fiber roof would be sweet though. Hot Sawyer says, anyone else notice the chat is like super late? I bet that's making questions get repeated a lot. Yeah, that might be it. I've been getting so many questions. I'm just having trouble keeping up with them. But if you scroll up a little bit, you'll see the questions I'm answering. I'm just going from the top and working my way down. But I'll get through them eventually. Beth is saying, want to review my Fiesta, and yeah, I think I definitely have plans to review her bright green Fiesta. some of you that follow me on Instagram and stuff might have an idea of what that whole thing is I'm talking about. But yeah, I'll let you go and check that out for yourself if you're curious. But yeah, Fiesta 2014 Ford Fiesta Bright Green Titanium Edition is definitely a car that I plan on reviewing in the future. A2K is hooking me up again, helping people, answering questions here. So thanks, man. Juan says, I love your car view videos. Thank you. Appreciate that. Vince, oh, what's up? I remember you I see all your comments all the time. I appreciate that. He says, do you think the Zenvo ST1 on Top Gear will affect sales and their reputation going forward? P.S. Big fan, watch all your videos. Keep up the great work and keep the quality. And the quality keeps getting better and better. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm always trying to improve them. I think that was a really bad thing for Zenvo to have that car catch fire. I don't know how well it was going to sell anyway, because it's just a very niche kind of small car for just the people that really want something super rare and exotic. But yeah, catching on fire, that's a nail in the coffin. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if the Zenvo never took off for that reason alone. So yeah, next question here. Okay. Shenkun says 15 WRX versus 15 Mustang V6. Which one is better for everyday drive in LA? I don't know what part of LA that you're in. And I think that's tough because I love the Mustang. I love the new Mustang. I love the new WRX. Either one is amazing. If you're driving on back roads a lot, I would say the 2015 Mustang probably. Like I said, I haven't driven a new Mustang, so I have no idea how well they handle. I still think a WRX is probably going to handle a little bit better, but I could be wrong. So I'm not going to say either way until I drive a new Mustang and the new WRX. But also, as far as everyday driving in LA, if you drive in traffic, I don't know, automatic versus manual, I'd probably do an automatic if you're sitting in a lot of traffic. I think the Mustang in California just fits, though. It's just such a California car. I feel like that would just feel right, just driving a Mustang in California. If I lived in California, I'd probably still drive the BRZ, but I'd also like to have a Mustang, too. JT Slick 15 says, what did you go to college for? I answered this earlier, too, but I'll answer it again real quickly. I went to school for financial planning. That was my degree that I graduated with. But it's something that I enjoy doing, but I enjoy reviewing cars more, and so I'm doing this plus other videography things to kind of support, so that I'm making enough money to cover the bills and whatnot. But hopefully, I'm hoping this YouTube channel takes off to the point that I'm like at the level of Saab Kyle at some point where I can make it my only career and just do car reviews. 2K, I appreciate all the responses here. The man, yeah, says the windows on my BRZ are squeaking when rolling up and down. It's due to water saturating the felt like weather seal. Did that problem on yours get fixed, and how so? Good question. I took that into the dealer and told them about that, and they couldn't reproduce the problem, and it actually just went away. It went away whenever it started getting colder out. So I don't know if the water just went away, or that's interesting though that they figured out on yours what it was due to, because I had no idea why mine was making that sound. So yeah, hopefully it doesn't come back in the spring, but mine just went away. So hopefully yours goes away too. Dan says that's the second generation with the 260 horsepower, 4-cylinder. Okay, gotcha. I think you're talking about the Kilowatt SS. Yeah. I mean, that's a very good performance bargain. Josh says, hey Matt, sorry I'm late. Was at a meet at IHOP. Cool. That's very awesome. Hopefully it's warmer where you're at, because a meet this late at night in Pittsburgh would be pretty cold still. But very sweet. I just had IHOP today actually, so very good choice for a restaurant as well. Mordecai said, who texted you? Just kidding. Yeah. That was my girlfriend. She's been the one that's been texting me a lot back and forth. So yeah. Shadow says, hi, what do you use as a job, or what do you do as a job, and what degree did you graduate with? Just answered that, so I won't say that again. Andy says, thoughts on the 2014 Evo 10? It's the same as the 2012 or 2011 that I reviewed. You can go check out the Evo review to see all of my thoughts on the Evo 10. It's an amazing car. CHMAMA says, do you downshift every time when coming to a stop, or do you just put neutral and then stop? Just depends on my mood, you know. And I mean, technically, you kind of save your brakes a little bit by rev matching. You know, you downshift and slowing the car down in gear. But at the same time, you're burning more gas and putting a little bit more stress on your transmission and clutch and whatnot if you're just constantly rev matching all the time. I mean, even if you do it smoothly, it's still just engaging and disengaging the clutch more often, so it's going to wear it out a little bit quicker. So I just kind of vary it. Sometimes if I'm just chill, I'll just throw it in neutral and stuff. And normally, if I'm driving aggressively, that's when I'll rev match. But rev matching into first is really hard, and it's pretty stressful in the transmission too. So I rev match down, and if I'm in a higher gears, I'll rev match down into third. Sometimes I'll rev match down into second, although that one's kind of a little bit of a. It still doesn't always like being rev matched into second unless you're a rev matching master. I'm not. I'm pretty smooth, but not the best. So normally I just rev match a few gears and then I'll just pop it neutral after that. Tyler says, what are your thoughts on the new Corvette? I mentioned this earlier in the video as well. They're great. I think they're the best performance bargain right now. They're just amazing with how well they handle the new ones. But they're going to be on every corner in America by this summer. And I don't really, like I said, I don't care about having a super rare or car that no one ever sees. But Corvettes are just going to be so common, and for that reason alone, I'd rather look for something that's a little bit more unique, I think. But I mean, I'm not like a brand snob, so I mean, I'd totally drive a Corvette and be pretty happy with it. You just can't always worry what people think either. Best car under 25K for a college student. Nice vids, by the way. I've been watching the BRZ vids since the beginning. Thanks, I appreciate all that support. Yeah. Well, if best car under 25 grand for a college student, depends where you are at, what you want. If you drive friends around a lot, you'll want 4 doors. I'd say WRX or used Focus ST, Fiesta ST, something like that would be really cool. But you can get a used BRZ for 25 grand, less than 25 grand now. Get a used FRS for a little over 20. Something like that would be great. So it just depends, what you're looking for. That's the thing. When someone asks me for advice, I'd have to know, what kind of climate you live in. Do you want 4 doors, 2 doors, front wheel drive, rear wheel drive, insurance, stuff, all kinds of stuff kind of factors in, there's all kinds of things. But I'd say, BRZ, FRS, Fiesta ST, stuff like that, Civic Si, Mini Cooper S, stuff like that is all good. Hunt says, have you seen the Subaru Vision 2 Subaru concept? It's the prettiest crossover ever. Yeah, it's nice, but once again with Subaru concepts, who knows? I mean, we'll never see anything like that probably. It's a nice thing to look at. It's a nice piece of artwork, and yeah, I don't know. It's basically probably going to be a preview for the new Outback. But the new Outback, as you know, is not going to look that good. It's going to be a lot more boring and bland, I'm sure. Sadly, I mean, Subaru just likes to play it safe with their designs, which is okay. Just that's the way they're doing their company. So, yeah. Gonna ignore the next question. TJ Hansen, are you still looking to do a cola? I'm not sure what you mean. Sean says they gotta keep making the BRZ. I'm 18 and already promised myself I'd get one. Well, you can always buy a used one, even if they discontinue them or something. That's something you can always get later. They'll be around for a long time. Nissan GTR 2000 said you can buy the regular black Plasti Dip and the Plasti Dip Clear, which acts like a clear cut and makes it gloss. Okay, so you mean like for the roof or something? That's a decent idea. Yeah, to do the Plasti Dip, just do that for the roof instead. Yeah, I've heard some people saying a Plasti Dip over a few years kind of is a little hard to pull off. Vinyl is normally a little easier. I don't know. Again, this is why I hesitate about doing anything with the car. I don't want to I don't want to just I don't want to mess with anything with the car. I don't want to I'd just rather keep it stock. I mean, like I said, if I can find a good place to wrap it black, maybe I'll do that for a year or two. But yeah. TJ says, time to drive home from class. Hope you're still streaming by the time I get home. Yeah, not sure how long of a drive you'll have, but we'll probably be here. We still have a good amount of people watching and lots of good questions, so we'll keep going here. And TJ's saying, "Are you texting your girlfriend?" I already said, yeah, I am texting her. Um, Glad to hear you're an Art and Senna fan. My all-time favorite driver. Yeah, yeah, I mean, he's amazing. I don't know. There's no other way to say it. He's epic. I don't know how you couldn't like Art and Senna. Honestly, he's awesome. Rodolfo says hello. I say hello back. Jesus says, dude, your reviews are super freaking awesome. Keep up the good work. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad you enjoy them. I love hearing everyone's positive feedback and stuff about it, so it's always good to hear another person enjoys them. Hunt says, I'm looking for partial sports car for around 25. Don't want gas mileage in the teens. What are my options? Don't really want a base WX and don't want to get a used STI. I would say again FRS, BRZ. I mean I love Mini Cooper S. I know some people don't like them for whatever reason, but I think Mini Cooper S is a great idea. Ford Fiesta ST, Focus ST, something like that used. If you want a dedicated sports car, get a Miata. Even the newer ones, you can get one with a retractable hardtop for less than 25. That gets good gas mileage. Even like a Mustang V6, that'll get about 30 miles to the gallon on the highway if you take it easy. It'll get low 20s in the city and stuff like that. I mean that'd be a fine car too. And so yeah, those are some good ideas I think. Jason says Mustang or STI. Depends which Mustang and which STI you're talking about, but I would probably do the Mustang. Josh said, hey man, sorry I came in so late, but love your reviews and keep up the good work. Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you for stopping by at all. That's very cool. And yeah, glad I was still here to you could stop by and check it out. Dat Fried Chicken said, what kind of driver are you? A casual driver that usually drives the speed limit or Speedy Gonzales? I'm a little of both. Honestly, I know people think that I'm like this crazy person that always drifts around every corner and drives super fast in the car, but I'm really not. I'm pretty sedate most of the time. I mean, there's some times where I can, be pretty quick, but I'm very paranoid about getting speeding tickets and stuff like that. So I normally am doing, around the speed limit. I'd say, I'm never super high over the speed limit generally. I never really try to do more than 15 over the speed limit at all. But I normally do actually keep it pretty close to the speed limit. Unless the speed limit is just absurdly low, then like I said, I'll do a little bit quicker. But yeah, just kind of slowed down a little bit. Used to be a little bit of a faster driver, but especially now with a loud, bright blue car, can't always drive like a maniac because you get spotted a lot easier than you do in the Legacy that I used to have, which was silver and pretty low profile. Nibbergs for the Win says, thanks for taking your time out of your day and answering questions from all your fans. You're awesome, Matt. Thank you. You're awesome, too. I appreciate all you guys hanging out. I mean, spending your whole evening sitting here watching this video and talking and stuff. It's great. So I'm honored that everyone here is just interested enough to hang out. This is great. Josh says 68 Mustang or 71 Camaro Z28. I love Mustangs. The 68 is my all-time favorite. 68 Mustang, hands down. Kevin says, when are you going to race me in my Civic Si? I live in west of Pittsburgh in Coriopolis. I don't race. I don't race at all. So that'll be a never. Sorry. Not into racing. I mean, I wouldn't mind doing some fun track stuff, but I'm assuming you mean street racing, in which case I don't do any of that. So sorry about that. Lewis says, review for a Ford Fiesta ST. I do really want to do one. They're just really hard to find. If someone around here owns a Fiesta ST that wants to let me review it, I'd love to because they're really sweet. I sat in one of the auto show. Those seats are amazing because I'm a small guy, so they fit me like a glove. I love them. So I'd really like to review one. 10 Saturdays says, holy crap, this has been going on for 4 hours. Yeah, I know. It's been like 4.5 now. It's awesome. It's pretty sweet. The last one went for 5 hours, so we might do this one for about 5 hours too and then stop. It just depends. I think we're starting to drop down in viewers here a little bit, but I don't really care about the view count a whole lot. As long as we keep getting good questions, I'll keep going. Two cases. What do you think about the Z4? How about the Z4 versus S2000? The Z4 is actually the Z4. That's actually a really underrated car. I think a lot of people overlook the Z4, by BMW. I drove them a lot when I worked at the BMW dealership, and they are so sharp with their handling, and steering, and like the turn in and everything. They are really, really sharp. They're lightweight feeling. They handle amazingly well, um, and especially the older ones. The first generation is a little rough. The second generation is really good. Third generation is also very, very, very good. They're just a little bit pricey. I think the second generation right now is the sweet spot in the Z4 range. You get one of those with a more powerful engine, or if you get the M version, it's a sweet car. Very, very sweet car. So, yeah, S2000 is also a very, very sweet car. But I think you can't go wrong with either one, really. All right, 1 second, guys. Okay, sorry. Would you ever consider buying an Evo 10? No, I don't think I really would. I really, really like them, but it's still just a little too. I don't know what the word is. It's just raw. I don't know. The interior, they're okay. It's just I like a car with a little bit of a nicer interior. Evo just doesn't really do it for me. Do you like watching Gymkhana or Rallycross? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't really catch them whenever they're on TV a whole lot. But I mean, Gymkhana is, I mean, sweet. It's very fun to watch for sure. I don't really watch it a lot or anything though. Um, the, the Googler says, have you ever used any Bluetooth OBD2 apps like Torque? And if so, what do you think about them? No, I've never used them before. That'd be interesting to try though. 1 second. Okay. I see we're dropping viewers, so sorry if I'm making some of you guys wait. I think we dropped like 10 viewers in the past like 2 minutes. Um, so Hunt says Twitch is much better. You could just post a short little bit saying I'm streaming on YouTube. That's what all my other YouTubers do. Oh, okay. So I guess there's other YouTubers that are on Twitch. Yeah, I mean, if other people really think it's we should do that, then we definitely can. Um, Husky says, what wheels do you want for your BRZ? BBSRS? No, I actually really like the BRZ STI wheel. The TS wheels you see on the BRZ TS in Japan. Those are my favorite wheels. I would like ADV ones too if money was no object, but those are pricey. So sticking with the stock rims. I love the stock wheels, so I'm just gonna stick with those. What do you think of the 2015 Ford Mustang? Do you think it will come out? I mean, it's definitely coming out. They're making it, and it's gonna be here. I think in the late summer, early fall. They said. So yeah, it'll definitely be here. I can't wait to start test driving them. Ransom says, does your SRT exhaust create any vibrations or radials that were not there when stock? I think you mean rattles that were not there when stock. Yeah, it definitely vibrates some stuff, and it creates some rattles that weren't there before. So that's definitely something that just happens though when you have a loud exhaust. That's just the way it goes. But it's nothing super annoying. But if you want a super, a car that doesn't have any rattles or vibrations, then you shouldn't put a lot of exhaust on it. Also, manual Mustang in California. Yeah, as long as you don't sit in traffic, manual Mustang would be great in California. Dima says, sorry, I need to leave. I have school tomorrow. If I could, I would stay until it ends. No, that's totally fine. I know we've been going here for a while, and it's totally understandable. Like I said, we'll probably just cut it off here pretty soon. Okay. Another one here. Hunt says, "Do you think I should be worried about buying a used WRX? All the ones I find in South Carolina are really expensive. Like the lowest one I found is like 19. They all have super modded. Should I be scared of them? Yeah, cars that are super modified, you should definitely be worried about. I mean, because some of them are done right and they're done well, but a lot of them aren't. So you gotta be really, really careful about that. And I mean, you can find some clean used WRXs that are stock though. Like it's hard to find. You're right, but find one that's been treated really well, mild mods, and I think you'll be okay. Dan says, drove my friend's 2004 Infiniti G35 sedan and loved it. Considering getting an 03 to 06 coupe for my next car, torn between that and an 08 to 10 Cobalt SS coupe. One is front-wheel drive manual, and the other is rear-wheel drive auto. Um, One second, sorry. Okay, so anyway, so yeah, about the front-wheel drive, and I mean, well, the thing is with the G35 sedan, I thought they came in manual. Maybe they don't. I know the coupe does, obviously, but if it just depends what you want, like you said, front-wheel drive manual or rear-wheel drive auto. I personally would do the G35 myself, even though I love manual. It's just not a big Cobalt fan myself, but yeah, it's up to you. Subaruwrxfan for the win says, "Oh crap, not got a girlfriend since the last live stream." Yeah, because people asked me in the last live stream if I was single, and I said yeah. And since then, I did get a girlfriend, so I'm very lucky and very fortunate and happy to have her in my life now. Um, Katan said, "I currently own a 2013 Nissan Maxima. Opinions? I haven't driven the 2013 Maxima, but I had a friend that had a Maxima, and he liked it. But yeah, I think they're good cars." So next one here. Sorry, some more questions are loading. You should review an SRT Viper. Great videos, by the way. Yeah, I'd like to. Like I said, I think they're a little bit tricky to handle and stuff, but I would like to review one for a day. I don't think I'd ever want to own one, but would like to review one. Nathan Miller says, "Have you ever seen any of my videos?" Just asking. I don't believe so. Your name doesn't stick out to me, but if you have videos that are interesting, yeah, definitely send me a link and I can check them out. You just send it to the Subaruwrxfan Facebook page or whatever, and I can check them out there for sure. GHMA says, "I'm out. Thanks, Matt, for answering all the questions. Keep up the good work and get some sleep now." Yeah, I'll be ending this probably pretty soon here, but thanks for hanging out. I appreciate. I mean, like I said, this is a long live stream, so it's very cool that you guys all hung out. I appreciate all their questions. Um, okay. Shadow says, "What American car brand do you think has the best future? Do you think American cars are not competitive in terms of price, quality, features?" No, I think the American cars are actually really improving a lot. You know, 5, 10 years ago, I would have said, yeah, American cars aren't as good, but I mean, they're really stepping up their game. I don't know about the best future. I think they're probably one of the brightest. But I mean, so does the Japanese manufacturers. All these different German stuff like that. They all have great futures. So yeah, I'm not sure which one's going to win out, but I know Ford especially is really on a hot streak. So is Jeep. I think this is one of the best times for American cars in a while. So I'm excited to see how they do in the future. Kevin says, "Aha, no, no, not on the street, on the track. I want to see how the SI stacks up against the BRZ at Beaver Run, which is our local track." Yeah, okay, well that's fine. I mean, I don't know. I think with Beaver Run, I'd just do like the high performance driving days. I'm always worried about track insurance. I always want to like make sure that I have some kind of coverage on the track so that if I were to wreck it, it's my only car. I need a car, so I can't just wreck it and I wouldn't have money just to pay out of pocket to just fix it if I didn't have insurance on it. So as long as I can find, if as long as my insurance would cover the car, I would totally take it to the racetrack. And but it'd be a high performance track day. I don't think I'd actually do any racing. So yeah, I don't know about that race still, but I mean, I'd like to someday maybe. Taylor says you said your opinion on stance cars was funny. Oh, you like stance? Yeah, no, I mean, it's like I said, stance is just it's everyone likes something different. So it's totally fine. I mean, I can understand why people like it. Because they look cool. Just to me, it's impractical, and I guess I'm just more boring and practical, and so I don't like stance cars for that reason. Josh says, nice to hear the 68 Mustang is your favorite. Me and my dad rebuilt one that he gave me for graduation. It has a 351 Cleveland and topped off with Viper Blue metallic paint. That is sweet. I'm jealous. That's really awesome, man. That's awesome. That's really cool. And you and your dad like rebuilt it and everything. That's pretty sweet, dude. That I wish I could do something like that. I wish I had the time to like do that. And even just, I would love to just work on one for years and years and years and just, build it to be what I want it to be. I have huge respect for you guys for doing that. That's super cool. Very, very cool. John says, thoughts on the Beatsonic shark fin antenna. I talked about that at the very beginning of the live stream, but I don't know. The stock antenna doesn't bother me, so I have no reason to swap it. But I mean, the Beatsonics seem great. They're very popular. They're very affordable, and I think they work pretty well. So yeah, I have no motivation to change mine. Satima says hello, and some characters here. I think sorry, I'm terrible with like foreign languages and stuff. I'm not sure where you're from, but that is awesome. Very cool. Hello. I don't know where you're. You should definitely say where you're watching from. That's pretty cool. But yeah, it's awesome that getting people from all over the world watching this. This is crazy. Another question here. I'm getting a car when I turn 17, but my parents don't have much money around. 10K. What would you recommend? I definitely want a sports car. We've been mentioning this a few times as well. 240SX, Miata, S2000, WRX, stuff like that is probably, those would be all my top cars that I would say for 10 grand for sure. Let's see if we have some more comments here. Okay, here's some more. It's loading. Okay. You think that Subaru could be successful in Formula One? Interesting. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know. They don't have any experience. They don't really have a motor. They could be competitive, I don't think, in Formula One. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see him try. Another question. That's the same one. Okay. Josh says, looking for a new car after school, but I've narrowed it down to a BRZ or WRX. But I live in Newfoundland, and the winters get really snowy. I would love a BRZ, but not sure I'd be able to drive it. Yeah, I don't blame you. I heard they get a lot of snow up there. So I'd do a WRX. If you can do a 2015 one, that'd be even sweeter. Sean asks, is your girl into cars? She's interested in cars. She doesn't know a ton, but she's interested in learning more. So she'll be coming along for a lot of car meets this summer and stuff. And so yeah, she's interested in learning more about it. So yeah, I'd say she's into cars. WRX for the win says, congrats on that, Matt. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And Tribal says, review of Cummins. LMAO. Yeah, no, I'd love to review a Dodge Ram Cummins. I think is what you're talking about. Those are sick. That'd be fun for sure. Ransom says, where can I get a BRZ? Get the BRZ sign on your wall. Oh yeah. I got that as a Christmas gift. I have no idea actually. Sorry, I got that not this past Christmas, but the Christmas before that. So I don't know. I mean, you can maybe Google it. It just says reserved parking, BRZ owners only. So yeah, you could try and find it somewhere. I have no idea where I got it from though. Like I said, it was a Christmas gift. What do you think about the newer Jaguar reliability? Good question. I don't really know. I think it's just time will tell, and we'll see if they've improved. I just love Jaguars too much to not, like it. I don't know, but I don't know. We'll see. It's gonna be something we'll have to wait to see. So yeah, actually, the person that just asked about is my Sean. You asked about is my girl into cars. She actually just texted me and said she definitely is into cars. So yeah, like I said, she's definitely interested in learning more. Um, so anyway, TJ says, "Want to sing us a song?" No, I'm not a very good singer. Many people can attest to that. I don't think you'd want to hear me sing. And someone else said, "Let's see it." Or TJ, you say also, "Let's see a tour of your room." Um, there's not really a whole lot in here that's worth seeing. Like I said, I might show you on my diecast. I might do a video of that sometime here soon. But otherwise, there's really not a whole lot in here. It's worth seeing. um, okay. So, do you get upset when the Top Gear guys talk crap about the Mustang? No, I mean, it's everyone likes different things again, so totally fine. They don't like the Mustang. Um, I think they're great cars though, just different preferences. The Rips for the win says, what do you think about the S2000 with high mileage, good or bad? As long as it's been maintained well, that's fine. You just have to be careful because since they rev so high, you do have to be careful. They will have issues if they aren't meticulously maintained. TJ says thoughts on Miley Cyrus. Um, I don't know. I don't even know if I want to start talking about that kind of stuff, but all I'll say is it's working for her because we're talking about Miley Cyrus. So I think she's pretty smart with everything she's doing, even though it might be kind of dumb. Like I said, we're talking about Miley Cyrus, and if she wasn't doing this kind of stuff, we wouldn't be talking about her. So I think the joke's on us as far as that whole thing goes. So Nathan says, how long do you think the EcoBoost motors are going to hold up? None are that None are that yet, so right now we don't know about the 100K and over miles. You're right. No one really knows about those Ford EcoBoosts. They're putting them in everything, though. I feel like they have to be pretty good, otherwise, every single car that they're building is going to be useless in 100,000 miles if they're all not reliable. And Ford has experience with doing turbo motors in the past, so I feel like it should be okay. If other people can master a reliable turbocharged four-cylinder, I think Ford can as well. Yeah, I don't think we'll have too many issues with them. But I don't know. I've heard some people have said they have had issues. Who knows? Um, 2K says, thanks for the stream, bro. We'll definitely come for the next one. No problem for answering some of the repeated questions from earlier. Yeah, I appreciate that. Seriously, that's awesome. Huge thank you to you for that, and yeah, definitely can look forward to your questions in the next stream. 10 Saturn says, what do you think about motorcycles? I answered that towards the beginning as well. I don't think they're very safe just because of other drivers on the road. They cut off motorcyclists and whatnot. So if you gave me a dirt bike in the middle of the desert, I'd have a blast, but don't think I would ever ride a motorcycle on the street. TJ says, I said it at last stream, we'll say it again. I love how excited you are at the beginning of every video. Yeah, I get excited filming videos for you guys. It's fun for me. Andy says, sing. No, you don't want to hear me sing, especially now. My voice is so scratchy from talking for 5 hours straight, basically. So, yeah, you don't want to hear that. Nathan says, do you know anything about a new STI motor coming out? Because that new WRX motor seems like it's gotten much better in tech. Might even be able to handle more power in the long run. You're right. I hope that Subaru puts that motor in the STI, but I'm not sure what they're going to do with it. I think they should, but who knows? TJ says, do you have any hidden talents? I don't think so. I don't know. And also, if you had to be a pro in a sport, which sport would it be? Racing. Definitely racing. That's about it, though. John says, hit any potholes? Yeah, I live in Pittsburgh. We hit potholes all the time. But it is what it is. Like, I mean, some people have had bent wheels and stuff with the BRZ, but I haven't. So very fortunate, knock on wood, that I haven't had any issues with potholes. The Beast Collection one says, "What do you think of the 2006 Silverado? Do you think you'd make fresh pork in the back?" Not sure if that's a reference to something else or what. 2006 Silverado. I mean, it's a good truck. I'm a Ford guy more than a Chevy guy, so I'd do an F-150 probably. But yeah. Derek for the win says, "What was your first your first Subaru an automatic or a manual?" My first one was automatic. It was a 1997 Subaru Impreza Outback Sport, and it was an automatic transmission, sadly. Um, you know of any good driving roads in Maryland? No, I don't. I don't really visit Maryland a whole lot, so I don't know. 1 second. Um, okay. What's your favorite music? I answered that earlier on as well. Favorite music? I mean, I like all kinds of stuff. So when I'm driving, I like listening to BPM, which is EDM music, electronic dance music, that kind of stuff. I like pop, and I think, I mean, I also like, if I'm like in a more chill mood, I'll listen to jazz. I like oldies from the 40s and 50s and 60s. So I like that kind of stuff. So I'm all over the place with my music taste. Chevy guy says, if you started your own car company, what kind of car would you build first? Probably a roadster. Some kind of cool top-down car that is just great for enjoying the elements and also having lots of fun in. It's a cool question. Um, TJ says you should stop holding contests and give away shootouts of something. I think you mean like start holding contests. Yeah, because I don't really do contests. So I couldn't really stop holding them. But yeah. I don't know. Maybe give some ideas of some contests I could do and stuff. Don't really have any ideas for contests, but that sounds fun. We should definitely figure something out and do something. That'd be cool. Someone said, Alex says, has anyone ever ridden in the rear seat of the BRZ while you're driving? Yeah, I put people back there from time to time. I don't like doing it often though, because there's really no room. Even my sister, who's like, on the shorter side, it's tough for her to even sit behind me. I normally have to put my seat up a little bit and be kind of, forward whenever I'm driving with her, and it's just that back seat is not very usable unless they're talking about very, very small people back there. Otherwise, it's basically a two-seater. The back seats are essentially just to use in a pinch, and therefore, making the insurance a little cheaper. Um, what was your first car ever? The 1997 Super Impreza Outback Sport. You can see me talk about that in my weekly update from this past summer. I talked about that car, and yeah, I posted a video of it revving actually this past summer as well, so go back and check that out if you're curious. ANG1940 said, are you selling any t-shirts or anything? I plan to on the Subaruwrxfan.com website that I debuted this past week. It's just something I have to finalize the shirt designs and get everything set up. I'm planning on doing that by the springtime because I know a lot of people are excited to buy shirts. I definitely will be, and I'll be doing some other stuff as well. 1 second. Okay. Next question here. You should do a review on a 2013 Power Stroke and roll around listening to Boom Shakalaka. Not gonna say that word. Music. That's random. Okay. These questions are starting to go a little downhill here. Ernest says, would a manual be a good choice for a first car over an automatic? I think you would be better off with an automatic just because you could be able to focus on actually driving, and then once you get driving down, then focus on manual because that just gives you a whole new set of things you got to think about. It can be a little overwhelming, I think, for a brand new driver, but if you think you can handle it, then give it a try. Um, okay, so I know that dude Blue is going to Import Alliance in Atlanta. I wish you would go so I can meet both of you awesome YouTubers. I have to see what Import Alliance is. I know, quite a few people have been talking about that. I mean, I might if it works out, scheduling wise, and if I can maybe meet up and roll with that dude in blue, we can roll in together. That'd be kind of cool. So we'll see. I'll have to check out some more info about it. Um, yes, the Madman says, what do you think about the collaboration between Mazda and Alfa Romeo? I think it's amazing. Can't wait to see that car. It's going to be really sweet. 10 Saturn says, do you watch Mighty Car Mods? No, I do not. I don't know. I think someone asked me that in the last live stream and I said I'd check it out, and I still haven't checked it out. I just got to check it out sometime and see, because a lot of you seem to really like it. I just have to go and check it out. But yeah, haven't seen any of my Mighty Car Mods stuff. If you had to own one car company, what would it be, and what would you change right away to the company? Um, I don't know. I think honestly, I love Subaru so much, but I feel like they're just a little too conservative. I wish they were a little bit bolder with their styling. So I'd probably just I don't think I'd change a whole lot because they're very successful. They know what they're doing, but I would just push them to put out some of the stuff that looks closer to the concepts that they do. Josh says, I have to take off. Thanks for answering my questions. All the best on the rest of the stream. I'll be sure to check out the uploads to check up on what I missed. Cool, yeah, thank you for stopping by and checking it out. We're dropping views kind of quickly now, and questions are taking a while to load, so I think we're kind of running low on questions here too, so might be ending this here soon. It's about 5 hours, kind of running out of gas here anyway. Let me see if I can get some more questions to load here. If I don't see any more, then we'll end it here. I'll give it a second to load. Okay, here's a few more questions. 1 second. I'll answer these and then we'll probably head out. Okay, so last few questions here. What different countries have you been to? Not a whole lot. I've been to Canada, obviously. I've been also to Switzerland, Italy, and France, and I flew through Germany, if that counts. Yeah, so those are all the countries I've been to. John says, any close calls while driving the BRZ accident-wise? I had a few close calls, just people that have not paying attention and almost hit me and stuff, but not a whole lot though, actually. Sean asks, is there going to be a 50K subscriber special? Yeah, 50,000 subscribers. Looks like we'll be coming up on that here in a week or so, maybe. And I just did all the new stuff for the big 1-year anniversary, so really don't know if I'll be doing anything for the 50K subscriber special. I don't have anything planned right now. But if I can think of something between now and when that happens, I will, but that's pretty soon, so probably won't have much time to do something like that. Best Collection says, have you ever met Bill Gates? No. Hunt says, dude, look up Mighty Car Mods. They're awesome, make some beautiful stuff. Okay, yeah, I'll definitely have to check them out. Just haven't remembered to check out their stuff. So, okay, I think we're kind of running low on questions. Let me see if I can load a few more here. And, okay. Someone said, "Are you still on?" Yeah, I'm still here. Chevy Guy says, "If you could drive any race car in history, which would it be?" I don't know. I like racing, but I don't really follow racing a whole lot, so I can't think of any specific race car that I'd want to drive. Um, yeah, don't really know. Ransom says, "You know if your camera you use works with Mac?" I think they would. Yeah, I don't see any reason why it wouldn't. Anthony says, "You're going to do anything else to your BRZ?" Like I mentioned, I'd like to do window tint. I'd like to wrap the roof black. I would also like to do springs at some point. I have the front lip I need to put on the car. I got that last week and just have to install that. Um, so that's about it, for all the stuff I'm doing. I don't really do a whole lot to my car. It's just a few little mods here and there. Um, said, "How much do you pay for your car? How much was it?" I paid sticker price for the car. It's a BRZ limited, so that's the price is online for that. And then I just out the door after taxes and title and everything. Mine was like $30,500. So right over 30 grand for my car, which is limited. The only option I got was the auto dimming rear mirror, but I mean it came fully loaded basically, with the limited package, so I didn't need to add anything else. Um, Best collections have you ever been on a farm? Yes. Anthony says, "What time is it there?" By the way, it's currently 12:17. Um, Andy says, "I passed the first live stream." Nice, that's cool. Vince says, "I'm out. I've been here since 7. I look forward to Friday's videos as always." Thank you. Wow, you've been here the whole time. That's impressive. Thank you for watching it. Like I said, I remember, I recognize your username from the comments. I appreciate all your support on all the videos. Really appreciate it, Vince. So yeah, thanks for watching, man. Take care. Anthony says rims. I like the stock rims, so don't think I'll be swapping those out unless I have money burning a hole in my pocket. In which case, I'd buy the STI BRZ, which are the TS wheels, not actual BRZ STI with the BRZ TS wheels. I'd like to get those at some point. Ransom says, "Bye, Matt. Awesome hanging out with you." Thanks, glad you could hang out as well. It's awesome hanging out. Um, So Derek Shalom says again, "Thanks for doing this live stream. You're the best YouTuber I've seen that connects with your fans. Most of the time people never talk to their fans, but that makes you awesome." I'm glad you enjoy it, man. I'm glad that people want to hang out and talk. I mean, some of you guys have been here for the whole 5 hours. Like that's just crazy to me. I really appreciate it. So I'm just honored that you guys want to spend your evening hanging out and talking cars with me. That's awesome. So glad we can do these. Like I said, we're gonna try and do them here at least once a month, and maybe I'll do another one for a 50,000 subscriber special. If a lot of people want to do that, that'd be an idea for a 50,000 subscriber special. We'll just do that. Although, like I said, that's coming up. We'll probably be hitting 50,000 subscribers by next week. So, but if people want to see another one of these next week, then maybe we can make that happen. That'd be kind of cool. So yeah, let me know if anyone thinks that's a good idea. The 47 of you that are currently still watching. Lamb says, "What is your thought on the Nissan Fairlady 240Z?" I love those cars. I think they're beautiful. They're really cool. Anthony and Vlad, yeah, you think I'm one of the best YouTubers too. I appreciate it. It's very cool. Like I said, I love doing this stuff with you guys. It's really cool. Love answering all the questions. Trying says, "What are your thoughts on the GC8 WRX STIs?" Well, we didn't get them in America, so I've never driven one or anything. But I mean, the GC8's amazing. I'd love to, drive one. They're really cool. You should come to Colorado. Lots of awesome mountain roads out here. Yeah, I know. I definitely would like to. I just want to. There's so many cool places in America to drive. I'm thinking about doing some kind of cross country trip at some point where I just drive all kinds of roads. I think it'd be really fun. Deborah to the Wind says I've been here for 4 hours because, like I said, my computer crashed. That's more than fine, man, dude. 4 hours is still crazy. That's awesome. So thank you for spending the time to watch. So yeah, I don't know. I think we're kind of running low on questions here. Let me see if there's any other ones. Um, okay, yeah, there are a few more here. What are your thoughts on the fourth generation Eclipse? The newest generation, would love to see a review of one. Yeah, they're good cars. They're not very fuel efficient. That motor is very dated in them. But they seem nice. I've never driven one, but I'd like to try one out. Um, hmm. So it says, are Volkswagens reliable? Most of them are, yeah. I think they're very reliable. My mom actually has a Volkswagen Beetle, and that thing's got well over 100,000 miles, and it's still running strong. XBLXD Mike says, do you like the Fusion Sports? Um, yeah, I love the Fusion. I think it's a beautiful car. I think the Sport, I don't know how that's different. Um, but yeah, the Fusion's a great car. Nathan says, I turn this live stream on and play video games listening to you. Well, good stream, man. Thanks. Glad you like it. Um, Living the Double Life says, what do you think about the 2015 Jeep Renegade? I think that's the new. Is that the new little tiny one? I think that's the one you're talking about. I think they're really cool looking, actually. I know some people are like weirded out by them, but I really think they're cool. I think it's going to be a really good seller for Jeep. Um, Anthony says, "What do you do for a living, if you don't mind me asking?" I answered this a few times already, but I actually just the YouTube is one of the main things I do. That's why I have so much time to do the car reviews and stuff like that, because that takes a lot of time to do the car review videos. But I also do other independent videography stuff, where I will go and film some pageants. For example, I do the Miss USA pageants and film some of those, and some other independent videography stuff. I also am an extra in a lot of movies and TV shows. I do that because I love acting. So I'll do that from time to time, and yeah, that's most of the things I do. Glad you guys are all enjoying it. Looks like we're kind of running towards the end here. I don't see any more questions. Let me just try and load some more just to check, but I think we're about done here. Yeah, I'm not seeing any more questions. So yeah, sounds like I think we've caught up on everything. Pretty good place to stop here. We're over the 5 hour mark now. So yeah, I appreciate all you guys hanging out. I mean, even those of you that stopped in just for a few minutes and pop back out, that's fine. Like I said, I love doing these live streams. Love talking cars with you guys and answering all your questions. And yeah, I definitely look forward to next time. Like I said, we'll try and start doing these once, first Monday of every month or something like that. And yeah, we'll start. And I keep doing these videos. Like I said, I might do one for the 50,000 subscriber special. If a lot of people want to see me do another one, we can try and do another one for sure. I like doing these, but yeah. So okay, I'm getting a few more comments rolling in. I've spent 2 hours on my homework, which normally takes 20 minutes because I've been listening to you. Sorry, I don't mean to distract you from your homework, but that's pretty awesome too. Um, so yeah, sounds like we're all ready to head out here. So yeah, many thanks again for watching, guys, and I'll see you next time. Take care.